Amidst the suffocating, pitch-black void where light itself seemed to be swallowed whole, nothing could be heard but the sound of heavy, ragged breathing as a twisted smile crept across his face. The battlefield was stained with blood, and relentless beams of crimson light rained down, leaving no path for retreat. One by one they fell, yet amidst the carnage, a faint glimmer of hope lingered. We had finally made it this far. Even while facing such fury, his will remained unbroken. If we can defeat it, we will. Everything happened too fast. That piercing light tore straight through Gray Lee's chest. The sudden, agonizing pain caused him to freeze for a split second. With his chest run through, his eyes turned hollow. Gray Lee's dreams were forced to an end. His body lost its center of gravity, and his knees buckled, hitting the ground. With his strength completely sapped and his body collapsing, nothing remained but deep regret, so this is how it ends. Blood pooled on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of those who had perished. He slowly began to accept it. This was a fatal blow. Looking at the ruins and his fallen comrades, Gray felt a deep sense of shame. In the end, was I really going to die without being able to do anything at all? His hateful gaze locked onto the creature hovering in midair. One day, a nameless calamity would emerge to wipe out the entire continent. That was the enemy of humanity, the Purger. The entity continued its destruction. Watching the figure heroically bracing against the attacks with a shield, Gray could only entrust his dying wish to them. The group formed to protect humanity, consisting of a young man who had survived the impact of a giant meteorite, the world's shield, Brian Miller, the blue-haired girl summoning a series of magic circles simultaneously, a great sage said to possess the strength of an entire army, the great sage Bella Albright, the boy in green armor wielding a bow, his shots carrying unmatched precision and sharpness, an archer who once took down a high-level dragon with a single arrow, the divine archer Jacob Bloomfield, the yellow-eyed girl who never yielded to danger, using her own speed to surpass all obstacles, the strongest swordswoman in history, the sword saint Amy White. Seeing them, Gray felt only more insecure, and as for us, we were merely called the support unit. He had known it all along, the feeling of being used and then discarded. The truth was harsh, but in reality, we were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Gray Lee watched their skillful and powerful combat techniques with admiration. These people truly were on a different level. I know that graduates from the World Union Academy are all extremely talented. Witnessing those warriors easily closing the gap, he slowly realized the distance between himself and them, but he never expected the gap between us would be this massive. The Purger was being suppressed by the magical orbs. Gray trembled on the ground. Amy continued her fierce onslaught. Her sword strikes were devastating. The resentment in Gray's heart finally reached a breaking point. The humiliation was too much to suppress. We too trained so hard, but Amy used her fastest techniques, forcing the Purger onto the defensive. The powerful strike finally managed to wound him, but he showed no fear. He was amused. Oh, you managed to wound me. Now his body radiated a powerful, deep red spiritual energy. The sensation was completely different from before. He was growing stronger. Not bad, it's time. The Purger began creating a spiral. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into long, sharp slashes of energy that surged forward. All those who remained died in a single move, their bodies sliced apart. The scene was truly cruel, as the only one left alive was a villain. Gray's pupils constricted in shock. Everyone else was dead, and the Purger calmly remarked, I guess you're finally getting serious, huh? Gray couldn't believe it. He had wiped them all out in a single stroke, and yet he claimed he was just playing around until now. Then he slowly closed his eyes. No. Remembering the chaos, Gray accepted the grim reality. There was no way to win. His body lay motionless on the ground. Gray Lee suddenly snapped awake, his eyes wide. Wait, how long has it been since my heart was pierced? Looking at his own reflection in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but wonder, why am I still alive? The sound of dripping blood echoed as a voice resonated, found you. It was as if Gray was being pulled into another dimension, with a magical light appearing before him. Then it slowly opened into a black hole, beckoning to Gray, come here, you who possess immense power. He stood frozen, feeling completely dazed. A world opened up before him, appearing like a massive city. Gray could stand and his wounds were healed. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? But this place looks a bit desolate. Feeling as though he were being watched, he turned his head still more. Behind him stood a figure in a black cloak shrouded in mystery. Who are you? That person was Kronos. He kept his face hidden, yet radiated immense authority. Kronos began to explain, you are not dead yet. Your wounds have all been healed. An ancient magical space appeared, covered in a blinding golden glow. Gray Lee was stunned. On the screen was the body he had inhabited earlier when he was wounded. He asked softly, did you heal me? Kronos replied calmly, no, it was not me but your own power. Still skeptical, Gray touched his chest, my own power. The figure seemed helpless before the question. I cannot explain it. Even I cannot accurately analyze your power. Kronos sounded confident, assessing him seriously. But I guarantee that your power is even greater than the Purger's, if only you knew how to control it. Deep down, Gray remained doubtful. You mean I can win this fight? Kronos sounded cold yet firm. I do not know and I don't hold high expectations, but I believe we should destroy that Purger for that very reason. Before he could finish his sentence, the figure lunged forward and pierced his chest, just as before. Then he whispered silently, there, you can go now. Gray's chest was shielded by a magical circle. He slowly returned to his own timeline. Kronos' voice echoed, I will lend you my strength. Everything happened as fast as a dream. Gray returned to his body still lying on the ground. He gripped his sword firmly against the ground, forcing himself to stand up. The blade began to change, the tip shifting in color. What is this? What was once an ordinary combat weapon had transformed into a black blade. Kronos' voice lingered. Now it is your power. My strength is not something that mortal eyes can perceive. Gray Lee was ready for the fight. The sound alerted the purger. The moment he turned around, Gray had already closed the distance and attacked. His slash was brimming with power. Now filled with killing intent, Gray was determined. The purger could sense that massive surge of magical energy. No way. I never expected someone this strong to exist. He retreated, carefully assessing the situation. It seemed he had managed to inflict damage. Like a bolt of lightning, his body surging with spiritual energy, Gray didn't hesitate to advance. He kept his focus, trying to pinpoint the enemy's weakness. My power is greater than yours. Not letting Gray finish, the purger counterattacked instantly. Don't get cocky. He stood stunned. In the blink of an eye, his body had been sliced in two. Gray realized it too late, consumed by sheer terror. Looking at his own mangled body with blood spraying everywhere, the purger wore an arrogant expression, looking pleased. Commendable. Then he turned his back, dropping his guard. You have forced me to use all of my power. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of glowing red eyes stared at him, as if wishing to burn everything to ashes. The purger's body felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible force. A body enveloped in dark magic stood tall before him. In his hand, he gripped the black sword. It was Gray, hovering in midair. He hadn't died, and the black smoke wasn't just on the sword, it had merged with his body. The purger began to panic. What the hell? He quickly raised his shield. Are you really human? Half of Gray Lee's face had become distorted. The black sword had now grown enormous, crashing down directly onto the purger. But the power was too immense. In a flash, the shield shattered and the sword sliced through his body. That strike also carved a massive trench into the ground. The purger continued his foolish question, are you really human? Gray's voice was full of fury as he stood before the murderer. That's the question I should be asking you. Suddenly, a wild maniacal laugh broke out. Gray braced himself and stepped back. Even though he had been dealt a very deep wound, the purger held onto his life. Gray spoke, you're still alive. Truly, your power cannot be underestimated. He exhaled in heavy bursts. Then, pressing his face close to Gray, he let out a threat. Heh, I'll crush you over and over until you die. Not wanting to bicker with a madman, Gray quickly poured all his strength into a direct slash at him. The strike was powerful, leaving the enemy severely wounded as yellow fluid gushed from his body. He shrieked in pain, then cursed, you monster, but the purger suddenly froze, clasping his hands together as if to cast a spell. His body began emitting strange rays of light. He was focusing on communicating with the great power within, and his wings shifted to a prismatic color. His palms faced each other, preparing to unleash magic. Between them, a magic circle manifested. The flow of time was suddenly altered, and night fell, covering everything. The purger muttered, time's up. Watching the moon slowly appear, Gray felt a twinge of doubt. What's this? It looks like it suddenly became nighttime. He wore a sharp smile, unfazed. Before he knew it, Gray had appeared behind the purger, his voice ringing out softly, so what? He then launched an attack straight at the creature's neck. But now, it was as if the enemy had a defensive barrier that was extremely hard and solid. Gray froze for a split second. The purger spoke in a condescending, arrogant tone. It's useless. In this dream realm, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting in vain and look at the stars one last time. Gray was intimidated, standing frozen, unable to move. Deep within those eyes, one could clearly see the light from the sky plummeting toward him. It rushed forward at incredible speed, growing larger and larger. It was as large and bright as the stars in the firmament. The purger's voice infiltrated his mind. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now the star was very close, looking like a giant fireball. Then it plummeted straight into the spot where Gray was standing, creating a terrifying explosion that decimated everything around them. The purger flew up, looking down at the ruins. After a while, the site of the explosion had turned into a deep crater, but there was no sign of Gray. He was triumphant. You won't be able to revive if you've been turned into ashes. But from above, a magical portal began to appear. The purger was perplexed. What? As it took shape, it looked like a clock meant to store time. He vaguely realized this is. Kronos' voice resonated. You've gathered a truly incredible amount of power. This should be enough to send you back. Hearing that familiar voice, the purger panicked. Impossible, Kronos. Not letting the enemy distract him, Kronos continued calmly. Can you hear me? You who hold great power, use all of my strength. I will send you back to the past. The purger's agitation peaked, and he shouted, Kronos, you bastard. Without answering him, Kronos continued his work. This is all I can do for you. The time clock began to activate, turning back into the past. As time returned to the beginning, his voice grew faint. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this was not the end, but Gray's new beginning. Gray Lee woke up, lying on a green grassy field. The sky was clear and the world was still peaceful. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Looking at the surrounding scenery, it brought a sense of healing, a place full of life. Gazing into the distance, he instinctively recognized the mountains, houses, and the village. Is that my hometown? Is that Renato village? Everything felt so nostalgic, like a dream. It had clearly been destroyed 15 years ago, so why was it still here? Gray vaguely recalled Kronos' last words, and he snapped awake. Did the things he said really happen? His extreme agitation made his wounded wrist throb with pain. Looking at his injury, he pondered, this wound, right, this time period. I was always being bullied by Belder and the others. His body began to tremble and he told himself, I cannot let myself be beaten up by them like that anymore. In the past, Gray saw himself as too weak to fight back, but they are so strong I can't beat them. Therefore, he wanted to continue that fate. He dared not think about things too far off. Destroying the Purger was nothing but a delusional dream. Gray stood up and headed toward the forest, trying to reassure himself. Once I get a bit stronger, I'll think about dealing with them. I really don't want to get hurt right now. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was Belder's group and they were blocking his path on purpose with smug looks on their faces. How incredibly annoying. Belder spoke with a condescending tone. I've been looking for you everywhere, you're such a pain. Gray, feeling too exhausted to argue, watched as they tossed a sword at him and ordered, pick it up. Having no intention of obeying, he remained silent. Seeing his reaction, the group pressed him further. Don't play dumb, let's have a sparring match. Gray Lee tried to dodge the confrontation, worried about his physical condition. Oh, a spar, sorry, but my wounds haven't healed yet. Thanks for the offer, but unfortunately I can't participate until I've recovered. Belder and his group had no intention of letting him off the hook and openly mocked him, with Belder pretending to be reassuring. Don't worry, the blade is dull, so it'll be perfectly safe. Knowing their malicious intent, Gray Lee bluntly called them out. No matter how dull the blade is, it's still a massive chunk of iron if you hit someone in a vital spot then. Before he could finish, Belder cut him off, clearly not wanting to be lectured and losing his patience. Shut your mouth. And agitated, he slammed his sword into the ground. Belder began to threaten him. Do you even have the right to refuse if you don't like the sword? Then, full of competitive spirit and confidence, he lunged forward. Then you can fight me with your bare hands. Gray was shocked. He wants to fight me while I'm unarmed. What kind of spar is this? He then tried to piece together his past. Before the regression, a former military doctor had told him that the reason his swordsmanship never progressed was due to the injuries he sustained when he was young. Thinking back, perhaps his life as a failure truly started right here. Not wanting to feel regret again and refusing to live another useless life, he subconsciously dodged Belder's strike. Gray Lee was just as surprised by what he had just done. He was confused by Belder's attack. Still dazed, his opponent launched another strike, but he dodged that one too. Are you always this slow? Belder tried his hardest to take Gray down, but he dodged every single move, and Gray seemed to realize the key to it all. No, that's not it. Belder grew bitter because he couldn't land a hit. You bastard, why can't I hit you? As the sword was about to graze his face, Gray just focused intently on the movement. He then gently avoided the strike and skillfully slipped past every sword swing. He understood his body better now. He had become faster. The people with Belder were all stunned, and the mushroom-headed guy couldn't believe it. The way he moves. It's like he's become a completely different person. Gray quickly picked up the sword from the ground, thinking, I might not be able to get back the body I once had. This time he gripped the sword tightly, determined to fight back, but I still have the memories of the battles I've fought. Belder attacked from above, intending to land a finishing blow. Take this. Unlike what he expected, Gray countered, and the force of the impact made him stagger and fall backward. This time Gray was worried, but he was more concerned for his opponent. He fell just from that. Can I really have a proper fight with a rookie like him? Concentrating for a moment, he decided not to hold back this time. No, he doesn't deserve mercy. These pieces of trash tortured me just because I couldn't fight, didn't they? Now he wanted to change his humiliating past, his eyes full of resolve, but that's not the case anymore. Gray launched an attack, knocking Belder's sword flying away. He grew worried. Damn it. He had never encountered this situation in the past. Was it this easy to make him drop his sword? He's even worse than I thought. With no weapon in his hand, Gray started to lecture him. Maybe you've never been trained on how to parry a sword. Then he stomped hard on the ground, making Belder flinch. But don't worry, because you guys taught me that. Gray held his sword high, smiling, but his eyes revealed clear hostility. As long as the sword is dull, it's perfectly fine to hit people with it. The sword slashed across Belder's shoulder. Blood flowed out, leaving him bewildered. Fresh droplets of blood splattered onto his face, reminding him of the pain. Belder collapsed to his knees, clutching his shoulder and screaming in pain. Things were spiraling out of Gray's control because this incident wasn't part of his plan, and he hesitated. Wasn't the blade supposed to be dull? Suspicious, he picked up the sword to check it again. The blade was indeed notched, and Gray was slightly confused. It was clearly dull. If this had been a sharp sword, he probably would be dead by now. But he didn't forgive him, and the next second his gaze turned cold. Gray slammed the sword flat against Belder's face, the force of the strike causing blood to spurt out. His nose bled, a tooth was knocked out, and the force of the blow sent him flying backward. Gray didn't soften up, only focusing on the thought, I think I'll just keep this dull sword. Gray Lee approached, completely suppressing Belder, who was crawling on the ground, and he mocked him. What's wrong? Why are you screaming so much? Belder was trembling to the point of tears, but Gray continued to criticize him. You were the one who said a dull sword would be safe. His expression softened now, and although he was smiling, his anger was visible. It was you, wasn't it? Belder was too terrified to speak a word. Just when it seemed like he might have repented, he suddenly turned and ordered his accomplices. What are you idiots standing there for? Hit him. The fat guy, having witnessed the previous fight, hesitated, but Gray had suddenly become very strong. The mushroom-headed guy was still aggressive and completely looked down on everyone. Let's all jump him together. grab him from behind. Then they all lunged, each from a different direction, surrounding Gray. Unfazed, he remained composed and cold. What's this? You want to go another round? The whole group crazily rushed to attack simultaneously, while Gray stood perfectly still without a movement. He muttered, I was planning to let this slide, but now all that could be heard were cries and groans of pain. Everyone's faces were bruised and swollen, and they were all kneeling on the ground. Looking at them reminded Gray of those dark days in the past, when he was so terrified of these people, and he immediately interrogated them. You guys are from the Saria fencing dojo, right? Belder didn't dare look him in the eye but still admitted it, and the fat guy started confessing. We thought we were strong enough, so we haven't been going there lately. Gray felt helpless at their childish mentality. Strong enough, huh? I shouldn't have expected too much from the dojo, but it was still somewhat useful. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he made a demand to Belder's group. Refer me to the dojo. They only accept people through referrals, right? Belder, out of shame, felt guilty. Can't you ask someone else? If I tell the master that I lost, I can't even imagine what she'll say. Gray slashed through the air in a threatening manner. So, shall we continue where we left off? Belder's face turned dark with fear. As if chased by a ghost, he abandoned his teammates and ran for his life, shouting back, I'll refer you, the dojo is in this direction. The people with him were all shocked. What? Hey, wait for us, Belder, don't leave us behind. A long while later, Belder and the others led Gray Lee to a town. While walking, he asked curiously, but why do you want to go to the dojo? As if it were natural, Gray replied indifferently, this dojo has a referral spot for the academy, doesn't it? Belder had skipped school for many days, so he only knew vaguely, I have heard of that. And he made it clear this was what he cared about. That's why I want to go. The long-haired guy interrupted the conversation. I think you're strong enough without the academy. Gray Lee was strict with himself and wouldn't allow himself to be lazy just because of some praise. If I were truly enough, wouldn't that be amazing? Remembering the battle with the Purifier left him in deep thought. I heard even the strongest team in the world wasn't a match for the Purifier. Even when I used that power, I couldn't even deal any damage, and he was fighting seriously. The image of the Purifier powering up urged him on. I wonder how strong I need to become to defeat that guy. However, it wasn't impossible. While he was lost in thought, Belder signaled that they had arrived. The only reason he went to the dojo was to get stronger. In that moment, even though he only felt it for a second, he had been able to control his dark power. He tried to remember the times he trained with the Sword Saint, focusing on what he concentrated on in that moment. It was the real sword that the Sword Saint had taught him. Gray always felt regret. If only I had spent more time practicing swordsmanship under the same conditions as the Sword Saint. The outcome of the battle might have been different. After all that, he finally understood his mission when returning to the past. That must be the reason Kronos sent him here. A girl's voice brought him back to reality. So in summary, what is it you want to tell me? Belder's group was kneeling on the floor, regretful, and the other person questioning them must have been their master. You used the techniques you learned from me to bully a civilian, and in the end, you got your faces kicked in. The master was a young woman with platinum hair covering one of her eyes. She was strictly punishing her students. She was the instructor of the Saria fencing dojo. Belder still tried to justify his actions, not truly repentant. We didn't mean to bully him, we were just sparring. Provoked, Saria kicked him away a long distance. The others sitting nearby trembled. Saria asked with great authority, who gave you the right to make excuses? If you consider beating someone who is unarmed a spar, then what just happened was also a spar, right? She pointed her sword straight at Belder's eyes. Disappointed and unforgiving, leave and never come back. All of you from now on, never call yourselves students of this dojo again. Belder's group obeyed and then helped each other leave. Saria immediately turned back, kneeling sincerely. I'm sorry about that. It seems my former students have caused you a lot of trouble. Gray didn't want to hold a grudge, no need to worry about it. She sincerely thanked him for his kindness. Then she started on the main topic. Just now I heard you wanted a referral to the academy, and Gray didn't deny it. Saria pulled a wooden sword from the rack to apologize for the trouble Belder and his group had caused, before writing the letter of recommendation. I need to verify your abilities. Saying that, she handed the sword to Gray Lee, who complied, understood. The two began the qualifying spar, and Saria was modest. Go ahead and attack first. Whenever you're ready, come at me. Not wasting a single second, Gray Lee attacked. Here I come. Gray used his speed, and Saria skillfully defended. Watching his attacks, she couldn't help but evaluate. His swordplay is very realistic for his age, as if he has already experienced countless battles. Gray fought with all his might, and he suddenly lowered his body. Then he attacked from the side, and Saria acknowledged his talent. Belder and those guys were no match for him. Gray's movements were very sharp with no wasted motion. This was mostly self-taught, but occasionally, his sword movements were very similar to what was taught at the academy. Saria started to get curious, has anyone taught him? But it's still very raw even though he has talent, but she felt satisfied with her new student. He's an unpolished diamond. Saria started to fight seriously. It's sad to have to end it here, but it's time to bring down the curtain. Now she was even faster than before. Gray wouldn't back down either and immediately dashed past the instructor. With her sharp senses, she parried. Gray grasped Saria's movements, and not only did he dodge the strike, but he also kept up with her movements. His spirit makes me keep wondering, how strange. Is he still not wavering? How could he keep up with me? Saria's body started to get tired and she hesitated. I only wanted to test his abilities a little bit, but why am I going all out now and why am I? She froze, feeling afraid of this child. Gray swung his sword with a powerful slash, forcing her to retreat. Saria hesitated. I have a bad premonition. That was just a powerful swing, right? After the slash, the floor cracked. Saria felt intrigued and declared, let's end it here. But that confidence was quickly shattered. She was shocked to see that her sword had been broken by Gray. Surprised by the current situation, Saria couldn't react and could only stammer. Right after that, her broken wooden sword rolled onto the cold wooden floor. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Gray thought to himself, ah, it feels just like that time, so I currently possess that power as well. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit him. The pain was so unexpected that he fell to his knees and let out a loud cry. Witnessing his abnormality, Saria asked worriedly, what's wrong? Are you okay? Gray bore a pained expression, gritting his teeth in speculation. My body can't keep up with that power. Immediately, Gray tried to act stable and trembled as he stood up, and he tried to speak in a hesitant manner, I'm fine. With his face covered in sweat, he thought to himself, I can't even stand steadily, I shouldn't use this power carelessly. Looking at the person in front of him, he hesitated, should I tell her about this? Feeling Gray's unusual gaze, Saria frowned in confusion. After adjusting his state, he quickly dismissed his fleeting thoughts. No, it's best not to. Even if I told her, she would find it hard to believe, and it's something I can't even control myself. Seeing the awkward situation, Gray sheepishly scratched his head and explained to Saria, I was just a little distracted. Hearing Gray say that, Saria stood silent as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She was bewildered by her sword being broken by him and thought to herself, clearly, breaking my sword with a dull wooden piece is completely impossible. Finally, she concluded, surely he realized it too. Seeing Saria stand still for a long time, Gray felt confused. He hesitated and asked, is something wrong? The more she observed the small boy in front of her, the more Saria's concern about his situation grew, but he doesn't intend to talk about it. Thinking that, she closed her eyes and looked serious for a long time. After thinking it over, she turned around to the trash can, threw away the broken wooden sword, and said, all right, you said you wanted a referral to the academy, right? Hearing her question, he showed a tense expression and replied, yes, I heard you could do that. As soon as his words finished, Saria affirmed, yes, of course I can refer you to the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, the Royal Fencing Academy. Saying that, she stopped for a moment and hesitated to give her opinion, but I advise you not to go there. For a moment, her expression darkened and she lowered her voice, confirming once again, you are not suitable for that place. Her words felt like they pulled Gray's mood down into a dark, silent abyss. He gripped the wooden sword in his hand as thoughts of self-pity crossed his mind. I know it's because I don't have enough power. After all, I didn't accomplish much except for that final moment. As if understanding his thoughts, she spoke up, dispelling his disappointment. The place you should go to is the World Union Academy. Her firm statement surprised him to the point where his pupils constricted. Once again, she spoke up to dispel his bewilderment and reaffirmed where he needed to go. Not the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, but the most prestigious academy in the world. Her words startled him and he panicked, thinking, the World Union Academy. Isn't that where the Sword Saint and the others came from? Surprised by the information he had just received, he asked loudly and excitedly, can someone like me be accepted there too? Saria shook her head, looking helpless, and said, no, that's impossible. She then explained Gray's current situation to him. He surely must have realized on his own that his body was currently in no condition to become a swordsman. Wearing a grave expression as if sizing him up, she spoke seriously. If it were the Royal Academy, you might be able to scrape by with your skills, but that won't work at the World Union Academy. How could you possibly reach that level with such a weak body? Unable to refute those brutal words, he stammered, I suppose you're right. For a fleeting moment, his eyes filled with disappointment as heavy thoughts began to weigh on his mind. Everyone who gets into that academy is a literal monster. With this body, I don't even stand a chance at competing. Under the soft light of the room, Saria appeared with a cold expression, speaking indifferently with a hint of disappointment, giving up already. There are still 9 months until the entrance exam. Fully aware of the time he had, Gray replied in confusion, only 9 months. Saria agreed, true, perhaps it's not enough time. She hesitated, then affirmed with a firm attitude, but believe in me. She lowered her voice, sounding menacing. Are you ready to endure the torture that these 9 months will bring? Gray looked at his palms and replied vaguely, I don't want to endure torture. But I will do it. Clenching his hand against his chest, Gray declared with heroic resolve, I'll be in your care for the next 9 months. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Saria flashed a smug smile and said, a fine answer. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet, and Gray trembled as he listened to Saria's voice. So now. Saria revealed a terrifying expression paired with a threatening tone, let the days of hell begin. As good as her word, the images of Gray's arduous days flashed by, interspersed with Saria's unwavering strictness. In the scenes, she was constantly shouting, eat. In the blink of an eye, 8 months passed. After such a long period of training, Gray's body had become much more toned. Seeing his current state, Saria thoughtfully praised him, you've become much sturdier. Pride evident on her face, she smiled slightly with her arms crossed. I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, walk with confidence. Gray stood stunned for a moment, his eyes wide with surprise as he asked, but there's still 1 month left until the exam. Seeing his surprise, Saria explained, testing in a place you're unfamiliar with will be difficult for you, so it's best to get there early. After explaining, she reached out and handed him a brown bag, adding, this is money for the trip and enough for food for 1 month. Sensing her polite distance, he waved his hands clumsily in refusal, but isn't leaving a full month early a bit too soon. Golden sunlight shone through the small windows, stretching the shadows of the master and student. Gray expressed his perspective, it's as if you want to kick me out of the village. A light smile brushed her lips, blending with her half-closed eyes as she calmly comforted him, you're overthinking it. Suddenly, Gray mentioned something that startled Saria. I heard a goblin den was discovered nearby, and there aren't many guards in the village. After listening, Saria didn't deny it but spoke gently, yes, it's true that a den was found. Wearing a flustered look of surprise, she quickly turned away to avoid the subject and then explained placidly, but it has nothing to do with us. She smiled, slightly feigning composure. There will be reinforcements from the capital, so we don't need to worry. She then quickly quelled his anxiety. Just go take your exam, don't worry. As if he had guessed everything, Gray thought seriously, she's lying. There will be no reinforcements for the village, and before the village is destroyed, Master will die. The image of Saria's bloodied body lying motionless on the ground flashed through Gray's mind, accompanied by the thought, they said she was killed when she rushed into their den alone. Even so, Gray pretended to know nothing and replied nonchalantly, I understand. His compliance was so easy that Saria found it hard to believe. In an instant, Gray placed his hand over his heart to express his gratitude to Saria. Thank you, Master. Gray looked at her with a resolute, confident gaze as he declared, I'm heading out. Hearing this, Saria silently curled the corner of her mouth. With a smile from the bottom of her heart, Saria sent her blessings to her young student. I hope you pass the exam. After Gray left, Saria quietly walked deep into the forest, where the image of the night sky centered around a hazy moon became clearly visible. Beside it were dry, bleached bones and a sword stuck through the middle of the skull's mouth. Saria touched the bloodstain on the ground and muttered, according to the scout's report. Tracking the elongated blood trail, she deduced, they're over there. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the quiet dark of the night, startling her. Where are you going? No sooner had the words been spoken than a familiar figure appeared on a tall, dark branch. It was Gray, putting on a concerned face as he feigned interest. Master. As Gray was moving, a loud call rang out from behind him. Gray. He turned around and suddenly saw Saria. She asked, why are you here? Shouldn't you be heading to the academy by now? Hearing this, he jumped down from the tree branch and said, I'm the one who should be asking that. I thought you said the goblin den would be handled by the capital's troops. Saria waved her hand, responding, they said they couldn't make it due to an emergency, so I decided to handle it myself. She added, besides, I'm enough on my own. Thanks to the scout's report, I know exactly what kind of strength that den has. After speaking, she sighed, their boss is a high-level goblin and there are a total of 40 to 50 monsters in that den. I have to admit, that number of troops is a bit troublesome. He listened and pondered, high-level goblin. No, it's not that, it's because it's strong on its own. He stood his ground and evaluated, the true strength of a goblin lies in its cunning and leadership. He added, if you get surrounded, fighting alone is no different than suicide. He couldn't stop thinking, and there was one thing he was certain of. He looked at her and asserted, if I let you go alone, you won't make it back alive and the village will be destroyed by them. He emphasized, I have seen that future with my own eyes. Breaking his train of thought, he immediately spoke up, let me come with you. But Saria tried to stop him, saying, I already told you I'm enough on my own. Gray's gaze was incredibly firm. I don't want to miss the chance to gain real combat experience. Or do you think I'm just going to get in your way? She explained, you know yourself that you wouldn't get in my way, Master. I couldn't even beat you in our practice match. She turned her body slightly and continued softly, but who knows how it will go in actual combat, especially when a monster den suddenly appears like this. She stated firmly, for something this dangerous, it's best to wait until you have some practical experience. But he remained incredibly resolute, his voice cold. So you really want to go alone? If that's the case, I have an idea. She quickly asked back, what idea? He stepped forward and said, I will fight you and I will quickly take you down. Then he dropped the powerful line, and then I'll handle the goblins myself. The space fell into silence. He was quiet and so was she. The sword in his hand remained pointed straight at her. She smiled lightly and replied, fine, I give up. She added a cautionary note, but you must promise me one thing no matter what happens. She looked at him, you must return safely. Upon hearing this, he lowered his sword. Fine, that was my plan anyway. With that, the two of them slowly moved deep into the forest. You too, Master, don't go and die, of course. The scene shifted to the context of the goblin den. The two chatted as they walked. The terrain leaves no room for retreat. They're quite confident to dare build a den in a place like this. He observed and evaluated, we can't escape either. The monsters we're meeting this time are intelligent. We must be very careful. She replied softly, I know. Her eyes gradually turned cold. The two hurriedly scouted the situation. I don't see the boss anywhere. It must be inside the tent. They whispered, hopefully we can reduce their numbers before the boss appears. She whispered, Gray, take down every monster you see in that direction. They looked at the barracks teeming with goblins. They discussed tactics. I'll handle this side. The goblins looked absolutely hideous. He replied, understood, and she said, good. No sooner had they spoken than they both lunged forward. Let's go. A goblin caught a whiff of something and snapped around. Immediately, Saria lunged forward. With one decisive strike, she sliced off the monster's head. The goblin behind it saw and let out a furious growl. The whole group of goblins went into a frenzy. Then they began to gather and charge forward one after another. On this side, Gray was also incredibly valiant. he lightly brandished his sword. Then he struck a decisive blow, leaving the goblins no time to react. Blood splashed everywhere, the scene was chaotic. On this side, Saria wasn't losing either, fighting against a dense crowd of goblins. Gray then lunged forward, slicing through the goblins in one swing. The two paused, surrounded by a pile of corpses. She praised him from the side. Not bad, is this really your first time? He cautioned. Master, be careful, we've only just begun. He looked on in bewilderment. How strange. He analyzed. They are too weak. If that's the case, Master should have been able to handle them completely. Suddenly something occurred to him unless, inside that tent. He cast his eyes toward the tent in the distance. It seemed a pair of blood-red eyes were monitoring every move. A hideous pair of eyes. He looked and it sent shivers down his spine. He turned and shouted loudly to Saria. Quickly, let's go. Run. She asked softly why. But perhaps he was losing his composure. Just run. She was also stunned but still followed him. She replied, all right, and then the two began to run for their lives. Behind him, a goblin gave chase. His eyes widened. Behind his back now was a goblin that looked incredibly strong. As soon as its feet touched the ground, dirt and rocks flew up. A wicked smile spread across his lips. Under the high moon of the dark night, he said, high-level goblin. She added, what an honor that the boss came to find us himself. But he suddenly screamed, no, that's not the boss, the real boss. A hideous mouth opened wide. Behind the two of them, a swarm of goblins was now pouring in. They growled and screamed in chaos. She was suddenly frantic. What is that? He spoke up, an entity stronger than all others, a high-level goblin. He asserted, a goblin warlord. He explained, that is the real boss. A swarm of goblins was approaching, wielding axes, followed by the boss. That was truly the boss of this den. The boss was larger and many times stronger. She finally regained her senses, a goblin warlord. This is not a type of monster that we can handle. She grimaced, her heart filled with turmoil. She shouted at the high-level goblin before her, kill this one and then run. She swung her sword at him, but she froze in place. She struck again. Blood gushed from his arm. It hit. Before she could celebrate, suddenly his arm began to heal. She was frantic. The wound, it's healing itself. Gray then lunged forward and said, it's useless. He added, the roar of a goblin warlord can increase the strength and recovery ability of its allies. He emphasized, that is why they are unusually strong. It seems we cannot kill any of these goblins. He kept on slashing and then hatched a plan. He said, Master, leave the goblin behind to me. You don't need to kill it, just buy some time. She turned to him in surprise. What are you planning to do? He was incredibly cold. There is only one choice left, isn't there? He let out a chilling remark, and that is to destroy that bastard. A sinister, arrogant smile spread across his face. Gray Lee swung his sword toward the monster in front of him. While fighting, he thought to himself, it's so annoying that they keep trying to ambush me. Then he struck another blow toward the monster. The demon didn't lose either, immediately raising its axe to strike at Gray leg. As he parried, he was calculating his next move. Now I just need to focus on destroying all the enemies in front of me. But in the very next second, an unexpected event occurred. Gray Lee's sword shattered into many small pieces the moment he swung it down. Gray Lee looked at the remaining hilt in his hand with disbelief. My sword couldn't handle hitting a reinforced goblin. The goblin didn't have the patience to wait for Gray to recover his wits. It immediately swung its axe down with great force, sending Gray Lee flying backward. He quickly drew his second sword to fight it. Luckily, I brought a spare, but this one won't last long either. From afar, Saria, who was also having to fight off goblins, shouted, Gray Lee, use my spare sword. Gray received the sword and felt as if his strength had been boosted. Thank you. He held both swords in his hands, prepared to fight the goblin to the death. Now I have two, but it's still not enough to wipe out all the monsters. But with the goblin warlord and the goblin standing in the middle, he sheathed one sword. He immediately flew toward the goblin and sliced a great line of light through the air. That's more than enough. The goblin didn't lose, swinging its axe straight at Gray Lee's face, wounding him on the cheek. Gray tried to use his own sword to resist the goblin's axe blade. He gritted his teeth, letting out a grunt of impatience. Immediately after, he drew another sword from behind his hip, fighting with all his might against the goblins that were swarming toward him. A surge of light awakened from the terrifying skull. One goblin shrieked, its eyes flashing with yellow light. Gray was also caught off guard by the scene before him. What the? This was followed by a series of other goblins being empowered. Is it strengthening them too? After being upgraded, the goblin continued to swing its axe at Gray. At this moment, Gray could only try to withstand its immense power. You've seen through my plan, haven't you? The lead goblin let out a loud roar, and instantly dozens of goblins lunged toward Gray, leading him to mutter to himself, your intelligence definitely isn't just for show. Gray's sword clashed against the goblin's sharp axe, sending sparks flying all around them. After a fierce struggle, Gray finally managed to break free from the goblin's axe. He retreated slightly to gather momentum and ordered, come on. Then he dashed forward at high speed, tearing through the goblins before they could even realize what was happening. Gray swung his sword as hard as he could to take down as many goblins as possible. I don't have time to deal with all of them. But suddenly, Gray was held back by one of the goblins. Another one came flying out of nowhere, swinging its axe straight at Gray, intending to finish him off. However, it threw itself headlong into Gray's sword and died on the spot. Finally, he realized the goblin's intent. They were trying to break his sword by hurling themselves at him. Gray suddenly looked up, something blocking the faint light that had been on his face. A ferocious goblin was swinging its fist with tremendous force toward Gray. Even so, he managed to block the attack with his sword just in time. But Gray was still significantly affected by the force of that punch. branch, getting sent flying away as dust billowed everywhere. Gray coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face covered in injuries. He slowly struggled to sit up amidst the scattered debris, unable to hold back a moan of pain. He looked at his last remaining sword. Now I only have this one left. Then Gray slowly stood up, looking at the swarm of goblins before him, facing an entire horde and a goblin general with only one sword. Gray bowed his head slightly, but thanks to the experience from before his regression. I know I can't win, Gray helplessly admitted. Even knowing the outcome, Gray still picked up his final sword. With that, he turned toward Saria and shouted, Master, run. While they're focused on me, run away. Saria on her end only smirked. She gripped her own sword tightly and replied, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Gray tried to dodge the goblin's attacks while continuing to advise Saria, are you planning on dying for nothing? Master, I'll follow right behind you, don't worry about me. Saria slowly replied, no, it's not that. A flicker of something crossed Saria's eyes. Saria helplessly looked at the wound on her thigh. I can't run anymore. Hearing this, Gray couldn't believe his ears, and he turned back to look at her in despair. Gray looked at the last sword in his hand, I'm out of options. Then he decided to fight a life-or-death battle against the goblins. I regress to destroy the purifier. He tried to swing his chipped sword toward the goblins, hoping to put up some form of resistance. But then he looked at the shattered blade shards before him with a helpless expression. But now, everything ends here. In a place like this. Gray stood there weaponless and defenseless, ignoring the goblins surrounding him. But he still didn't give up, gripping the final hilt in his hand. No, it's not over yet. If it's the power from that time. He remembered the image of his past self, who had also been cornered just like this. As long as I can unlock it, even if it's the whole horde. The blade shattered into many large pieces, and Gray tried to remind himself, remember that feeling from back then. Gray held the short, broken piece of his sword up before him. His eyes closed tightly. Suddenly, a red surge of power was finally awakened. Gray gently slashed through the necks of all the goblins in a single motion. The sword in his hand had now turned into a dense flow of black energy. Saria saw this and was incredibly stunned. Gray. He stood there, his face smeared with blood. But he looked toward her with a bright smile as if to reassure Saria it's all right now. Right after, Gray swung his sword repeatedly, causing the goblins to fall in droves. Even the strongest goblin was sliced in two. The goblin chieftain saw this and couldn't believe his eyes. Saria was the same. She couldn't believe her apprentice could awaken such immense power. On her side, she only needed one hand to block a large axe from a goblin. She calmly turned to taunted, too weak. Then Saria's eyes also flashed with a spark. You've made things quite difficult for me. Saria flicked her hand slightly, and the goblin was sent tumbling backward by the force. Saria thought to herself, but when there's no general to empower you, you're all nothing. Past midnight, the two finally finished off the goblin horde, and Gray spoke up. Somehow we were able to. Then he held out his broken sword. I'm sorry I broke your sword. Saria calmly replied, don't worry, you saved my life. Then she reached out to take the sword back, but Gray. That attack from before Saria could finish her sentence. Gray collapsed and lay still on the ground. Saria rushed over to check his condition and shouted, Gray. Gray slowly regained consciousness, wondering, where am I? He looked around, everything was a dense pool of black water. He looked at the thing in front of him, a door, and a swirl of black smoke suddenly appeared. Gray looked at the door hovering before him, Then he realized this is that power. The door in front of him kept spewing out flows of black energy. If I open it, will I receive that power? Gray thought seriously to make a decision for himself. Then he slowly stepped one by one toward the door. As soon as he touched the door, Gray was gripped by some force, making his whole body stiffen. He immediately retreated, moving away from the door and holding his chest, trying to breathe. I don't know why. But I know for sure that if I open this door right now, a stream of tears flowed from the corner of Gray's eyes, and I will die. A notification window appeared. Wise decision. Gray seemed to have awakened something, his eyes opening wide. Gray's mind finally returned to reality. He opened his eyes, gasping for air, and realized he was lying on a small bed. Saria looked at him and called out softly, Gray, you're awake. Gray asked, where am I? Saria stood beside his hospital bed. This is the village infirmary. You've been unconscious for 5 days. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up. Gray put his hand to his forehead, slowly accepting the reality of what was happening. So I've slept for 5 days. I pushed myself too hard. It must have taken a toll on my body. Saria replied, I don't think pushing yourself too hard is the right phrase to describe what you did. Gray sat up and Saria kindly inquired, forget about that. Is your body all right? Can you get up? Gray replied, let's see. And then he realized something wrong with his body. I can't put any strength into my right arm. I can move it if I try as hard as I can, but will I still be able to hold a sword with this arm? Then he saw the black marks on his bandaged arm, moreover this birthmark. Saria also realized he couldn't move his arm. It doesn't move very well, does it? He wondered, can't she see it? Then Gray answered Saria, my dominant arm is too hard to use. Saria replied as if she had already anticipated the answer, just as I thought, it won't heal normally anytime soon. I mean, all the bones in your right arm were shattered. Gray touched his body, my bones were shattered, but it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Saria pointed to the medicine bottle on the table. We treated you with magic potion. Gray was incredibly surprised to see the bottle, magic potion. Isn't that very expensive? Saria sat on the bed opposite him, reassuring Gray, don't worry, the village chief gave it to us. Gray was surprised by her words, the village chief. Why would he give it to someone like me? Saria replied indifferently, what are you saying, Gray? You are the hero of this village. Gray heard this but still didn't understand what she meant. From somewhere, a silver-haired man suddenly opened the door forcefully and shouted his name, Gray. Gray felt quite confused seeing the village chief. He gripped the medicine bottle in his hand. Village chief, thank you for the magic potion. The man quickly interrupted him. We are the ones who should thank you. We are talking about a goblin general. That is a monster that cannot be harmed, even when all the forces from surrounding towns gathered to fight it. Such a monster was targeting our village. The village chief rushed to the hospital bed, gripping Gray's hand tightly. If you hadn't killed it, the village would have been destroyed. Speaking up to this point, he used both hands to clutch his. Without you and Saria, this medicine, this infirmary, and even the lives of the villagers you saved, none of it would exist anymore. Gray heard this and awkwardly replied, you're exaggerating. The village chief didn't stop expressing his gratitude to Gray. You know I'm not exaggerating. Gray looked down at the magic potion bottle in his hand. He thought to himself, maybe the village chief is right. In the world before I turned back time, this village was supposed to be destroyed by the goblin attack. The village chief stood up and bowed respectfully. If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, then I would be very happy to explain it to you in detail. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I heard you will be participating in the entrance exam for the World Union Academy, is that correct? Gray replied yes. He suddenly realized something and held his chin in thought. I went to kill goblins a week before the exam. If I slept for 5 days, there are only 2 days left. Gray's expression became even more serious. It takes 3 days to walk from here to the World Union Academy. I could get there in 1 day if I rode a horse, but I don't have that kind of money. Thinking of this, Gray quickly turned to the village chief and asked loudly, I'm sorry, village chief, could you lend me a horse? The village chief turned to go outside, saying, I knew you would say that, so I prepared the best horse in the village for you already. With that horse's speed, you'll get there in no time. Saria, standing nearby, added, if you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves. Gray slowly left the bed, reaching out to open the door and welcome the natural light. Then he realized there was something surprising waiting for him outside. Gray stepped outside, and before him were hundreds of villagers standing and cheering that he had woken up. Everyone raised a banner together, happily shouting, thank you, you must pass the exam. Another added, thank you for saving the village. A man approached him and handed him a small bag. Gray, please take this. He reached out to take the small cloth bag and asked, what is this? The man replied, it's something the whole village collected for you. We heard the registration fee for the World Union Academy is very expensive. Gray suddenly didn't know how to respond. Everyone, thank you all so much. Then he prepared to set off. Before leaving, he said to everyone, if I fail the exam now, it'll be hard for me to come back. Saria heard this and reassured him, no need to worry. She turned her head, looking at him with a confident expression. Not a single one of the candidates at the World Union Academy could defeat a goblin general. Even so, Gray still felt a bit insecure. He reached up to touch his immobilized arm, but with my right arm as it is now. Saria was still full of confidence, comforting Gray. Your left arm still works fine, doesn't it? Gray tried testing his left hand, yes, but... Saria interrupted him, that's more than enough. You don't even need to use that power. Gray turned around to mount his horse, but the entrance exam might not be easy enough that I can pass with only one arm. Saria stepped closer to Gray. It's fine, the academy examiners aren't blind enough to overlook your ability. I guarantee that. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice full of confidence. You will definitely pass. Gray felt somewhat empowered. Thank you so much. After you said that, I can't possibly fail now. This village was destroyed in the previous world, but it still exists here now. This world is no longer the same as the old one. The future can be changed with this power. Gray looked back at the villagers one last time, saying his goodbyes, I'm off. Not long after Gray reached the place for the exam, he patted his horse. Thank you, buddy. Thanks to you, I made it just in time. Gray looked at the massive castle in front of him. So that is the World Union Academy. Before Gray's eyes, the grand building of the World Union Academy loomed against the blue sky. Amidst the clear sky, the proctor's voice suddenly rang out. We will now begin distributing the exam papers. Until this process is complete, all candidates must remain in the central arena. As soon as the proctor's words ended, a series of murmurs rose from those standing below. Are we all candidates? But only about 20 of us will pass. Some were gossiping about previous competitions. I heard the number of passing candidates changes every year. There was a year they accepted 50 and a year where only one passed. Once again, the proctor's voice rang out, silencing the noise below. Now please welcome Professor Ariel. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, a figure with long red hair appeared before the many awestruck people, and with a mysterious smile, she spoke up, let's begin. We will now distribute the exam papers. Candidates, please take the sheet that appears before you. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. A strange golden light unexpectedly appeared overhead. Before Gray, a piece of paper was gradually fully formed from that mysterious golden light. Gray quickly reached out to take it, and suddenly his information appeared on the paper. Candidate number 513. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel stood above and reminded them. It seems everyone has theirs now. Some of you might be surprised to see nothing written on them except for your number and your zone, but rest assured it's like this every year. Above all, the professor sternly reaffirmed the rules of the exam. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, social status, or anything else. She grabbed the edge of the table and stated decisively, "Not even your name." Immediately after, she wore a gloomy smile and added, "It is of no importance to us." The entrance to the academy appeared majestically in the middle of the path, along with the professor's voice echoing with it. "Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their names. You can even give us a fake name if you wish." Looking at the exam paper in his hand, Gray thought discontentedly, "I left my sword at the inn, yet it says I'm still in the sword-fighting zone. What kind of system is this?" As if knowing that everyone was reading the exam papers, Ariel spoke with an arrogant attitude. "Furthermore, I have assigned your zones based on my observation of you," she said coldly with a threatening tone. "If I'm mistaken, please raise your hand." Hearing the professor's announcement, everyone started to panic and argue. "She chose our zones just by looking. She must be joking, right? There's no way she can do that with such a large crowd." Then they drew their own conclusions as if they were in the know. "Surely they must have checked us beforehand, or perhaps she used some kind of mind-reading magic on us." Seeing no one raise their hand, the professor appeared satisfied. "It seems no one is in the wrong zone. The waiting time is over." She gave instructions to those preparing for the exam. "Next, I will announce your exam schedule. Please check your tickets." Gray immediately looked at the exam paper in his hand to check his exam details, and a line of black text appeared on it. "Candidate number 513, Sword Fighting Zone, first day, 11:00 a.m. Seeing the information on the paper, he panicked and lamented inwardly, "Damn it, I'm testing on the very first day. I was hoping for a little more time for my hand to heal." After a long silence, the professor wore a frightening expression, then looked down seriously and issued a warning while threatening them. "This is a one-time practical exam. If you arrive late, you will be automatically disqualified. Make sure you arrive on time. We do not accept personal requests for schedule changes." During that time, Gray was clutching his arm tightly, constantly anxious. "I still can't put much strength into my dominant arm. Please heal by tomorrow, even just a little bit." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Upon arriving at the test site, Gray looked at his injured arm, becoming increasingly panicked. "It hasn't healed at all. I guess I have to take the test with my arm still like this." Suddenly, the proctor's voice rang out, waking Gray from his thoughts, making him only able to mumble in agreement. "Next candidate, please wait at the entrance of the arena." Trying to regain his spirit, Gray took a deep breath and consoled himself. "All right, no, I shouldn't be pessimistic about this right now." He grabbed his right hand and thought, "My left arm is working perfectly fine, and I can still move my right arm to a certain extent." After regaining his composure, he quickly pondered how to pass the exam in fits and starts. "I need to use the remaining time to observe the proctor's movements, find a gap, and..." Before his eyes, a sword fight between the proctor and a candidate unfolded, and the proctor opened with, "You may strike first." The candidate fighting didn't hesitate to reply, "All right." Having said that, he didn't falter but immediately grabbed his sword and shouted, lunging at the proctor. He swung his sword, hitting the wooden floor and creating a loud noise and a dense, pure white cloud of smoke. As the dense white smoke began to disperse, the image of the proctor standing motionless and indifferent to him gradually appeared. Seeing that the proctor wasn't injured in the slightest, he determinedly shouted, I'm not done yet." No sooner had he finished his sentence than he angrily poured all his strength into his sword to swing it at the proctor. However, upon seeing that the proctor could still easily parry his sword strike, he said in a panic, "No way." In an unexpected flash, his sword was knocked away by the proctor. The image of both the man and his sword flying far away seemed impossible to stop in time. He was knocked back, hitting the wooden floor. The force was so strong that the floor seemed to emit a loud explosion. Clutching his arm in pain, unable to stand up, his face pale with disbelief. Not waiting for him to gather his senses, a cold voice rang out as if waking him to reality. "Your exam is over. You may retrieve your weapon and leave the site." Hearing this, he showed deep disappointment and mumbled, "Understood." Witnessing the scene just now, Gray pursed his lips. Instantly, he turned to stone on the spot, accompanied by a collapse deep in his mind. "I'm done for." Following that, the proctor's urgent voice rang out to snap him out of his fantasies. "Next, number 513. He answered with a serious face, "Yes." Then he inwardly recalled, "You told me to fight a person, and I just saw you defeat a guy with a bigger build than mine." As if preset, this time the proctor began the match with the same line he used with the previous candidate. "You may strike first." Hearing this, Gray replied seriously, "All right." Even though he was standing in the arena, Gray couldn't help but tremble in his heart, trying to console himself. To be honest, "I don't feel I have a chance, but I will still do everything I can." Escaping his wandering thoughts, he lunged with his sword straight toward where the proctor was standing and shouted, "Here I come." While running, he recalled the lesson Saria had taught him. A sword is not just swung with the arm. You transmit the power created from your entire body through your arm. Carrying determination and belief in himself, Gray decided to follow the hope that Saria had sown. "That is what you taught me, isn't it, master? Even if my right arm is powerless, if I can channel force through my other muscles." In a blink of an eye, the hand holding the sword was swung upward. The sword slash missed the proctor, not stopping at the contradiction gradually appearing within him. "But I cannot fight the way I usually do." If you could swing a sword so easily without arm strength, no one would bother training their body in the first place. The image of the proctor appeared. He unexpectedly swung his sword at Gray. While observing the movement of the sword in the proctor's hand, he gradually discovered something. The proctor's sword, it seems a bit slow. After discovering the proctor's weakness, he was able to parry his sword. While fighting, he thoughtfully searched for a solution. He has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique are far from masters. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can compensate for the difference in arm strength. Once he found an appropriate solution, his thoughts were gradually interrupted by action in that case. He continuously used quick sword strikes to fight the proctor. That helped him confirm the accuracy of his own reasoning. That's right, he's definitely slower. Suddenly being struck by unexpected sword blows, even the proctor became grimacing in panic. Always in a state of high concentration, Gray thoughtfully judged, "He's not as strong as I thought." Saria's familiar, boldly smiling face appeared in Gray's mind, along with her statement filled with trust, "You will definitely pass." Currently, he only remembered Saria's noble role, which was teacher. The encouragement from Saria had given Gray extra strength and faith. Wearing a face filled with determination, he exerted all his strength and successfully knocked away the proctor's sword. "With a burning heart, I think I can truly do it." The match between the two was becoming extremely intense. It could be called a speed match. The teacher's attacks were still steady and hadn't stopped, while Gray was raising his defense. Gray was still at a disadvantage, even though he had grasped the opponent's rhythm. "Even though I've seen through the proctor's swordsmanship." Gray gripped his sword tightly, preparing to counterattack. Then, without hesitation, he attacked the teacher's shoulder, but because of his high experience, the teacher easily avoided it. Gray began to hesitate but had no intention of giving up. He mused, "The strength gap is still too big. I can't break through his sword stance. It's truly not easy to win with just one hand." Gray attacked continuously. He used his fastest speed and the teacher gradually revealed a gap. Gray quickly grasped the situation. "I say that, but his movements are becoming rougher. It's a bit risky, but if I do it right now then." Without thinking much, Gray suddenly pulled his sword back behind him, causing him to lose his momentum. He prepared for his plan. "Now come on." Just as intended, he lunged forward. His gaze clearly showed confidence. "Hit. You swung way too hard and it was easy to predict." He stepped back, entering a defensive stance. Nothing reveals a gap more clearly than such a big, flawed attack. Even though he took a defensive stance, he didn't parry but nimbly circled behind the teacher. This made him panic. Seeing the teacher fall into a passive position, Gray rejoiced silently. "No matter how big the strength gap is, as long as I can get behind him." Gray relied on his speed to lunge forward. The referee's voice rang out, "Stop." Just one moment short of time, he could have caused damage to his opponent. The blade was only a thin layer of clothing away from the teacher. Gray was frustrated. His body was full of exhaustion. Has the match ended already? Isn't it a bit too early to stop? The referee stood above the stands and announced the result of the match. "The match time has expired. With this, the result is a draw." Gray was disappointed to hear the result. He stood stunned. He was helpless because he knew he couldn't change it. It's too late. He tremblingly held the sword but then let it go, accepting it. Gray reluctantly turned his back to leave the arena, saying to himself, "I tried my best. But if I can't even beat him then, I will face many more difficulties later." Gray regretfully turned back to look at the arena, his heart filled with deep sadness. "Thank you, teacher." 1 week after the match, in meeting room number 53 at the World Union Academy, there were 6 members in the large room. They were the organizing committee, the people who made the assessments. The elderly man wearing glasses, the school principal, said, "What do you think about the candidates, now that they have completed the exam?" The brown-haired man replied indifferently, "Tired." Beside him, an older teacher carefully offered an opinion. "I find this method of everyone observing to be a bit inefficient. Next year it would be better to divide the work." The mustachioed man in the room only focused on benefits. "We cannot miss out on talent just to save our own energy." The principal was helpless before the members' apathy. "I am asking for your opinions on the students, not the exam system. Let's start with the sword fighting course." Small frames began to appear on the desk and someone asked, "Who passed?" The teacher from earlier still analyzed carefully, absorbing feedback from everyone. As usual, whoever defeats the proctor passes. The rest are evaluated based on the quality of their performance and their ability to stay standing for 15 minutes. What do the sword fighting instructors think? Aside from those who defeated the proctor, candidates number 5, 217, and 753 stand out the most. The brown-haired man interrupted, "Keep the list to that level. Even if the others pass, they won't keep up with the class." The mustachioed man also agreed, clearly because it was beneficial to him. "I agree. Does anyone have a different opinion?" The entire room was silent. Not a single opinion was voiced. The principal spoke, "We have confirmed the list of those accepted into the sword fighting course." Suddenly, someone offered an individual opinion. "What about candidate number 513? That suggestion made him pay attention. It was the opinion of the red-haired girl, who had only been silent from the beginning. "What does everyone think about candidate number 513? The man wearing dark round glasses remained silent. The man with a gloomy appearance asked curiously, "Number 513, huh?" The mustachioed man opened the screen of Gray's match to evaluate. "This kid, huh? He looks like he's about to win, but if he has to rely on setting traps to defeat the proctor, it will be hard to keep up later. Technique is good, but his strength is too weak. I saw that from start to finish. He was overwhelmed." The principal was puzzled. "If so then?" The mustachioed man quickly extinguished the thought of adding Gray. The red-haired girl sighed, helpless. Seeing that group of people made her weary. With so many people watching, not a single one realized it. If everyone is this blind, then this way of having everyone observe might truly be a waste. The discussion ended. The next day, everyone came to get the results. Gray was also present. He held the results slip in his hand. Candidate number 513, Sword Fighting Course, first day 11:00 a.m. On the clock tower, the speaker blared, "Now we will announce the list of those accepted into the sword fighting course. A total of 6 candidates have been accepted." Gray Lee held the slip, waiting expectantly. Here it is. The slips of those accepted would automatically burn. Candidate number 5, candidate number 217, candidate number 432 and 615, candidate number 753 and 925. That is all. These 6 candidates have been accepted. Gray stood stunned. He fell into despair. The speaker continued. "Those accepted, please cross the bridge and complete the enrollment procedures today." The atmosphere was now chaotic. Joy, sadness, and regret were all present. Gray was saddened, so I really failed. The announcement continued. Next is the announcement for the special Divine Eye admission. Candidate number 513. Unlike the ones accepted, Gray Lee's paper was consumed by blue flames. Suddenly, he became the center of the crowd's attention. Looking at the burning paper, Gray was still doubtful. Did I pass? People around began to gossip, but most were sarcastic. Special Divine Eye admission, this year they chose this way again. Gray Lee had many questions in his head. Special Divine Eye admission, first time hearing about it. The derisive remarks hadn't ended, especially coming from the mouths of the candidates who had passed. Isn't that just a way to get in through the back door? The World Union Academy is truly degrading. The words crept into his mind, causing Gray to lose focus. Backdoor, But I don't know anyone. Could it be thanks to Master? But I haven't heard anything. From within the crowd, an old man leaning on a cane stepped forward. He scolded those with wrong thoughts. Hey, stop talking nonsense about the Special Divine Eye admission like that. The Special Divine Eye admission is a prestigious category that has created heroes throughout the last 100 years. They didn't think much of the old man's words. You old men are really obsessed with the Special Divine Eye admission, aren't you? Isn't that just a glorious story from the past? Besides that, there were more gossips. Those who passed the Divine Eye recently are all failures. Amy White, Belle Albright, Leek Mueller, and Jacob Bloomfield too. Gray didn't resist. He just endured and silently listened to the sarcasm. That's right, all failures. Even us, the current candidates, know that. The names just mentioned fleetingly gave Gray a memorable failing. He seemed to have a ray of hope. Amy White, Belle Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield. Those 3 were once in the main force confronting the Liquidator. And now my name is being mentioned alongside them. Morning sunlight gently covered the entire academy. Everything seemed to sink into a gentle and quiet light. The main building appeared majestically amidst thin fog. The surrounding canal still flowed smoothly and the crowd bustled in. The school loudspeaker rang out. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you have finished changing, please gather at the square in front of the main office. Groups of students in academy uniforms began to appear on the stone-paved path. The dark blue jackets with yellow trim stood out in the morning light, and on their left chest, the academy badge sparkled with silver light. Amidst the stream of students moving toward the square, one figure stood out more than the rest. Gray walked with a calm demeanor, exuding a cold and unpredictable aura. A few students began to gather. Some were awkwardly looking around, asking the friend next to them to be sure they were standing in the right place. The square in front of the main office, is this the right place? The boy next to him was also strange. There's nothing here. Are you sure we're in the right place? Heaven help me. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the group of students, their voice breathless and panting with fatigue. Sorry. Due to a slight mix-up, the preparations were delayed. One of the students asked, "Preparations?" He continued, "Could you please step back a little so I can place the staircase there?" Everyone looked at each other, confused by his request. The student stepped back as requested. Is this far enough?" He turned back to the group, smiling. "That's enough." In the midst of that surprised confusion, he knelt in the center of the schoolyard. He pressed his palms against the ground, muttering, "All right." A magic matrix erupted, enveloping the entire space as intricate, interwoven magical lines radiated a blinding golden light like an exploding sun. Trails of orange-red lightning streaked through the light, creating a fierce and supernatural atmosphere. The ground shook, the air feeling compressed as if by a massive amount of energy about to burst. Those watching could only stare in amazement at power that defied all understanding. In an instant, everything vanished, the sky clearing as if after a storm. He stood up abruptly before the shocked eyes of the crowd. He glanced at them, as calm as if nothing had happened. "Sorry for the delay. You may sit wherever you like." The students still couldn't believe their eyes, their lips trembling in fear. Yes. They glanced around, checking their surroundings. One person wondered in confusion. That was teleportation magic, wasn't it? While another gritted their teeth in amazement. They can teleport something this big. Gray sat calmly in his seat, deep in thought. Maybe they wanted to hold the entrance ceremony where the school is visible, but using teleportation magic so wastefully. He tilted his head, smiling radiantly as if discovering something. So this is the power of the World Union Academy. Gray suddenly looked at 2 people talking to each other. There are quite a lot of seats, aren't there? If only 30 students were accepted, why would we need this many? The girl with short hair laughed it off. You don't know about that. The other girl felt a bit self-conscious. Sorry, I don't know much about anything other than swordsmanship. The girl with short hair smiled, then let me explain. She swirled her finger to the rhythm of her voice. The World Union Academy, as the name suggests, is a place that gathers the best students from all over the world. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Look, they're here." The other girl started, looking in the direction she pointed. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and what she saw before her was unimaginable. High in the clear blue sky, massive airships glided silently past the clouds, their polished hulls reflecting the faint morning light. The sails were fully spread to catch the wind, looking like majestic flying warships. Mixed in among the airships were giant winged creatures. Dragons were gliding and soaring with their massive frames. She screamed as she witnessed a scene that seemed like a dream. What is this? The airship remained soaring, majestic and imposing. Gray stared in amazement. The magic airship Strato Queen. I boarded it once when I joined the Purifier Elimination Squad. I heard this is one of the largest airships in the world, and they brought it out just to hold an entrance ceremony. They truly live up to the reputation of the World Union Academy. The airships descended to the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. The group of people, faces cold and detached, walked toward the assembly area. The headmaster was delighted to see everyone. He leaned his hands on the podium to speak. It seems everyone has arrived. Then let us begin the entrance ceremony. The school speaker rang out, "Thank you, headmaster, for your speech." Gray sat with his arms crossed, yawning lazily. Turns out the entrance ceremony for the World Union Academy is no different than any other. Then he looked in surprise at the person whose name was called. Next, a greeting from the valedictorian of each department. "Leonhardt, valedictorian of the swordsmanship department, please come up to speak." He stood up and bowed politely, "Yes." Leonhardt walked down each step amidst the gossip and praise from everyone. "Hey, that's him, the one who defeated the proctor in a single blow during the entrance exam." "Exactly, I heard his swordsmanship level is on par with the instructors." Leonhardt bowed deeply, placing his hand on his chest to greet the professors. That was Leonhardt Appiah's, truly an excellent student. His face exuded a serious and intense aura. Gray sighed, lost in thought. Leonhardt politely asked for permission. "May I ask again, am I free to speak?" The professor smiled, "Of course." Receiving permission, he thanked the professor and turned sharply to look at the seated students. "I have something I want to say to the academy. First of all, to the students, no, to everyone who passed the exam legitimately. Being admitted with you all is an honor," he said, placing his hand over his chest to show his goodwill. He continued, "to be able to graduate and become people who can contribute to the world. Let's all do our best. I truly look forward to the days we can progress further together as students of this prestigious academy. But unfortunately, among us, there is someone who doesn't deserve to stand here. Right, Professor Ariel?" She was busy enjoying the lively atmosphere with her eyes closed. But hearing her name, she was slightly startled. But she regained her composure immediately and replied, "All the students here have passed the rigorous entrance examination. Even if they aren't as strong as you, it wouldn't be reasonable to exclude them." "Then why are you asking me that?" Leonhardt looked serious, a hint of indignation in his eyes. "I'm not talking about those who passed the exam fairly. I'm talking about the student whom the professor favored by admitting them as a special direct entry. The student who was favored with admission." He shouted, pointing to where the students were sitting, "Step forward, return your uniform, and leave the academy immediately." The students were in an uproar at Leonhardt's words. Gray was a bit worried. Why is it so tense? But luckily he doesn't recognize me. I'm sure if I sit still I won't be discovered. Ariel laughed out loud. "Whom it seems this year's freshmen are quite lively, aren't they?" Gray continued to protest. "Professor, I'm serious. Please stop with the backdoor admissions and..." A sound whizzed by, light as a breeze. Ariel's voice drew closer, and right after she was behind Leonhardt, whispering, "Do you think you're stronger than that student?" Leonhardt shouted across the field, "In what?" He gritted his teeth angrily. "Of course I'm not wrong, am I?" Ariel laughed, intrigued. "I like that attitude. Let's make a bet." Leonhardt was surprised. "A bet?" Ariel crossed her arms, strangely calm. "Right." Her lips curled into a confident smirk. "I bet my position as a professor in that student's admission spot." Gray was surprised by her words. He choked slightly and asked the other person, "A bet?" Saria, also confused, asked Professor Ariel, "Are you planning to make me fight that special entry kid?" Ariel didn't bother opening her eyes and waved her hand. "I wouldn't do something so crude." Then she adjusted her glasses, opening her eyes to look straight at Saria. "In any case, if he uses his full strength, you will die. As a teacher, I cannot let my students be in danger." Veins began to bulge on Saria's face. His face turned dark and he glared at her in anger. "Are you provoking me?" Ariel didn't change her attitude, her voice calm in the face of his anger. "I'm being serious, so let's bet with monsters instead of people. That will be safer." Stopping for a moment, she continued, "Besides, you're better at fighting monsters than people, right?" Saria became even angrier. "So you know, do you?" "Then exactly what are we betting?" Ariel smiled faintly as if she had achieved her goal. Suddenly, a hand was raised. Ariel continued, speaking up, "Simple, just kill the monster I choose as the target." The professor introduced the rules for each round. Each round, the monster will be stronger. Whoever fails to kill their target first loses. Gray sat in his chair, rubbing his head helplessly. Ariel continued, "If he loses, I will resign as a professor and all special entry students will be expelled. And if you lose, you will have to follow everything I say." Saria's unresigned expression reflected in Ariel's glasses. She acted as if nothing had happened, holding her hand out in front of Saria. "Well." He reached out to touch the sword at his hip. "Tell me what the targets are first. Even if I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get caught in some ridiculous trap." Ariel put her hand to her chin, beginning to consider. Let's see, what about the first target? How about a goblin general? Or is that too easy for you? Every student in the hall was surprised to hear the two's first target. Gray sat in his chair, arms crossed, carefully contemplating. A goblin general. Why would she choose that one specifically? Conversely, Saria couldn't help but pound the table in anger. Are you kidding me? Sweat beaded on his forehead. A goblin general is not the kind of monster a person can defeat on their own. Ariel remained calm, smiling slightly at his attitude. I didn't say you had to kill it immediately. We'll set a time limit for this year, that's reasonable, right? Saria continued to shout. If someone could defeat a disaster-class monster alone after only a year of training, people wouldn't be suffering anymore. Choose a more realistic target. After speaking, he paused for a moment and then exhaled miserably. Right after, he started to smile. I see. He clenched his fist as if he had realized something. You intentionally chose a monster that no one can defeat to end the bet with no winner. I don't agree to that. Ariel stepped closer to Saria, then one more condition. If it's a draw, you win. He was surprised. Huh? Ariel continued. In other words, if that kid fails to defeat the Goblin General, I will automatically be fired and all special entry students will be expelled. She mischievously winked at Saria. How about that? Saria looked at her, fearfully confirming. Are you insane? I have a feeling the outcome of this bet has already been decided. Immediately after, Ariel turned to leave, still laughing. Then I'll take that as you not having any more objections. Saria continued to add conditions. To be sure, it must be an intact goblin general, not weakened or anything. All right. Ariel reached out and a stream of light slowly appeared, of course. She flicked her hand, and a pen appeared along with a sheet of white paper. I've recorded all the details in this magical contract. The contract hovered in front of Saria. If you don't have any issues with it, sign it. He thought for a moment, carefully reading the contract. Then he signed it. I'm in. After signing, Saria still wanted to ask more. But wait, do you really believe that kid can win? Ariel didn't care, turning away. Who knows? Ariel returned to her spot, sitting calmly in her chair. The people in the hall after she left began to whisper and gossip about the contract. What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Could that old lady be using the bet as an excuse to retire? It's possible she's been past her prime for a long time anyway. Ariel ignored the sarcasm around her, still smiling as she looked at the contract in her hand. Gray sat in his chair, sighing helplessly. He thought to himself, great, the bet has officially started. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, carefully contemplating. Wait a minute, why do I have the feeling that she already factored in me defeating that one before enrolling with that phrase? The time limit will be throughout this year. Ariel also realized Gray's gaze was fixed on her. Gray was still thinking it over, so the bet was decided from the very start. Ariel put an index finger to her lips, signaling him not to reveal the truth. Gray muttered, she plays dirty. The instructor on the podium calmly began the lecture. Now, we will begin the introductory lesson on magic. He placed a book on the table and continued. Some of you might be surprised that the lecture is starting on the very first day, but as students of this academy, you must remember not to waste even a single day. Starting with the most basic concept, he raised his hand, a blue light radiating from it, how to use magic. Afterward, the instructor continued teaching about how to use spells. Within our bodies, an invisible energy source called ether exists. By channeling it through the magic circuits in your body, you can. The instructor lectured attentively at the podium, while below, the academy students listened seriously. Gray sat below thinking, I was worried about not keeping up with the class, but it seems okay. I've already learned these things at the training camp. The problem now is, his eyes looked towards something. Gray looked at the blonde person sitting in the front row. Why am I stuck in the same class with him out of dozens of classes I could have chosen? He leaned his cheek on his hand, bored. Please, don't let anyone know I'm a special entry student with the eye of truth. Suddenly a voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. Hey you look bored. You haven't even been here 5 minutes and you're already looking somewhere else. You've got guts. Gray was startled. I'm sorry, he muttered to himself. Did he notice just by glancing? But I'm sitting all the way in the back row. The professor closed the book in his hand. If you're so confident, why don't you show the class? I'm sure you know how to use basic magic. Gray stood up, flustered, and explained. With all due respect, Professor, we're in the swordsmanship course. I thought it wouldn't matter if I didn't know magic. He held the thick book in his hand, reminding him, even if you only use a sword in a real battle, you still need to know basic magic to coordinate with the mages. You must feel and understand what it's like to control ether. Gray didn't know how to respond. He froze for a moment. Exactly what was taught at the training camp. If so, would the spell we're about to learn be the same? Right after, he answered the instructor. The spell we're about to learn is Ether Bullet. The instructor returned to his podium. Oh, you know it. Can you use it? Gray replied, yes. He silently exhaled, feeling as if he had just escaped a catastrophe. Thank goodness, that hellish training camp wasn't for nothing. He continued, good opportunity. I'll turn this into a duel. Leon, you can use Ether Bullet too, right? Leon stood up, answering his question, of course. Leon continued, then, Professor, I've been trained in both swordsmanship and magic since before enrolling. Wouldn't it be too risky to have him truly duel me? The instructor remained firm in his decision. Regardless of the large gap in skill, we are only using ether bullets. He won't die, and I'm not telling you to hold back. But that gray-haired boy is this year's special entry Eye of Truth student. Leon was stunned. What? Everyone in the class, after the instructor's words, turned simultaneously to look at Gray with equally surprised expression. Gray was extremely flustered upon receiving so much attention from the students in the class. He looked into the professor's calculated eyes. He just spilled everything. Leon pounded his hand on the table. So that's how it is. In that case, I have to teach him a proper lesson. He turned back with an unpleasant look. I'll show him what kind of place this academy is. Then he looked at Gray, gritting out each word, get off the floor. Gray just looked at him, speechless. Two students stepped onto the podium, standing opposite each other, while the professor stood in the middle to explain the rules. Now, when I give the signal, fire an ether bullet at your opponent. Gray looked quite defensive. He had only studied magic at the training camp for a few days, and while the teacher said it wasn't lethal, he felt he might not come out of this unscathed either. After speaking, the professor shouted, start. Leon began to summon magic, challenging him. I will show you the difference in our power. Gray did not back down, trying to conjure the best magic he could. I have no other choice, forget it all. Immediately after, two orbs of power from both of them flew toward their opponent. However, something unexpected happened that left them both unable to believe their eyes. They said in unison, what? That stream of light began to move, preparing to lash out directly at Leon, forcing him to step back to dodge. Leon retreated in a panic, his eyes wide, screaming in terror as the stream of light drew near. Suddenly, a man rushed forward to shield him, spreading his arms to take the hit, his face showing clear determination amidst the fierce light. Instantly, the space lit up. Saria sat almost paralyzed, only able to stare at the scene before her. That was close, he sighed in relief, gently wiping the sweat still beaded on his face. The source of the light nearly shattered, and large cracks began to appear across the dazzling shards. Suddenly, a young man jumped down into that blinding light without a hint of hesitation. A powerful wind followed his movement, forcing the entire auditorium to fearfully cover their faces. In less than 5 minutes, Saria fell flat onto the floor and screamed in pain. The man rushed over like a gust of wind to check on him. Leon, are you okay? Leon's body was shaking as he tried to look up at the man before him. Leon struggled to get up, wiping the metallic smell of blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied softly, I'm okay. He didn't ask anything else, just nodded and said, I see, thank goodness. However, his gaze remained sharp and cold, scanning the surroundings with suspicion and high alert. If not for the barrier reducing the impact force, the boy would have lost his life. Perhaps the recent impact had left the room increasingly dilapidated and suffocating, wrapped in a dense layer of dust. Even among the professors, no one could fire an ether bullet that powerful. He tilted his head and asked with an angry look, what do you think you're doing? He didn't answer immediately but stared at his palm for a moment, frowning in thought. He thought to himself it was weak. Clearly, it wasn't the same type of magic I used, and his pupils immediately constricted. Could it be that the ether bullet I learned when participating in the suppression squad is different from what they teach at the academy? He clenched his fist, his red eyes burning with irritation. He raised his hand to his chest, bowing respectfully to ask the man before him, did I use the magic incorrectly? The man sighed helplessly. No, it was clearly an ether bullet. But the quality of yours was different. What you just used wasn't ordinary ether. It was Pather-form supercompressed ether. You can see that it's a powerful form of energy hidden within the orb emitting that strong light. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but whisper, a series of questions arising. Supercompressed ether. I've never heard of that before. He immediately replied, that is a form of energy that even we, the professors, find very difficult to create. Yet in that instant, you formed it and turned it into a spell. There is no one in this academy who can reproduce what you just did. Once the words were spoken, the whispering continued. That was the first time I've seen an ether bullet that strong. Could the special divine eye admission be to prepare for this? If so, they should have put him in the magic course from the start instead of an exemption. He thought to himself, no way. All the spells the suppression squad learned at the training camp were like that. In fact, among them, I was the one with much less aptitude. Because of my poor aptitude, I was defeated in every single match. He asked with a serious face, are you kidding me, Professor? Anyone can do that if they train the right way. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Gray Lee stood dumbfounded because he still didn't understand what he was laughing about. This caused him to burst into hearty laughter, to the point where his eyes narrowed. Gray Lee froze, only daring to stand blankly because he still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he leaned close and suggested, making it impossible for him to resist, why don't you switch to the magic course? I will vouch for you, you clearly have more aptitude for magic than swordsmanship. He replied shyly, clenching his fist and looking elsewhere. I must refuse. I've heard I'm not very good at magic. He shouted, are you joking with me? You understand the technique of compressing ether so well that you can create supercompressed ether at your age. You are a one-of-a-kind genius, even by academy standards. I can personally guarantee that. I don't know what fool told you that you have no talent, but it's clear they didn't know what they were talking about. Gray, are you sure you don't want to switch to the magic course? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, for a professor who almost never praises anyone to say such a thing. That's amazing, either way. He pointed straight at his face and said with a murderous tone, it would be a great loss to the world if you didn't study magic. I could even call it a crime against magic. Gray Lee could only offer a weak smile at his words. He froze, surprised for a moment, thinking, wait, what did you just say? Ether compression technique. I feel like I've heard of that before. Going back to the past for a moment, Long ago, humans did not know about OD, also known as life force. Therefore, casting magic was very difficult. They had to continuously compress ether in their bodies, then try to gather and use the portions of ether that were luckily mixed with OD. Bella suddenly spoke up, thinking back, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? He continued, Professor, do you know about OD? He pondered for a long time, then asked in return, OD, what is that? While he was wondering what OD was, he gradually deduced, with this reaction I've confirmed it. The current world is still unaware of the existence of OD. If that's the case, the things I learned in the suppression squad is knowledge from the future. His eyes widened in surprise. I must be careful about whom I share this with. His hand immediately clenched in determination, but the man asked again, so do you want to switch to the magic course? He bowed his head respectfully and replied politely, I'm sorry, but I don't love swordsmanship. Although I'm very grateful for the offer, I'm afraid I have to refuse. He sighed helplessly and said, if that's what you want, then I have to accept it. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. His hand clenched in resolve. He could only scratch his head and reply softly, thank you very much for the offer, Professor. He pointed to the stands and said, you can go back to your seat now. I won't scold you if you're distracted in class, and even if you leave because you're bored, that's fine. This lecture is too basic for you. Once spoken, everyone was surprised. A group of people whispered and praised Gray Lay. That's incredible. I can't believe Professor Carlos would think so highly of him. He stood up and watched the boys back as he left. Suddenly, someone kept tugging at their tie. He stood up and said politely, Mr. Gray, his voice full of awkwardness mixed with warmth. He couldn't help but feel a chill and thought, what's this? Why am I shivering? Finally, in the late afternoon, he was summoned. Come to the office after school today, Ariel. He strode down the empty hallway, holding the letter with a puzzled look. Summoned so suddenly. Could it be because of Professor Carlos? Imagining that strict face, he scratched his head in self-reproach. Don't tell me Professor Ariel also intends to advise me to change my course. He stood before the intricately carved wooden door but hesitated, reading the letter over and over. He knocked politely and a voice echoed from within, Gray, right, it's not locked. He bowed his head and entered, please excuse me. He glanced and spotted something preparing to lunge toward him. He immediately drew his sharp sword. He gently thrust the sword straight toward the thing without the slightest hesitation. She was startled, her mouth agape in surprise. His hand still maintained the sword-holding posture, thinking to himself, my body is reacting on its own. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but panic when he saw the girl sitting on the floor, trembling, pointing a sword at him. His eyes widened, This girl, she sat there sighing in relief, full of anxiety. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. She gently glanced at him with fear. Beside them came a compliment, oh, not bad at all. Ariel confidently said, I knew my judgment wasn't wrong. The man with parted hair asked, Bella, you didn't hold back at all just now, did you? You told her to save her strength, right? The bearded man questioned. Her movements were perfect, but for her to be disarmed so easily, that's not natural at all. The name was truly familiar. Gray instinctively looked over Bella, so it really is Bella Albright. Looking at her now and in the future, they weren't much different. The mage. Ariel didn't listen. She looked on with disdain. The two of you are seriously saying that? If you can't even tell that much, then maybe you should quit teaching. The man with parted hair felt a bit guilty. No, we were just joking. Ariel jeered, it's a pity I am forced to admit it. Gray was still dazed. Professor, what are you all doing? Ariel explained cheerfully, we were making a bet to see if you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I won big. She threw something to Gray. He quickly caught it. Gray was surprised when he opened his hand, a gold coin. This is a whole fortune. Finally, the mustachioed old man conceded, but it's true, as you said. He had watched the match intently. From the sparring phase just now, it looked like he intentionally didn't use his dominant hand. The bearded man diagnosed, perhaps it's because of an injury. Gray Lee clutched his painful arm, seeing that what they said was completely correct. Instead of a clear muscle injury, I think it's a deeper type of damage. The other man also agreed, I agree. A simple injury wouldn't be this severe. Gray couldn't believe they could guess it just by looking. You guessed all that just by watching. The bearded man answered as if it were obvious. If I didn't know that much, how could I be a professor at this academy? The man with parted hair added, anyway, it seems Professor Ariel knew about this since the entrance exam. Ariel coldly didn't want to talk to them. If you understand, please leave. That is my student, I'm not handing him over to anyone. Both men turned their backs to leave. The man with parted hair left a compliment. We admit he has potential, at least for now. The bearded man brushed past, his eyes sharp. But if that wound doesn't heal, it means he doesn't meet the academy's entrance standards. Remember that. Gray's gaze became wary. Now only Professor Ariel, Bella, and Gray were left in the room. Ariel opened with, now that the annoying people are gone. She now exuded a mystical aura. Let's talk about magic. Opening the conversation, Ariel asked about Gray's background. I heard you use super compressed ether in Professor Carlos's class. Gray didn't intend to hide it, so you already know. Ariel recounted, he came to my office and asked me to transfer you to the magic department, but of course I refused. Ariel mused for a few seconds for me. Then she revealed her other eye, it shone like starlight. You are more suited for swordsmanship than magic. Seeing the professor reveal her other eye for the first time, Gray couldn't help but be surprised. Ariel explained meticulously, at the very least, you don't look like someone who is good at compressing mana at all. There isn't even a sign that you've ever practiced it. Perhaps from now on I should become more cautious. Gray thought that you just look and you know, it's best not to lie. Gray answered honestly, it is as you say. Ariel delved deeper, she was still too curious about her student. Can I ask what trick you used? I promise I won't tell anyone and I'll even add a reward. Ariel looked toward Bella as if there was a secret between the two of them. I really need to know that, because of that girl. Gray responded by reflex, but he managed to stop himself just in time. Gray Lee breathed a sigh of relief, because of the mage, I mean, because of Bella. He almost let it slip and called her the mage. Ariel looked at Bella's distressed face and shared directly. That's right, although she is a genius in magic theory, her practical ability isn't the best yet. Ariel was a bit troubled, she worried. I don't understand why she can't use the ether compression technique well, that's why she can't create supercompressed ether. Gray Lee observed Bella intently. He recalled the information he knew. I also heard Bella Albright is a late bloomer, so that's the reason. Ariel continued to talk about Gray's strength. However, hearing from Professor Carlos, when you use supercompressed ether, it didn't look like you were compressing ether at all. If there really exists a way to use supercompressed ether without compressing ether, then she wouldn't have been transferred to Professor Bradley's place. Mentioning this, Bella's complexion worsened. Gray also froze. Professor Bradley, the Professor Bradley you speak of. Gray Lee's face revealed clear horror and he exclaimed, is it Professor Varian Bradley? Ariel replied, that's right, it seems you also know him. Gray's mind was now in total chaos. How could I not know him? He is notorious. The memories he recalled were of a series of corpses lying at his feet. He had performed countless human experiments, killing who knows how many people, or a whole town burned down by Bradley's experiments, furthermore causing magic disasters resulting in dozens of deaths. To Gray, Bradley was a serial killer. He was the most notorious magic criminal in history. Has he still not been caught? Ariel worried, if by the end of the year she still can't create supercompressed ether, she will be transferred to him and be operated on. The terror in Gray Lee rose. He couldn't sit still anymore. Wait, that's not right at all. Ariel predicted Bella's tragic fate. That's right, although he excuses it as increasing magic ability, in reality it's human experimentation. She had also seen corpses whose eyes wouldn't close even in death because of the injustice. This hadn't been publicized, but there were rumors that because of him many had died while others were ruined. Finally, after a long silence, Bella spoke. It's dangerous and scary, but if I can't use supercompressed ether, I'll be expelled at the end of the year. Ariel spoke with a resolute voice, filled with hatred for the sick Bradley. Honestly, I'd rather you drop out than let that guy lay a hand on you. Gray pondered for a long time. The magic I know is knowledge that has never existed in this era. If I speak up, I could change the entire course of history. Bella was terrified, her body was trembling. Gray's deep gaze seemed to want to cast a curse. The future he was talking about was a world wiped out by the Purger, or his own uselessness, or the warriors who were instantly killed in battle. Is that the future I want? His facial muscles softened, but why not? If that dark future can be changed, it only gets better. Gray put his teacup down, full of determination. I understand now. I will teach you. From his hand, a dark magical orb suddenly appeared. Outside the arena grounds, everyone was silently watching the blackboard as Gray explained magic. Gray was honest, and that is all the knowledge I know about magic. As promised, please don't tell anyone that I taught you this. Ariel was firm, committing. Of course, we even signed a magic contract. Bella added, breaking the law means death. This was committed to by both sides. Gray Lee felt relieved, so after hearing what I said, what do you think? Ariel, despite being a good professor, was stunned by the recent knowledge. The part about OD alone already astonished me, but the magic knowledge you shared is even more than that. Bella absorbed it very well, and she thought, concise yet tight. How should I put it? It feels like I just finished a magic lesson from 100 years later. Bella was deeply intrigued by the knowledge Gray brought. She sincerely praised him. Just listening to your explanation is enough to advance the history of magic by 100 years. Although happy to be praised, Gray didn't dare to be complacent. Even though it was a lecture from 10 years in his future to people of this era, it truly seemed like it was a century ahead of its time. Ariel remained highly skeptical. There are many things I cannot evaluate immediately. Do you really think what he says is true? Bella put her full trust in Gray Lee. It's highly likely that the theory is correct. There's nothing that contradicts current magical theory. And the fastest way to verify it is through experimentation, which is why we are here. Bella looked at Gray expectantly. If everything you say is true, Gray, then the spell will work. She left the paper behind and stepped forward, following the theory. Bella raised her staff, forming a magic circle. This spell will unleash my full power. Gray was hesitant, then he tried to recall full power. If I remember correctly, Bella Albright's full strength is said to be enough to burn an entire city to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the magic circle grew twice its size, enveloping the entire space. Moreover, she had previously been unable to control such a massive amount of magic power. Bella still looked blankly ahead. Gray hadn't managed to stop her before his body started to fade. Wait a minute. An immense amount of magic power erupted from the arena, as if a volcano were erupting. Blinding light radiated everywhere, and the aftermath of the power caused Gray Lee's face to distort, looking both pitiful and comical. Wait a minute. Right after, a pillar formed from flames rose up, shooting straight into the high heavens. Gray Lee quickly reached out his hand in front of him to block the scorching wind that was far too powerful, emanating from Bella Albright. He squinted to observe the pillar of fire, terrified to his core. This power is truly overwhelming. Gray Lee thought back to how the flames had rapidly spread everywhere, almost reaching him. If she hadn't controlled the magic just a split second earlier, I would surely have died. But thanks to her, the flames were suppressed and redirected away from him. It truly saved his life. On the other side, Bella Albright raised her magic staff high, joyfully announcing, "I did it. I managed to try controlling it." The flames burned fiercely but appeared quite orderly, merely swirling around one corner of the space. Then they spiraled and converged into one spot. A massive, translucent dragon created from red fire glided through the air. Bella Albright smiled happily, looking up at the magic she had created. "Wow, this is fun." But suddenly she drew the fire back, her voice soft and faint, but the very next second Bella Albright closed her eyes and fainted, her voice fading into the wind. "I'm out of ether." She collapsed to the ground, motionless. This scene scared Graylee half to death. He quickly approached, lifted her head, and called out anxiously, "Bella." Ariel, standing behind him, calmly reminded him, "Stay calm." She seriously reassured him, "She just fell asleep because she's out of ether, just let her rest." As she had said, Bella Albright's face looked very peaceful as she slept quietly. Seeing this, Graylee felt relieved and smiled. Ariel turned to examine the remaining embers of fire high above, unable to help but express her amazement and praise. "Even so, it's truly incredible. I never expected her to be able to create magic of such scale in such a short time." Suddenly, Bella Albright whispered back, "The talented one isn't me, but that theory. Now I can easily create ultra-compressed ether." Graylee helplessly thought, "But that's your theory, isn't it? Can you still answer even when you're asleep?" Ariel didn't mind her small actions, merely sighing in relief and declaring, "Now that she can create ultra-compressed ether, there's no need for surgery anymore. I will personally tell Bradley to cancel the procedure." She thought back to the scene of Bella Albright controlling the magic earlier and felt relieved. "I am truly glad to have avoided that risky surgery, but I am even happier that she didn't lose her ability to control her magic power." But Graylee caught a strange point in Ariel's words. He looked at her, suspiciously questioning, "Her ability to control magic power?" She seriously confirmed, "That's right." Ariel coldly explained, "Although Bradley's surgery can increase magic power output, it trades it for control. The exact mechanism remains a secret, but I heard it's a type of forced limit-breaking surgery." He touched his chin, his inner self awakening to the realization, "So that's it. Was that why the female mage in the previous world couldn't control her powerful magic, because of that surgery?" She smiled satisfactorily, raising her hand to summon the contract paper. "Anyway, thanks to you, Bella was able to create ultra-compressed ether, so the condition in our contract has been fulfilled." Ariel held the paper up, seriously expressing, "Now it's my turn to do my part, first of all." She looked down at Graylee's arm and announced, "Regarding your arm, I want to use magic on it." Immediately after, magical blue currents and beautiful butterflies appeared from her hands. Ariel brought her hand closer to the back of his hand, applying magic to it. In just a moment, the entire space was submerged in blue light and butterflies, all emanating from their joined hands. A moment later, Ariel stopped, and the strange, beautiful phenomenon gradually dissipated. She calmly asked, "How is it?" Graylee tried moving his hand, clenching and opening it. He was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. "I can move it." Graylee smiled happily, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Professor." But then he was filled with doubts and asked, "But even magic recovery potions couldn't heal it, so how?" Ariel heard this and confidently replied, "Don't compare my nerve-regenerating magic to those ordinary recovery potions." She crossed her arms, seriously asking, "But does it move as well as before? Try swinging your sword." He complied without hesitation, "Yes." Graylee turned and moved a distance away from her. Then he drew his sword and tried swinging it horizontally in front of him. He sensed that the sensation of the movement was a bit strange, so he skeptically looked at his sword-wielding arm. The very next second, Graylee agilely slashed, creating sharp sword strokes. He frowned uncomfortably and remained silent for a moment. Graylee stopped and looked at his hand, sadly reporting, "It feels like my arm isn't as flexible as before." Ariel wasn't very surprised to hear that, just as I thought. She raised her hand to her forehead, helplessly explaining, "I can heal the nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wounds in your soul." He looked at her in confusion, repeating, "My soul." Ariel glanced at him, seriously confirming, "That's right, you heard me correctly." She placed her hand over her chest and explained, "Although current magical knowledge has yet to prove the existence of the soul, I believe it exists." She raised her hand to cover one of her eyes. After all, when Ariel moved her hand, a strange pattern appeared in her pupil. "I can see it with this eye." She could see that inside Graylee there was a radiant beam of light with rays gathering around it. "Even now, your soul is slowly recovering. As long as you don't overexert yourself, it will heal on its own over time." He was surprised, looking at his hand in disbelief. "Don't overexert, my body." Then he looked up at her, asking, "Does that mean don't train too hard?" Surprisingly, Ariel denied it. "No, it's not like that. You can still train as usual." She propped her chin on her hand, wondering, "But I'm curious, what kind of swordsmanship could possibly cause damage to the soul?" He heard this and could only smile wryly, unable to respond. Suddenly, she said something that shocked him. "Then again, swordsmanship that uses the soul to wield the sword does exist." Ariel mentioned a name with a mysterious expression, "Amy White. You know her, don't you?" Graylee's eyes widened in horror. In his mind, the face of Amy White from his previous life immediately appeared. Why would she mention the Sword Saint's name here? At this moment in time, she and I shouldn't even know each other. Seeing his strange expression, she suspiciously asked, "Oh, did I say something wrong? The way you use your sword looks as if you learned it from Amy." Ariel pondered hesitantly, but thinking about it carefully, there's a slight difference. The person who taught you swordsmanship seems even better than Amy. She looked at him, confidently asserting, although in just a few more years, Amy will also reach that level. Graylee secretly broke into a cold sweat at her keen intuition. She knows even that. He vaguely mentioned information about his skills. I learned swordsmanship at a dojo in my hometown. Internally trying to think of a way to fool her, I have to change the subject. If the conversation continues, I'll let something slip. Then he hastily switched the topic. Is it really true that swordsmanship can damage the soul? As Graylee hoped, Ariel confidently answered that question. Not at all, at least not with ordinary swordsmanship. She put her hands on her hips, lecturing. From the start, there is nothing ordinary about being able to cut down an ogre general in a single strike, not to mention slicing through a group of ogres in the trees surrounding them. Her words brought back the memory of that moment. His sword stroke had swept away a group of goblins and rescued him from a critical situation. So she knew all along. And it was also because of that that Ariel was happy about her bet. Of course, thanks to you, I've almost won the bet. Afterwards, she returned to her serious demeanor, expressing, I took a look at the scene and the remains left behind. It was truly impressive. Even the most sophisticated cleft-cutting magic couldn't do that. Ariel pointed at Graylee, cautiously questioning, that mysterious power inside you. You used it, didn't you? He asked in surprise. You saw it, Professor. She replied with a firm tone. Of course I saw it. Ariel's eye radiated a faint light that made her words sound even more mysterious. I could see that power leaking through a chain door. Hearing this, Graylee was surprised, standing there speechless. He thought of the door with intricate patterns, bound tightly, his heart heavy, repeating the chain door. He looked at the woman before him, his heart filled with shock and reverence. There's no way she could have guessed that. She truly saw it. Ariel didn't notice his state of mind and continued to reveal another surprising piece of news. To be honest, I've seen a similar source of power to yours. Although I don't think they're exactly the same, they have a similar feeling. Graylee asked curiously, a similar power? Does that mean there's someone else who possesses a power like mine? She confirmed seriously, that's right, but I'm not sure if they're even human. Afterward, Ariel uttered a name that caused him to open his eyes wide in horror. The Purifier. That's what they are called. Seeing his expression, she confidently pointed out, so you've heard of them too. The image of a figure that seemed human but wasn't surfaced in Graylee's mind. Under immense internal pressure, he questioned, why would that name appear at this time? Ariel completely confirmed and directly pointed out, so you have heard of it. Honestly, I didn't think it was widely known. On the side, Bella Albright, unaware of anything, remained in a peaceful sleep. She remembered the knowledge on the board earlier and guessed for herself. But then again, it's not surprising that you know that type of future-gazing magical theory. Graylee heard this and could only scratch his head shyly, not daring to claim it. So it really is knowledge from the future, even though no one has discovered that part yet. Ariel crossed her arms and seriously asked, how much do you know about the Purifier? He let his hands drop, not daring to look her in the eye, and answered vaguely, I only know that it's an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. He recalled the tragic future and spoke seriously. He must be prevented from appearing before it's too late. If that's not possible, he must be destroyed at all costs. Ariel pondered, chin in hand, and replied, that might be a bit extreme, but I also agree that he is truly dangerous. Even so, Balian Bradley seems determined to continue his experiment. Graylee looked at her in confusion. Balian, how is he involved in this? This time it was Ariel's turn to be suspicious. You still have to ask. Right after, she calmly revealed the shocking news. The Purifier is the entity he is trying to summon. He opened his eyes in horror, unable to believe it, repeating, the Purifier was created by humans. I've never heard anyone say that. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking of something suspicious, but the Academy in the previous timeline. Graylee remembered the timely actions of rushing to the place where the Purifier appeared, making him even more skeptical. It's as if they knew exactly where the Purifier would appear. Realizing everything, his eyes widened in horror. Graylee hurriedly turned around, thinking in disbelief, don't tell me. He looked at the tall, sophisticated building before him, a sense of shock gradually overcoming him. Has the Academy been involved in the summoning from the very beginning? Immediately, he tensed and turned to Ariel, demanding, that experiment must be stopped immediately. She also seriously agreed, I agree. Ariel crossed her arms, helplessly telling him, the trouble is, the person leading the experiment is a professor just like me. I don't have the authority to close the research room or ban his experiments. I've urged my superiors to cancel it, but they won't listen. Graylee seriously asked, who are these superiors exactly? Unfortunately, she shook her head and refused to answer that question. Sorry, I don't have the authority to reveal that either. The problem is, without an order from above, no one can force the experiment to stop. He closed his eyes, feeling incredibly helpless. They don't even have a name for the person in charge. It turns out the Academy leadership is more troublesome than I thought. Suddenly, Graylee came up with a good idea. He opened his eyes wide, thinking, but if he's a criminal, wouldn't everything be different? As far as he knew, in the future, he had participated in human experimentation. In the previous world, Balian's illegal experiments had killed tens of thousands of people. He even knew where he conducted his experiments. Immediately, Graylee looked at Ariel, bluntly revealing his thoughts. I know where he conducts those illegal experiments, if we catch him right at the scene. But before he could finish, she interrupted, sorry, but that won't work either. he asked in confusion. Why not? She calmly explained. Infiltrating a professor's research facility within the academy without a permit is a serious crime. Ariel coldly warned, without concrete evidence, we'll be the ones thrown in jail. Or are you saying you have evidence of his crimes right now? Gray Lee looked away, afraid, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, she ended the subject. Otherwise, this matter must be put on hold for now. He couldn't accept it, clenching his fists. Even though he knew how dangerous this was, she was also helpless. Out loud, he awkwardly replied, I understand. Sensing his mood, Ariel propped her chin on her hand and brought up another matter. More importantly, let's talk about your power. Do you want to learn how to control it? These words struck a chord in Gray Lei's heart. He immediately let go of the previous subject and looked at her in surprise. Then he quickly asked, is that possible? She smiled proudly. The academy has a professor who is very good at handling unknown abilities. Ariel glanced at him and slowly uttered the professor's name. His name is Heathcote Longfellow. Gray Lee opened his eyes in disbelief. Heathcote Longfellow. That's the person who trained the Sword Saint. She seriously advised, I think he'll be interested in you. I'll arrange for you to begin private training with him starting tomorrow. He happily replied, thank you, internally feeling nothing but luck. The reason I came to the academy was to master this power. Gray Lee felt immensely satisfied. I didn't expect to find a lead so quickly. The afternoon sun shining on the training area building seemed like a good omen for the beginning of his new life. The next day, a man ran in a hurry, moving at lightning speed through the forest. Behind him, Gray Lee was exhausted, sweat covering his face, his mind distracted as he thought, I'm being taught privately by Heathcote Longfellow, but he tried his best to keep up with Heathcote Longfellow, complaining internally, why do we have to run like this? The two of them were currently in the forest next to the schoolhouse. While running, he suddenly turned his head and strictly shouted, your spirit is distracted, I can feel it. If there's still room for stray thoughts, then speed up. Run until your body is absolutely exhausted. Heathcote Longfellow maintained his pace while running ahead and seriously instructed, listen carefully, only when you burn through every drop of physical vitality will your soul power awaken. As long as you have a bit of physical strength left, I won't let you touch a sword, understand? Gray Lee hurriedly replied, yes sir. He ran while trying to convince himself, if this is Heathcote's training method it must have a purpose, but Balian Bradley's matter keeps bothering me. He felt troubled, but while I'm running around here, Balian is still conducting the summoning experiment for the purifier. Before he could think further, Heathcote Longfellow suddenly increased his speed ahead of him. Gray Lee gritted his teeth trying to catch up, and because of that the thoughts in his head became hesitant, should I do that now? A day later, Gray Lee returned to the room to see Ariel, who was sitting at her desk, interestedly questioning, so a week of training has passed. How are things with Heathcote? He scratched his head, hesitantly recounting. Actually, it was mostly just running. We only practiced sword techniques a little bit at the very end, but I really do feel a bit stronger. Hearing this, she laughed and remarked, that sounds just like him. Suddenly, someone entered at the door. Excuse me. The person sent Ariel a letter. Professor Ariel, you have a letter. She reached out to take it, thanking them. Oh, thank you. Afterward, Ariel opened it to read immediately. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Seeing this, Gray Lee asked anxiously, is something wrong? He took the letter and read it, and he too was shocked by the information. It was written on the paper. To the esteemed Professor Ariel, we have received reports that Bella Albright has successfully created ultra-compressed ether, meaning she truly possesses a similar power. However, upon inspection, it is clear she has not truly compressed it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as ultra-compressed ether. The contract remains in effect, and the campaign will proceed according to plan. Balian Bradley. Gray Lee couldn't suppress his anger and cursed, this is insane. Ariel seriously informed him. It seems Bradley is still determined to force her to undergo the surgery, even though she might not need it anymore. He looked at her worriedly questioning, can't she refuse? She was also helpless. The trouble is the contract is ironclad. Ariel clenched her fingers, grinding out each word as she proposed another option. Unless Balian himself cancels it, Bella can only choose between expulsion or undergoing the surgery. Gray Lee couldn't believe it, no. Suddenly, Ariel slammed her hand on the table and called out, Gray, I need your help. She looked at him seriously and requested, show me where Bradley's research laboratory is. If we expose his criminal behavior, the contract will be rendered null and void. Gray Lee looked back at her in stunned silence. After that, he couldn't help but smile. Gray Lee let out a sigh, not forgetting to taunt Ariel. Didn't you say it would be dangerous without evidence? Naturally, Ariel remembered her earlier words. She replied calmly, we will find the evidence. I believe in you. Her sharp gaze was fixed on him. No, perhaps I've trusted you from the start. My eyes tell me so. Ariel expressed her thoughts earnestly. You have been telling the truth this entire time. She calmly continued, it just took me some time to admit it. Gray Lee could only watch her in silence, listening. Ariel stepped to his side and made a request, lead the way, Gray. Then she solemnly declared, we will expose his crimes together. Following that, the protagonist's expression grew serious as he said, his laboratory is located in the mountains near Toril Village. After hearing the answer, Professor Ariel's gaze turned thoughtful, and she continued, Toril Mountains, you say? I recall quite clearly that he has an Academy-approved laboratory there. The information from the professor's mouth suddenly made Gray feel even more stunned. Is he conducting illegal experiments inside an approved laboratory? Responding to that, the red-haired girl snapped back. What better place to conduct illegal work? Even if he stays there for a long time, no one would ever suspect a thing. Most importantly, no professor would ever intrude upon another's laboratory. However, as long as we find evidence of his crimes, no one will prosecute us for breaking into the lab. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded from outside, accompanied by a voice. "It's me, Bella." Seeing this, Ariel called her in. "Come in." Stepping into the room, Bella looked anxious, pulled out a letter, and said gravely, "Professor, I received this letter." Before she could finish, Ariel gently took the letter from the blue-haired girl's hand and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." The serious look in her eyes made Bella confused, so she asked, "Do you mean you're going to confront Varian on my behalf? Are you going alone?" Answering that question, the professor flashed a very confident smile. "I am enough on my own." Helpless, Bella turned her worried eyes toward the protagonist. As if understanding, Gray also said, "Please wait a moment, I will go too." Beside him, the blue-haired girl wasn't about to be outdone, chiming in, "Me too. After all, this is my business." Turning to her perspective, seeing her two students so eager, the professor put her face in her hands and sighed, urging, "Wait a minute. He is a professor at the academy, not to mention he's a madman who has conducted many dangerous human experiments. If he catches either of you, no one knows what he'll do. I cannot let you two risk going there." Gray naturally understood this, but he took a step forward and said, "That is precisely why going alone is even more dangerous. If I use the power I used to defeat the general again, I can certainly help you out. Furthermore, if you disappear, I'll be expelled as a direct admit student. Please let us decide our own fate." They spoke while looking ahead with faces full of determination. And so, after starring contest, Professor Ariel finally gave in and accepted letting them go with her. "It seems even if I try to stop you too, you'll still come along." "Very well, but you must promise me one condition. No matter what happens, you must put your own safety first. Is that clear?" When saying this, her eyes were filled with seriousness, leaving no room for argument, and both nodded in understanding. "Yes, Professor." Just like that, time quickly passed, and the two of them tagged along to Bradley's laboratory. Looking at the massive building before them, Bella was the first to speak. "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" Hearing this, the professor nodded in response. "That's right. Now we're going to look for evidence, okay?" Having said that, she cast a questioning look at Gray, and Gray didn't keep her waiting, answering immediately, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Turning to Bella's perspective, even though they had reached this point, she still felt a bit of anxiety. "If you say so, I believe you, but can we collect evidence without getting into trouble?" The question had barely left her lips when Professor Ariel suddenly let out a bright laugh. "Varian is currently at the Law Society conference, so he isn't here. There's a high chance the main door is trapped, so we have to break through the side wall to enter." The red-haired girl's plan made Bella a bit uneasy, whispering, "Is this really okay?" Ariel answered with a face full of confidence, "Breaking into an approved laboratory is already a crime, so it doesn't matter. If you change your mind, you two can head back." Hearing that, Bella's hand instinctively tightened around her staff, replying with a firm voice, "I'm going." "But are you really sure? Are you doing all this for someone like me?" Before she could finish, Gray turned to refute her. "You're wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the sake of the whole world. Otherwise, countless people will die. No, the whole world will be sacrificed by him." Gray's intense expression was full of tension, which caught Bella off guard, making her ask blankly, "What?" To be more certain, Professor Ariel also spoke up. "What Gray says might be an exaggeration, but I agree that he must be stopped. So don't worry too much. I'm not risking my life just for you, Bella. Now let's go." With that, the three of them lunged forward like a gust of wind. While moving, the red-haired girl used her magic, creating crimson beams of light that fired straight at the concrete wall ahead, causing a significant explosion. Dust billowed everywhere. Looking at the massive hole in the wall in front of him, Gray cracked an awkward smile, thinking to himself, haha, that was a bit overkill. Putting that aside, the three of them nimbly entered the laboratory through the gap in the wall. Just looking at the scene inside, Gray's complexion darkened. "What is this?" he cried out. At this moment, before the three of them lay countless cells, still stained with black blood. Inside some of the cells, a few people remained, their bodies covered in blood from the experiments. At this point, the illegal group didn't need to waste time searching anymore. Ariel commented, "It seems we don't need to look for evidence anymore." Bella scanned the surroundings anxiously and said, "There are too many." The professor nodded in agreement. "Just at a glance, I've already seen 14 types of forbidden magic. That alone is a serious crime, not to mention the illegal human experimentation, which is just as severe." Having said that, suddenly all three of their eyes were drawn to something. Not far away, some strange magic circle caught their attention. "What is that? It looks like some kind of altar." "What should we do? The original plan was just to take the evidence and leave, but should we rescue the people who are locked up?" Bella asked anxiously. However, this opinion was rejected by the protagonist. "We can't stay here too long. If we delay, Varian might." The words had barely left his lips when a surprised, "What are you doing?" rang out from behind them, drawing Gray's attention. From out of the darkness, a shadow stepped forward and spoke. "Are you calling for me?" From Ariel's perspective, she seemed to know who had arrived, so she couldn't be bothered to ask, "How did your conference go, Varian?" Hearing that the newcomer was Varian, our protagonist hurriedly drew his sword, taking a combat stance, feeling miserable and wondering why he was here. Ignoring his thoughts, Varian opposite them explained, "I sent a body double there. I have important experiments to do here. I just acquired some fresh materials, so I have to make use of them while they're still fresh. However, I have to change my plans." He said this while adjusting his glasses, his whole body radiating a terrifying pressure, causing the expressions of all three, Gray included, to change in an instant. The chilling voice of Professor Varian continued, Regardless, I want materials that possess magic potential far exceeding that of ordinary people. I don't know how you heard about me, but you definitely haven't told anyone that you came here, have you? If all of you suddenly disappear, no one will suspect me." Then he cracked a wicked smile, as if he had already guaranteed his victory over the three people opposite him. Professor Ariel, after hearing him say that, retorted, "Ingredients, don't tell me you intend to use us as lab rats." Just as she said, Professor Varian had no intention of denying it. He just calmly replied, "Calm down, your sacrifice will push the boundaries of magic. Therefore, I cannot let you survive and walk away. I will use you as the most exquisite ingredients." Having said that, he cracked a wicked smile again. However, before he could utter another word, a fireball carrying scorching heat was fired directly toward him from the opposite side, making his face darken. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred inside this gloomy hallway, and the person who had just cast that magic spell was none other than Bella, the mage. Looking at her, it seemed she had been wanting to take revenge on Professor Varian for a long time. It was just a pity that the recent attack didn't seem to have much effect. After the smoke and dust cleared, the expressions of both Ariel and Bella flickered with surprise when they looked ahead. Over there, Professor Varian was still calmly dusting himself off as if nothing had happened, because he had timely activated a magic barrier to protect himself. He didn't even forget to offer praise. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Ariel's divine eyes were extremely sharp, thinking of a special student like you possessing such special talent. Perhaps I should start observing those recruited by other divine eyes more closely. Having said that, he paused for a beat before letting out a sneer at Bella. "I can't say I'm not impressed with your meager magic, but is an academy student trying to assassinate a professor?" Responding to this, Bella let out a remorseful remark. "It's better than being killed in return, even though I already missed that chance." Turning to Ariel's perspective, she didn't want her two students to fall into a dangerous situation, so she suggested, "We should retreat right now, we already have enough evidence." Hearing her say so, the blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. "The academy can handle the rest." However, that villain Varian naturally wouldn't let them retreat so easily. At that moment, his chilling voice rang out. "Do you think you can leave here safely?" he said, and then used his magic, firing a purple-black energy source straight at Bella with lightning speed. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, Professor Ariel lunged forward, using her shield magic to block this attack. Behind her, Bella saw this and said anxiously, "Professor." Here, the villain Varian saw his attack blocked, but he was still smugly boasting, "It's meaningless. This is one of my research results, the voracious flame. It will burn the enemy's defensive map and turn it into fuel. In theory, it cannot be blocked. The only downside is that it consumes a lot of materials to create." Just as the evil professor had said, the golden shield Ariel created barely lasted a few moments before countless cracks appeared, and it finally shattered into many pieces. With no other choice, Ariel was forced to use the energy from her divine eye, creating a blue shield right behind the golden one, timely blocking Varian's attack just as the golden shield shattered. However, the second defensive layer didn't last long, and cracks began to spread all around it. Taking advantage of this short window, the professor hurriedly issued an order. "Bella, take the magic memory bag and Gray out of here immediately. Take it to Heathcote. When he sees it, he will know what to do," she said while gently moving a cube and placing it into Bella's palm. But for Bella, how could she let her teacher be left behind in this place? She immediately slammed her staff down onto the ground and created a hemispherical dome covering everyone. This action made the professor worry incessantly. She shouted, "What are you doing? Run away from here quickly." Responding to her words, Bella said with a firm voice, "Professor, your shield is being destroyed. Let me help." Hearing the girl say that, the red-haired professor became even more agitated and screamed, "Didn't we promise each other before coming here? If something goes wrong, you must prioritize your own lives. Varian's magic is clearly unnatural. Regular defense magic cannot block it at all. I will buy some time so." Before this beautiful professor could finish, the magic shield she had created shattered into pieces, making her expression fill with worry. However, for some reason, Bella remained calm and said, "It's fine." Immediately after, Varian's attack collided with the barrier Bella had created, making a deafening explosion echo through the air inside. But the villain professor's attack couldn't advance an inch. Bella's explanatory voice rang out, "This magic isn't that strong, it just requires a slightly different type of defensive magic." Opposite them, Varian saw his attack having no effect and began to panic, then shouted, "Impossible, only we know the counter-magic theory for the voracious flame." "How did you know that?" Opposite him, Bella enlightened him with a confident tone. "Recently, someone taught me a new theory. With it, this magic is quite easy." Upon hearing that, Varian nearly went insane. He roared like a mad dog, Who is it? Name the traitor, give up and I'll give you a peaceful death." Bella replied with a slightly teasing tone, "You want to know who taught me? That's a secret, but he's a student from the swordsman department." Opposite them, the veins on Varian's face were bulging. It seemed he was completely infuriated. He roared, "So it seems you won't answer seriously, huh? Very well, then prepare to be burned alive." He spoke while pulling a pink crystal from somewhere and crushing it directly in his palm. Then, as if boosted by this crystal, he used his magic, creating countless hideous skulls flying forward. These skulls began to interweave with each other, finally forming the shape of a ferocious beast's head, biting down toward the group, engulfing them within that magic. Behind her, Gray saw this and was drenched in cold sweat, asking, "Bella, are you still okay?" Bella replied, "I'm still okay, the shield can still defend." However, upon saying this, her voice wavered slightly, and just by taking a quick glance, Varian guessed the reason and stated it outright. but your mana won't have much left, right? With your reserves, you can hold on for one more minute at best. Back to Bella, she hurriedly said to her professor, Professor, hurry up and attack him, I'll handle the defense. Hearing that, the professor nodded in understanding, all right. Having said that, she began to activate her divine eye, silently observing the front. Very quickly, she discovered a weak point in Varian's magic attack. The flame is thin in that spot. I can move the mana outside the barrier. Action followed thought. Without a moment's hesitation, the red-haired girl reached out and quickly concentrated her magic power, forming a lightning bolt that fired straight toward Varian. However, for some reason, before the attack could hit its mark, it dissipated along its path. Seeing this, Varian sneered, trying to counterattack, you can't even get close to me. Ariel saw this and her expression grew difficult, unsure of what to do next. At the same time, Gray was also quickly calculating a countermeasure in his mind. If I remember correctly, Professor Ariel's attack magic is one of the weakest among the professors, and given the nature of this flame, it must have absorbed her magic. Not letting our protagonist think much further, Bella's faint voice rang out. What should we do now? My energy is running out. Looking at her friend's trembling body, Ariel said bitterly, that's why I told you to run away earlier. Gray stepped forward, reassuring, leave it to me. This statement seemed to open up a glimmer of hope for the entire group. Bella hurriedly asked, Gray, do you have a plan? Your sword can't reach him from here. Gray replied gently, it'll be fine, I'm sure I can do it. To Ariel, she immediately guessed what Gray intended to do, so she reminded him, are you sure about this? Using that power again could kill you. Even if you survive, the arm you use might never recover. Hearing this, a smile unconsciously spread across the protagonist's face and he said, dying alone is better than all three of us dying, don't you think so? Back to Varian's perspective, he suddenly saw a blinding light erupting from within his own magic. Before his eyes, Gray had somehow managed to burst out from inside the flames. Even before he could register what happened, his construct along with the flames were sliced in two by Gray. Gray's expression remained calm, as if he had just sliced through a piece of butter. Right after Gray's strike, Bella the Mage's face went blank with shock. Not just her, even Professor Ariel couldn't hide her astonishment. Looking at Varian's severed body, she gasped in awe. This is my first time seeing this with my own eyes, it's absolutely overwhelming. Then, without giving them much time to process the shock, the entire prison began to rumble and shake. Cracks spread across the ceiling above, with debris constantly raining down. Someone screamed as the ceiling began to collapse, though this minor tremor wasn't nearly enough to trouble our professor. Immediately, she took a step forward, unleashing her magic to halt the collapse, as a pink magical ripple radiated from the soles of her feet, spreading in all directions. Next, countless rays of light shot through the falling debris, fixing them in midair. Afterward, Ariel observed the situation for a moment and remarked, my goodness, this is far beyond what I anticipated. She turned to look at the protagonist and asked worriedly, but are you all right? On his end, our main character tossed his sword to the side. He looked at his trembling hand and said, my hand hurts a bit and it's quite numb. However, I can still move it. Gray quickly picked up his sword. While the red-haired professor nodded in satisfaction, seeing her student was okay, it seems your training is really paying off. Gray sheathed his sword and admitted, seems so. Despite saying that, the protagonist silently reminded himself, if the me from back in the village had used this, I would have been unconscious for days. When I woke up, I probably wouldn't have been able to move my arm at all. But now it's just a little pain, isn't that a huge improvement? It seemed those days of grueling training were truly worth it. Knowing this, Gray clenched his fist tightly. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel observed silently without saying a word. A few seconds later, she approached him and continued. Thanks to you, we survived, but I apologize for forcing you to use that power. In response, Gray shook his head. Please don't worry about it, I was the one who insisted on stopping Varian in the first place. Before he could say anything more, the beautiful professor offered him some advice. Thank you. But if possible, try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage might become permanent. As she said this, her face was filled with concern. Meanwhile, Gray Lee couldn't hide his own bewilderment. He bit his lip and nodded, I understand. As for Bella the Mage, hearing the two of them talk like that, she curiously asked, sorry, was that magic just now, but I couldn't feel a shred of ether. In reality, it was impossible to explain that power as mere magic. As for Professor Ariel, she naturally couldn't let her student dig too deep into this, so she cut her off immediately. I'm sorry, but I'd like you to stop asking about this, and please don't tell anyone what you saw today. Seeing the professor's serious expression, the mage was a bit flustered and asked, why? Ariel didn't explain much. Instead, she issued an ultimatum to her student. If you can't promise me that, then I'll have to erase your memories. As she said this, she had already begun channeling her magic. This made the mage anxious, so she hurriedly agreed. I understand, let's make a magic pact. Right, Ariel nodded, summoning a magic contract that hovered in midair. Just like that, in no time, both of them signed the contract. Once everything was done, Gray spoke up. What now? I'm worried about the experiments, but first I think we should help these people. It looks like they were just put to sleep by magic. As he spoke, he scanned the people imprisoned inside the jail. Ariel didn't oppose this idea, but added, this place is no longer safe. We should take them to the Academy's medical ward to ensure their safety. She then snapped her fingers, filling the entire containment area with a soft yellow light. Every person's body became enveloped in a glowing aura. After finishing, the professor explained her actions. I've set up a protective barrier to prevent them from being harmed from the outside. Done. Let's continue investigating deeper inside. Now that I look closely, this place really is insane. Illegal experiments are being conducted everywhere. I see that almost all of them are using human cells to create magic catalysts or to enhance human magical abilities. I don't see any signal related to the purifier. Could it be at a different facility? The professor offered her speculation, while our main character felt confused. Really? This is the place where the event that killed so many people in my previous life happened. Could the creation of an ordinary magic catalyst cause such a huge catastrophe? Thinking of this, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Gray's mind. Wait, the thing that killed everyone in my previous life was the miasma that surged up from the ground. Thinking of this, the protagonist became visibly shaken and stopped in his tracks. The professor, walking ahead, saw this and turned back to ask, "What's wrong?" Gray suspected that there might be something beneath the ground. So he voiced his theory, could it be underground? There might be some kind of secret passage. Hearing this, the red-haired professor also spent a minute observing the surrounding, then whispered, "I don't see any secret passage." However, a second later, she seemed to realize something, and hurriedly ran forward, relying on her divine eyes. She began to detect traces of magic on the ground, so she reported her findings. "It's very faint, but I can feel traces of short-range teleportation magic here." Gray heard this and asked, "Could it be a space that can only be reached by teleportation?" Ariel shook her head and continued her explanation. "Based on the traces, the teleportation distance is about 300 meters below ground. There's definitely something there." Hearing this, Gray hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "300 meters underground, can we get there?" Responding to this, the professor didn't let him down. "I can try using a teleportation gate." "Let's give it a try." Saying that, she snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle on the ground, while saying, "If there's nothing there, the gate will just lead into solid rock." Just like that, the teleportation gate began to slowly open. When the group stepped inside, they couldn't suppress their amazement, because at that moment, the scene before them was an endless array of boxy buildings packed tightly together. Looking at the sheer number of structures, Ariel gasped in awe. "I never expected such a vast space to exist underground." On the other side, Bella, relying on her talent, felt something. She pointed forward. "I sense a massive amount of ether radiating everywhere, especially from that direction." Everyone turned their eyes toward where she was pointing. There stood a building that looked quite different from the rest. The beautiful professor continued to use her divine eyes to observe and quickly realized something strange. "It's not just ether. There's a source of energy completely different from magic leaking from there, and it's stronger than anything I've ever seen." Hearing this, our protagonist realized something too. Before he could finish his sentence, the red-haired professor nodded. "That's right. That is the power of the purifier." Then, without a moment's hesitation, all three hurried straight toward the mysterious building emitting that powerful energy. Stepping inside, the group witnessed rows of purple glass cylinders, along with a black door with a six-winged symbol on it. To prevent her two students from getting into danger, Professor Ariel took the lead. "Let's see. The energy is definitely coming from here. But right now, there's no sign of the purifier." As she spoke, she gently tapped the door to test it. Behind her, Bella the mage hurriedly asked, "Are you sure we should be touching that?" Contrary to Bella's tension, Ariel calmly replied, "Relax. This door doesn't contain any power. It was just placed here as a symbolic ritual. You know that, right?" As she spoke, she walked behind the door and opened it to prove her point. "This door is perfectly safe." Afterwards, she observed for a moment and continued, "The power isn't inside the door, it's in the magic formation surrounding it." As she said this, the red-haired professor directed her gaze toward the massive glass cylinders containing a pink liquid. Then, whether they accidentally bumped into something or not, suddenly all those glass cylinders began to erupt with intense power. Causing Gray to panic, he hurriedly shouted, "What is this? It's not actually summoning the purifier, is it?" Standing nearby, Bella's face twisted under the pressure. "This flow of magic is too dangerous. We have to stop it immediately." She offered her assessment. However, Ariel remained as calm as if nothing were happening. "Don't rush in. According to my predictions, this system isn't enough to summon the purifier." Next, before everyone's shocked eyes, the space in front of the black door suddenly began to spawn countless cracks, eventually revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Both Gray and Bella witnessed this and were terrified, nearly losing their hearts. "Space is being torn apart," they shouted together. At that same moment, the entire formation beneath the ground reached its peak energy output. However, the faces of Gray and Bella looked confused, because, according to their observations, even though the formation was emitting an immense presence, nothing was actually happening. To explain this, Professor Ariel enlightened them both. "These devices aren't meant to summon the purifier, they just create a tiny slit connecting to where it exists, and then drain the power leaking out from there. The energy core used to crystallize that power is most likely human life. It seems like about 10 souls were used, but during the molding process, perhaps many more had to be sacrificed. It's likely that most of the people captured above are the raw material for it," she quickly remarked. But this made Bella the mage even more confused. Why would they go that far just to collect energy? What are they planning to use it for? Explaining this, Ariel shrugged and said, "Don't you see? The flame of carving that Varian used during the battle. That flame-amplifying crystal is exactly what will be produced once this process is complete. Actually, the catalyst isn't just limited to fire. If they produce these in bulk, who knows what they'll do with that kind of power." As she spoke, she observed the diamond-shaped object hanging in midair. Elsewhere, the spatial crack quickly sealed itself shut. On this side, seeing that, Gray began to speak. Let's see, the cracks are gradually disappearing. Does that mean Varian didn't intend to summon the purifier at all? Answering his question, the professor sat down to inspect the containers and said, I'm not sure if he didn't want to or couldn't, but it seems these spatial magic devices have been pushed to their limit. Perhaps this is all they can do. Regarding Bella, during this time, she took the opportunity to observe her surroundings and quickly realized the value of the equipment installed there. I think this set of equipment is extremely precious. I've never seen spatial teleportation magic this precise and powerful. Her opinion was completely agreed upon by Professor Ariel. That's right, just as you said, building a device like this would cost a nation's entire budget. And here there are 8 of them. Only one organization comes to mind. Hearing this, Bella blurted out a name. Is it the Discar Empire? The red-haired professor shook her head, rejecting the answer. No, it's not them. They may be the largest nation in the world, but their magical research isn't advanced enough to create this. The professor's answer made Bella even more curious. Then who could it be? Ariel didn't answer immediately, but slowly said, there must be an organization whose research capabilities far exceed the Empire. Before she could finish, Gray interrupted. It's the World Union Academy, right? Hearing this, Bella turned to look at Gray with a puzzled expression, while the female professor immediately agreed. Exactly. No other research institution could afford the scale and budget for this. After that statement, the air inside the room suddenly became quiet. A few seconds later, Bella spoke. So you mean the Academy is behind this, but the World Union Academy is supposed to be the place that protects humanity from threats. Faced with this naive thought from her student, the professor simply shook her head. It's understandable that you don't want to believe it, but there is no other organization capable of doing this. On this side, our protagonist also worriedly asked, but that doesn't mean the entire Academy is our enemy, right? Most of them are still people of justice. Saying that, he silently recalled the events from his previous life and reassured himself. At the very least, before the regression, the Academy's volunteer forces were the ones on the front lines. They even surpassed the punishment squads. They fought to protect civilians until the very last moment. After witnessing that future, I don't believe the Academy is humanity's enemy. Thankfully, not wanting to disappoint Gray, the professor didn't refute that. As you said, the majority within the Academy are likely still fighting for humanity and would never allow experiments that sacrifice lives like this to take place. However, the Academy has countless researchers as well as facilities. Very few people truly see the whole picture, and the person behind Varian surely has powerful backers. With Varian's authority, he couldn't have arranged this alone. When the professor finished explaining, Bella began to realize just how serious things were. She asked, does that mean we can't completely trust the Academy? Ariel calmly and quietly stated a bitter truth. I've observed the Academy from within for decades. That is not an organization you can trust blindly, that is for certain. Most people there believe they are doing good for humanity. Even those behind this experiment likely convinced themselves they were doing it for the common good. The truth is buried deep in the shadows. Back to Gray, he didn't want to lose any more time, so he asked directly, do you have a way to track down the mastermind? Hearing this, Ariel immediately used her divine eyes to search for traces and said, let's see, there is no communication equipment in this facility. And even the magic traces of the creator have been wiped clean from the devices. The cover-up was so thorough that finding any trace at all is extremely difficult. As she spoke, she directed her gaze to one side. Right after, a massive explosion suddenly occurred behind Ariel. Explosions broke out everywhere as if this secret research facility was trying to self-destruct. This left our main character terrified. Facing this dangerous situation, Ariel still observed with amusement. It seems they even installed a mechanism to wipe their tracks, but they didn't self-destruct immediately after Varian died. Were they waiting for an intruder to trigger it? Not giving the professor more time to observe, Bella hurriedly reminded her, this isn't the time to hypothesize, we have to leave here immediately. Seeing her student's frantic state, Ariel just chuckled. Stay calm, that's just explosive magic. The professors of the World Union Academy aren't weak enough to be killed by something like that, Ariel said with a face full of confidence. Ariel activated a protection circle against the room's destruction. She reminded the two of them, do not step outside the magic circle. The energy pillars were still glowing brightly. The room was severely shattered. On the ceiling, boulders began to fall down. Outside, it was desolate and silent. Suddenly, the whole group was teleported outside by Ariel's magic. She did a quick head count and said, it seems everyone who was captured is safe now. Bella also sighed in relief. I thought for sure I was a goner this time, while Gray added worriedly, wasn't that too dangerous? Professor Ariel calmly replied, because there was more luggage than I anticipated. The teleportation magic was slightly delayed, but it was worth it because we secured these. The things she was referring to were those energy pillars. Once they brought them back to the Academy, they wouldn't be able to ignore them anymore. The night was clear with a bright full moon in the night sky. The next morning, at the World Union Academy, inside the headmaster's office, he announced, the survivors are being treated at the Academy's medical ward. Oradrom commended Gray. I truly must thank you all for stopping Varian's illegal experiment. He picked up the report and began to examine it. Now about those magic engines he possessed. Each one of them was worth more than a nation's entire treasury. Ariel was worried too, rightly so, and with 8 of them in total, there was no way Varian could have gathered that much firepower on his own. Where in the world did he get them? The headmaster replied immediately, they were stolen. He looked at them and added, They were hijacked during transport, and all 78 of the agents guarding the shipment were wiped out. Hearing this, both Bella and Gray were struck with horror. Ariel asked sharply, all 78 Academy transport agents dead? Don't tell me. Are you talking about the incident from 15 years ago? The headmaster confirmed, that's right, the cargo stolen that year was those very engines. And she then lowered her voice to inquire, if I recall correctly, the ones responsible back then were. The headmaster, of course, knew very well, bloodsuckers. I'm sure you've all heard that name before, haven't you? Gray and Bella certainly knew them. The largest criminal organization in the world, the parasites of humanity that crawled out of the shadows no matter how many times they were wiped out. He glanced over at Bella. She was seething with hatred. They are the ones who killed my parents too. Odadram said in a low voice. Indeed, even if we destroy them 100 times over, they always reappear. No one knows where they hide and no one knows who their leader is. It is said that over 70% of deaths related to criminal activity are caused by them. And it would be no surprise if members of theirs had already infiltrated this academy. What's worse is that there is no way to identify them, and even if you did, the Academy wouldn't take action. Gray was outraged when he heard this. What, even if there are criminals inside the Academy? Ariel stepped in to stop him. That is how the Academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent is given a chance to become stronger, regardless of lineage, race, or gender. The headmaster confirmed exactly, and whether that person is a criminal or not doesn't matter. Bella also found this regulation absurd. If there are criminals here, they should be punished. In truth, the headmaster was also helpless. I agree, but the higher-ups don't see it that way. Bella asked anxiously, aren't you the headmaster? To which Odadram replied, I'm just a figurehead. He slammed the file down. I may be the face of the academy in name, but my actual authority is negligible. You want to know who is really running this academy? Both Bella and Gray nodded firmly in silence, yet Odadram just laughed, then become stronger. The more you can prove your personal strength, the deeper you will be allowed to go into the academy, and you will gradually uncover the hidden secrets. He added, I cannot name him, but you have a senior student, someone with enough influence to dictate the entire direction of the academy. Even that insane policy of allowing criminals to join was his decision. Gray asked quietly, then what if we become stronger than him? And the headmaster confirmed, exactly, perhaps you might be able to change the entire academy. He looked them straight in the eye. In this place, strength is everything. Gray and Bella both clenched their hands tightly. Odadram watched them and thought to himself, still, this is quite interesting. Ariel had no chance of beating Varian. That meant one of those two must have managed it. Ariel, God's eye, was still as sharp as ever. He couldn't wait to see what kind of monster she would create. By this time, Gray had left the headmaster's office. He looked at the traces of the curse on his hand. He muttered to himself, so the power to run the academy, huh? If I want to take down the purifier or find the puppet master pulling the strings. Then first I have to worry about getting stronger, he said, just as someone walking past bumped into him. Gray was startled and said sorry. Yet right after that a kick came flying straight at him. He was hit and sent reeling backward. Fortunately, Gray still managed to keep his footing. But the damage from that kick was not insignificant. The instigator saw this and mused, tougher than I thought, while Gray still politely asked, is there a problem? The guy gritted his teeth, a problem. The maniac started ranting, walking around like you own the place. Is a guy who barely scraped in through special admission like you even worthy of stepping into this hallway? Gray understood at least part of it. It was another guy who hated the special admission process. But this was the first time anyone had dared to land a kick on him right in the middle of the hallway. He gripped the sword at his side and asked, want to fight? The guy hesitated for a moment and replied, I'd love to, but it seems the second lucky failure has just arrived. Behind him, Professor Ariel was walking up. The guy walked away, I'll go first. As he walked away, he kept muttering curses. My bad, the surveillance here is very strict, so I can't get any closer. He bit his finger until it bled, but I'll send someone else there soon enough. Deeple confirmed Varian. On this side, the professor stepped up and asked, what's going on here? To which Gray greeted her first, Professor Ariel. Then he said, some student just kicked me. He said that a special admit with a god's eye like me shouldn't be showing my face walking around the academy hallway. She observed the situation and replied, no weapons, no injuries. That means I don't have a justifiable reason to intervene. Then Ariel looked at him and asked, so why didn't you chase after him and punch some sense into him? Gray was surprised, wait, I'm allowed to do that. She feigned indifference. As a professor, I cannot officially allow it, but my eyesight has been quite poor lately. If something happens nearby, I probably won't see it. Gray didn't want to make a big deal out of it anyway. That's way too suspicious, forget it. I don't want to cause any more trouble, but Ariel didn't think so, a pity really. Suddenly she asked, let me ask you one thing, are special admission God's Eye students really hated that much? Gray covered his arm and replied, people often mock us, but this is the first time someone has actually laid a hand on me. Ariel asked back, so you've been mocked by them? She felt helpless on his behalf. I'm sorry if I had a bit more authority then. Gray saw this and reassured her, please don't worry about it. If not for you, I wouldn't have even been able to set foot in this academy. Besides, Bella and the others will prove that the God's Eye program is not a mistake. After all, your judgment is very sharp, Professor. Ariel heard these words and pondered for a brief moment. She felt her heart lighten, thank you. Then Ariel pointed directly at Gray and said, but don't think this is someone else's business. Of all the God's Eye students, I have the highest expectations for you. She listed a few names, Amy White, Leek Muller, Jacob Bloomfield. As students who were special admits before, they all became top-tier talents. but the first time I believed that someone could surpass the limits of humanity was when I met you. Facing the professor's expectations, Gray thought to himself, comparing me to them, that's not going to be easy. He had other worries as well. No, thinking like that is weakness. The person behind Varian surely hasn't given up on the idea of summoning the Purifier. Even they couldn't do anything against that guy. I return to this timeline to make sure I can defeat it. The fate of this world is in my hands. At the training grounds of the World Alliance Academy, the professor was explaining, today's swordsmanship lesson will be practical combat. Pair up according to the list on the board. Gray thought to himself, practical combat, huh? I have to concentrate as much as possible. If I slip up, people will start badmouthing God's Eye students again. At the very least, I have to prove I'm not inferior to regular students. Suddenly, he felt it wasn't going well, oh man. On the matching board it read, Gray Lee Leonhard Appiah's. Gray thought to himself, Leonhard Appiah's, huh? Top of the swordsmanship course. That means he's the strongest first year, doesn't it? The professor looked at the students and said, I have arranged for students with comparable skills, so feel free to fight. Treat this like a real battle. Deep down, he was vehemently protesting, comparable skills my foot. Why do I have to fight the top-ranked student when I'm a special admit? Gray recounted, and he hates God's Eye students too. He must be itching to beat me up after what happened earlier. Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him. Before he knew it, trouble had arrived. Hey. Leon said happily, looks like you and I are a pair, I'm so happy, and he thought to himself, being able to fight Gray, the top of the class, is truly an honor. I have trained harder than anyone else. Gray, prepare to see my true swordsmanship. Gray was growing increasingly terrified, this guy. That bright, blinding smile. There was no doubt he was happy to finally have a legal opportunity to beat him up. Leon even added, I'm really looking forward to this. At the arena, the proctor asked, is everyone ready? The command rang out, begin, and the students immediately started pairing off. Leon lunged forward with his sword, here I come. Fortunately, Gray managed to block it successfully. Leon swung his sword hard, knocking him back. He immediately seized the opportunity to rush in. Leon thrust his sword forward with great force. Luckily, Gray dodged just in time. He wouldn't show weakness either and swung his sword up. Both powerful swords clashed into each other. Leon said to Gray with admiration, you're really strong. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular track. Blades as sharp as knives continued to be unleashed. Both were fighting neck and neck. Gray thought to himself, I thought I would be defeated immediately. I didn't expect to be able to hold out. But even with all my strength, I can't compete with his pure raw power. He carefully observed Leon. His swordsmanship is truly amazing. It's that standard style, exactly like the books. Every move is standard but perfect to a terrifying degree, even with the experience from my past life and the training from my master. Suddenly, he paused to gather momentum. Leon poured all his strength into this blow and charged. But he's only lived one life and he's already like a monster. Before everyone's eyes, Leon and Gray fought, leaving only the afterimages of their blades. They were awestruck and remarked, he's really neck and neck with Leonhard. Leon was just as happy, this is fantastic, I could fight like this all day. While Gray was exhausted, I have no strength left. If not for Professor Heathcote's training, I would have already collapsed. He looked at Leon, why isn't he even breathing hard yet? His heart full of hesitation, I'm about to collapse, I have to end this fight now. The professor said to fight for real, didn't he? Treat it like a real battle. Instantly, Gray's eyes sharpened. In front of him, Leon was winding up a swing. He unleashed a powerful swing, but Gray ducked and dodged it. He put his strength into his hand on the ground. Leon was horrified. What? Gray had lunged low and kicked Leon's leg. Leon was still surprised when he was kicked. What the? Gray seized the moment to thrust his sword upward. Only now was he horrified, so does he really see this as a fight to the death? But Leon still swung his sword up. Two blades were both resting at each other's throats. Both Leon and Gray held their positions, wanting to take the other's life. He lowered his sword first and extended a hand, draw a nice fight. Leon replied, no, not really. He pondered, in that instant just now, all I could do was swing my sword. On the other hand, you could have pierced my heart if you wanted to. Leon looked sharply at Gray. Since it was a dummy blade, you tried to thrust it into my throat. Am I wrong about that? He had to admit it, you've got me. Even with all those amulets, isn't putting a sword into someone's heart in a practice match trouble. Leon didn't mind it, but that still means I lost. He turned to walk away. Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between real combat and practicing, and that the fight isn't just about swordsmanship. Gray still tried to mitigate it. That was partly a cheap trick in a swordsmanship class anyway. But Leon cut him off. The teacher said to treat it like a real fight. In a real fight, there are no cheap tricks. Suddenly, he pivoted his boots then he raised his sword and challenged him excitedly. Let's go one more round. Facing the blade, Gray was fed up, fighting again. I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought face to face, I wouldn't have a chance. This isn't even about technique anymore. His raw stamina makes me look like straw. Suddenly, someone stepped in to cut them off. Stop right there. An arrogant student said, whether or not it's training for real combat, this is a sword class. No one said you could use anything other than a sword. He mocked Gray, and how does a special admit like you get paired with the top student? Don't get cocky just because you have some magic power. He thought to himself, I didn't choose the matchup. Little did he know Leon had already staked his claim. The professor decided I am the only one worthy of Gray. Please step aside. The professor also stepped up and said, as Leon said, I did the matching and I paired them based on comparable overall strength, right? He confirmed Gray is the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Leon, and he nodded in complete satisfaction. The professor looked at the troublemaker and said, "If you aren't happy with that, try fighting him, beat Gray and you can be Leon's opponent." Provoked, he angrily agreed, "Fine." He still tried to scoff, "I defeated the proctor to get in here. Don't lump me in with people who just barely made the cut, a draw, or those who didn't pass at all." However, Leon looked down on him. He was judging Gray based on his admission status without knowing his true strength, which made him feel like he was looking at his own past self. He trusted Gray unconditionally. This is a real opportunity. His strength deserves to be recognized. Then Leon shifted his focus. "But more importantly, you interrupted my time with Gray." Seeing the look in Leon's eyes, the other boy hurriedly looked up. Leon's handsome face was twisted with rage. "For that offense alone, you deserve to die." The troublemaker was genuinely confused. Why is he so angry? The professor told Gray, "If you don't like the rules of a real fight, fine, you are only allowed to use your sword, understood?" Gray nodded, while behind him, Leon was still radiating hostility. He worried to himself, "I don't actually know how strong this guy is, but if he got into the academy through the regular entrance exam, it won't be easy." Gray assessed his opponent. "He definitely has better stamina and physical strength than me. Even after my teacher's brutal training, I can't beat years of proper nutrition and physical conditioning." Gray tried to give himself an out. "I'm not too confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean getting expelled, right?" The professor also stated, "This is just a practice match in class, so don't hold back against each other." Gray raised his sword, "All right," and his opponent took his stance as well. Instantly, the guy seized the moment and lunged forward. He thrusted his sword forward with a roar, time to show the special entry brat his place. "Remember your role." Immediately, the two swords clashed violently. Gray was suddenly taken by surprise. He flicked his sword lightly, then he sent the guy flying backward. The troublemaker was stunned while Gray thought to himself, "He attacked too softly, his strength, it's nothing special." The guy, fueled by anger, gathered momentum to swing his sword. Gray thought, "Is he pulling his punches?" Yet unexpectedly, the guy was taken down by the very second strike. He fell backward, his head hitting the dirt. The professor announced the result, "The match is over." Gray approached and asked anxiously, "Sorry, are you okay?" I was just aiming for your sword, but I hit you instead. I thought you would die." The guy didn't want to admit defeat and picked up his sword. "It was just a coincidence. You only caught me because I let my guard down." Despite his bruised face and tears streaming down, he still insisted, "One more round." The crowd buzzed, "Whoa, that looked really painful." The professor helplessly replied, "Keep fighting until you're satisfied then." And so he swung his sword to attack once more. The sun beat down fiercely on the training grounds. Gray asked worriedly, "Arns, are you okay?" The guy, his eyes swollen, mumbled, I'm fine," said the classroom troublemaker, who had been beaten until he was unrecognizable. The professor sighed in defeat. "All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary." The professor sighed in defeat. "All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary." He gathered the students and announced, "And so the representatives for this year will be Gray and Leon." "Does anyone object?" Gray asked curiously. "Representatives." The professor replied, "The two strongest first years will duel the second-year champions in the interclass match." He pointed at Gray and said, "The first years have lost 35 times in a row." His eyes were full of belief, but perhaps this year will be different. Gray asked in astonishment, 35 consecutive losses. He spoke up, "Is the gap in strength between first and second years really that large?" The professor confirmed, "Indeed. In this academy, even a one-year difference creates an enormous gap." He resignedly added, "Losing is so common that people have come to expect it." Then he dangled the bait, "Just not losing too badly is already an achievement, and if you win, it will go down in academy history as a miracle. Being chosen to compete is an honor in itself." Saying this, the professor trustingly patted Gray on the shoulder. Then he left, "Don't be too stressed. All right, class dismissed." Gray mentally reviewed the information. "So the interclass match isn't as serious as I thought. But as a special entry student with the eye of truth, this is the perfect opportunity to prove that I can truly fight." Gray told himself, "I have to train hard." Inside the conference room, the headmaster said, "Next, the final item for today's faculty meeting is Professor Budra's proposal." The old professor heard this and replied, "Yes." He proposed, "I move to expel the special entry student, Amy White." Ariel retorted indignantly, "Why are you making that proposal? I'm the one in charge of the special entry students." Budra replied instantly, "And that is exactly the problem." He argued, "Amy White failed the third-year advancement exam. Even so, she was allowed to stay just because she's a special entry student. All students who fail exams are expelled. Is it fair to keep her?" Professor Ariel defended her students' rights. "As I've said, she is gradually developing world-class combat capabilities. It's just that currently her body suffers from severe backlash, preventing her from unleashing her full strength. If not for that, she would have passed the exam." The old professor scoffed, "Oh my, that excuse again." Another professor joined in, "Just say severe body backlash, and a useless student instantly becomes a sealed genius. How much longer are you going to hide behind that mysterious power excuse?" Ariel disagreed firmly, "I am telling the truth. She could regain all of her power at any moment, perhaps even tomorrow. If we pressure her now, she could lose that chance forever." The professor retorted sharply, "You've used that same excuse before." He said angrily, "Is it your goal to keep a student who fails to meet the standards here forever?" Ariel wouldn't back down. "The academy exists to nurture extraordinary talent. What is the point of expelling a gifted individual just because they don't fit the system?" The fat professor chimed in, talent you say. He sneered, back in the day, the special entry students might have been impressive, but this current batch is full of failures. He listed the notable names: Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield. It seems your divine eye has lost the ability to judge people. Another professor added, perhaps it's time to consider abolishing the special entry program. Ariel was shocked. Abolish it? What are you talking about? Budra threatened. The special entry program was established by the Academy's founding board long ago, and it can be abolished the same way. All it takes is for more than half of the faculty to agree. You haven't forgotten, have you? Another professor agreed. Honestly, the current special entry students are not impressive at all. Others voiced their complaints. I hear Bella Albright has made progress, true, but there's nothing outstanding about her achievements. Not to mention that her magic power capacity is quite suspicious. This put Ariel in a difficult position, this is. The professors continued to gossip. The old special entry groups were truly strong, but this current lot, they don't have a shred of the aura those students had. The professors began to gang up to apply pressure. Ariel was trapped. More people were against the program than she had thought. At this rate, the program really might be abolished. Old man Budra taunted, it's been obsolete for too long, shouldn't it be scrapped? He even mocked Ariel. Or are you still going to say that your judgment of people is better than all of ours? Her hands clenched. I wish I could say yes. Ariel caught a glimpse of their biased looks, knowing that defending herself would only make them angrier. Surrounded by the men, she felt stifled. They had never liked her anyway. She tried to find allies. Still, there are many professors who care about whether the special entry students benefit the academy. If I want them on my side, I can't say anything that would make them turn their backs. Her lips pressed together tightly. Budra provoked her further. Are you speechless? Well, at least you know you're past your prime. Another joined in. Despite your past achievements, perhaps you should retire before you ruin your reputation. Well said. Mockery echoed endlessly. If you want to teach your favorite students as you please, why don't you start your own academy? The old men laughed out loud. Great idea. Good luck finding students willing to follow an over-the-hill teacher. Ariel felt helpless. I can still spot a genius. But they need time. If they have time, they will prove everything. I just need to stop them from being expelled. She resolved, before that happens, I will, at any cost. Suddenly, someone brought up her favorite student. Speaking of the special entry program, there's a kid named Gray, right? The professors shifted the topic to him. I heard he's quite promising in the first-year swordsmanship department. That's right, I heard the same. I think he's even participating in this year's interclass match. Budra caught the perfect opportunity. That sounds like potential, doesn't it? He suggested to Ariel, then why not let him prove himself in this match? We will decide the fate of the special entry program after seeing the results. She looked toward the professor who had just helped her. He shook his head helplessly. Ariel decided to take the risk. She spoke up, his strength isn't suited for simulated matches. If it were a real life-or-death fight. Before she could finish, she was cut off, making excuses again. The professor argued vehemently, if he can't demonstrate his skills in a practice session, he won't be able to do anything in real combat. Every professor here knows that. Ariel flared up, no, you don't understand. His ability isn't ordinary swordsmanship. The conference room fell silent. The headmaster ended the meeting. All right, enough of this. This discussion is going nowhere. Let's end it here. He suggested, regardless, watching the special entry students perform in a match sounds reasonable. We will observe his performance and decide later. Ariel was surprised and wanted to object. No, but the headmaster declared, meeting adjourned. The old professors left the room sarcastically. Well, now I'm looking forward to the match. It should be very interesting. Only one professor stood, looking inside with concern. It was Ariel, slumped in her chair, shrinking into herself. Her hands clenched. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm too weak. She remembered, Gray, better to die alone than to have all three of us die, right? Just leave it to me. Ariel regretted, I know his strength isn't suited for simulated duels. His dominant arm is in pain and going numb, but to do this, I know he needs more time. Her lips pressed together, knowing that what she was asking of him now was too much. But even so, please, her body trembled. Please help them, she pulled herself in tightly. Help those children, raw, unpolished gems with world-class potential. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Protect their future, Professor Ariel's tears fell uncontrollably. On the day of the interclass exhibition match, the training grounds were brightly lit. The professor announced, all right, we will now begin the interclass exhibition match. Introducing the competitors, first, the first-year valedictorian Leonhard Appias, second-year valedictorian Leonel Hartmann, the challenger from the first year Gray Lay, and the challenger from the second year Diebel Radartle. Gray looked at Diebel worrying, wait, isn't that the guy who lunged at me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him? Now we will witness their capabilities. All the students and professors turned their attention to the arena. It was the same old man, Budra, looking as arrogant as ever. Leon whispered, are there really this many professors watching this match? Do standard interclass matches usually have this many? Hartmann replied, no, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to show up. He asked curiously, why are there so many today, making Leon realize. He proudly introduced, the professors must be curious about Gray. They really have a good eye for talent. Watching Leon's arrogant demeanor, Hartmann thought, is he always like this? The old professor Budra overheard the conversation and said, just as you guessed, we've come to see the final match of the special entry group. The students began to buzz with excitement. Gray asked, wait, what do you mean? Budra turned his gaze toward Ariel, has no one told you? He sneered, the special entry program is being disbanded. Gray was astonished, disbanded. Professor, is that really true? Professor Ariel remained silent. If I tell Gray the truth, he will push himself too hard. He might even use that power, but in his current state, it could kill him. She decided to speak. Ariel reassured Gray, Budra is just trying to mess with your head. Don't let it affect you, just focus on the fight. The arena fell silent for a moment. He saw her arm trembling. Gray knew what he had to do. He replied, if that's what you say, Professor, then okay. Budra, seeing this, said contemptuously, whatever, keep playing the fool. He aimed at Ariel. When he loses miserably, the other professors will realize that Ariel's judgment is no longer as sharp as it once was. Unexpectedly, Gray countered immediately, I can't let that slide. The old professor stopped. What did you say? I don't care if you insult me. He stated firmly, but do not look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. This line left her stunned. Budra persisted stubbornly, what power could she have possibly seen in you? Unlike your teacher, everyone else with any sense knows you're going to lose miserably. Gray, angered, lowered his voice. Fine, I'll prove you all wrong. He was infuriated. What is that arrogant attitude? Stay calm. The referee below ordered, competitors, please separate and go to your teammates. Ariel could not help but worry. I am grateful for your trust, but what is Gray planning to do? If he were fighting the top student, his practical swordsmanship skills might give him a slim chance. But the opponent he's facing is a terrifying monster. Deeble Radartle, Bradley performed surgery to modify his brain, increasing his reflexes to a superhuman level. He is practically a living weapon. He is the worst possible opponent for Gray's ambush-style tactics. Don't tell me, is he planning to use that ability? Thinking of this, Ariel's lips instinctively tightened. She stood on the stands and called out, Gray. Ariel pleaded, don't worry about me please, don't push yourself too hard. He was stunned for a moment. Then Gray smiled faintly. He reassured her, I understand. The referee, along with all the professors and students, turned their attention toward the stands. The referee announced, the arena has been enchanted with protective magic to prevent fatal injuries. Activating your opponent's protective barrier counts as a win. Fight as if this were a real battle. Leon whispered to himself, a real battle. The match between the top students begins. Leon immediately seized the moment and charged forward. Here I come. Hartman excitedly took a stance. Good, show me what you've got. The sharp exchange of blades from both sides clashed together. By now, Hartman had already built up momentum. He swung his sword with great force, but fortunately, Leon ducked and dodged it. He then braced his hand on the ground to gain leverage. He kicked up powerfully, but Hartman evaded it. Leon sighed, I guess I can't fight like a knight, Gray. But Hartman remarked with admiration, you're pretty good. Honestly, you're stronger than I was when I was a first year. Then he radiated an aura of pressure and charged forward. Time to speed things up. That made Leon anxious. Can I keep up? A relentless flurry of sword strikes descended like a storm. Hartman kept relentlessly pursuing Leon until he touched the shield barrier. Damn it. Hartman's blade had struck home. It was resting perfectly against Leon's neck. The referee shouted enough. The victor was clear. The winner of the top student match was Leonel. The two sheathed their swords and spoke cordially. Thanks for the match, that was a good one. Next, we will begin the challengers match. Both representatives step forward. Leon said to him, good luck, and Gray replied, thanks. He thought to himself, I've already made a big boast, now I have to make it happen. Before turning back time, I have fought countless monsters even more hopeless than this. Compared to those, I can still win this. Deeble's sword tip dragged along the ground. He walked forward while muttering, just a little bit more, Professor Bradley. I'll send him to the same place as you. Down to hell, he added with a savage grin. For the intergrade tournament selection match, both took their attack stances. The arena fell deathly silent without a single movement. As soon as the referee shouted, begin, both lunged at each other. Gray was shocked to realize something unusual. He was knocked backward by Deeble. His hand holding the sword was shaking. Damn it, that's heavy. Gray looked at the maniac in front of him and assessed. Even though Professor Ariel said his reflexes had been enhanced. But could his arm strength be amplified too? With this difference in physical ability, all my tricks are useless. How am I supposed to fight him? He thought to himself, there's still that skill, but Gray recalled Professor Ariel's warning. Listen, no matter what happens, do not use that power, at worst you will die. At that time, he had assured her, I will. She had worriedly advised him, the tournament is important, yes, but it's not worth trading your life for. Moreover, the arena's protective barriers won't be able to withstand it. If you use it, your opponent might lose their life. This prospect truly terrified Gray. He had no choice but to risk it all and charge. He resolved, to protect my special God's Eye placement, I can risk my life, but I cannot kill someone right in the middle of a school tournament. Deeble also prepared himself. Two strikes clashed powerfully against each other simultaneously. Deeble unleashed a treacherous strike. Luckily, Gray blocked it in time, he thought. Why are his movements so strangely simple? With that constitution and those reflexes, one strike should have been enough to take me down. Gray sharpened his judgment. He doesn't lack technique, he's definitely holding back on purpose. What is he planning? Unexpectedly, he caught a glimpse of a savage smile. Gray was terrified by that smile. He was knocked back. Afterward, Deeble's sword tip lunged forward again. Aimed straight at Gray's eyes, I can't dodge this. Yet he still managed to raise his sword just in time to block it. Truly, Gray couldn't understand it. Why? I definitely shouldn't have been able to react in time, he thought, gathering momentum to push Deeble back. He slid away. Did he intentionally reduce the force of his strike? In the stands, Ariel was also astonished. She was startled when she looked through her god's eye. Inside Deeble was a heart covered in mana. What is this power? A source of dark purple mana was radiating and covering his entire heart. Suddenly, Ariel looked at Budra's group. The old man was still sneering. These second years clearly have a problem with their character. They could have finished this any time, yet they keep dragging it out, or so it seems. That God's Eye student is struggling to block every strike, yet he refuses to surrender. Doesn't that prove he isn't strong enough? Or perhaps he knows the God's Eye placement is about to be abolished, so he's secretly signaling us. Because if we keep waiting like this, the God's Eye spot will become a laughingstock. That sounded plausible. What an exemplary student, thinking so much for the academy. All the malicious words were aimed at Gray. Suddenly Ariel screamed, "Stop the match immediately. Stop right now, it's dangerous." That old man Budra with that ugly expression asked, "Dangerous? In what way? Are you talking about this simulated match?" Another man chimed in, "It seems you aren't aware. Let me tell you, the arena is covered by a powerful protective barrier. Any attack that could cause a fatality will be automatically blocked. So students can fight with all their might without fear, unless you have another reason for wanting to stop the match." Gray down below was still struggling to defend himself. Above in the stands, Ariel explained, "Of course I know about the protective barrier, but it won't be enough to protect Gray." Instantly, a mana explosion occurred on the training ground below. Ariel was in a state of extreme panic. Deeble had activated his cultist powers. He gathered momentum and raised his sword high. Then he swung it down with all his might toward Gray. He was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire gallery shook violently after that one sword stroke. Gray looked down in horror. Where that blade had just swept, it left behind a deep, gaping crater. It even sliced right through the Academy's barrier. It also cut through Budra's fake, haughty pride. Ariel worried, "The barrier, I told them." She quickly began casting magic. "You bastard, Bradley, I never expected you to plant that thing in the Academy." But the magic was blocked by the barrier. Ariel was horrified. "The barrier by the stands is too strong. I can't use the binding spell." She screamed, "This is an emergency. Disable the barrier now. Cancel the tournament. This is no longer a sword fight." But those useless, all-talk no-action people had faces drained of color, damn it. Ariel screamed toward the arena, "Run, Gray. Stopping the match from the outside will take too much time." He heard it faintly, "Run." But he was already forced to dodge one of Deeble's fatal blows. "If I turn my back for even a second, I'll die right here." The students were struck with fear and panic at the sight. A professor standing in the stands looked down and thought to himself, "The professor's magic will take at least 30 seconds to reach them. Too slow. It seems there's no other way." He pinned his hopes on Gray. "It's still a bit early, but..." Full of supportive faith, "You must do it, Gray." The professor shouted instructions, "Gray, think of your body as the sword. Don't swing the sword. Move your body with that power." He was struggling to dodge Deeble's strikes and thought, "Think of my body as a sword. What does that even mean?" "But if the teacher said so, I will do it." Gray paused and thought, "No, I have to be able to do it." He steadied himself. "I'm a singular blade. Focus. Gather everything." That blade was already nearing him to take his life. It drew closer and closer. Then it crashed powerfully into the solid barrier. Behind Deeble, Gray was swinging his sword. He looked back in horror. Gray had grasped the lesson and thought, has he always been this slow? No, he gripped the sword tightly. He swung powerfully to return Deeble's previous misery. "I am the one becoming faster." Gray nearly blasted Deeple away. Deeple still had a defensive barrier around his body, but Gray kept attacking frantically, determined to pierce through it at any cost. Finally, he managed to do it. A massive, explosive blow sent Deeple crashing straight down to the ground, smashing through the wall and creating a giant crater. Professor Budra's jaw dropped as he witnessed the defenses being shattered, and another professor asked in disbelief, "What on earth kind of fight is this?" Meanwhile, Professor Heathcote anxiously asked if the student was okay. The match official hurriedly called for the emergency medical team. Deeple slowly crawled out of the wreckage, but everyone could feel it. Something was terribly, horribly wrong. A dark, grotesque aura was radiating from his body. Deeple's face no longer looked human. It resembled a true monster. Everyone was deeply shocked to see he was completely uninjured, and Professor Ariel immediately warned Gray, "It's not over yet, stay on guard." Gray nodded in acknowledgement, though he was still caught off guard. When Deeple lunged at him with a wave of jet-black energy, he barely managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. That terrifying power blasted the ground into pieces. Professor Budra shouted in a panic, "What the hell was that?" While Professor Ariel checked to see if the barrier had been deactivated, the other professors replied that it would take another 10 seconds. Gray tried to dodge blow after blow, observing Deeple closely while he fought. He swung his sword, sending relentless black wind blades flying continuously. In the blink of an eye, Deeple closed the distance. Gray parried the blade, but based on that horrific speed and power, he realized Deeple was absolutely no longer human. And frankly, Gray himself wasn't exactly normal either. He shoved the sword away with a powerful motion. Yet despite being attacked continuously, Deeple remained completely unscathed. Gray was a beat too slow and took a hit, blood spraying from his mouth. Professor Ariel was extremely worried. Gray knew clearly that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he was done for. He hungered for even more power. That thought consumed him. Gray's eyes changed, and in one lightning-fast move, he sliced off both of Deeple's arms. Deeple's agonizing scream echoed throughout the arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Deepal collapsed to his knees, black mist pouring from the wounds. The professors stood there with their mouths agape, the entire arena falling into a deathly shocked silence. Just then, the final barrier was finally deactivated. All the professors immediately jumped onto the field, led by Professor Ariel. They quickly bound Deepal tightly. Gray was panting, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot throughout his body, and blood sprayed from multiple wounds. He fell face first to the ground, his whole body trembling, and Professor Ariel rushed over to heal him immediately, asking if he was okay while using her recovery magic. 3 other professors also ran over to assist, and she ordered them to immediately cast healing spells on Gray. By now, Gray was nearly unconscious. Ariel watched his breathing intently. A moment later, she let out a sigh of relief, but when she looked up, she was startled by a dark shadow blocking her view. Gray had stood up, perfectly healthy, and smiled to thank her. Everyone was deeply shocked by his incredibly fast recovery, and another professor even asked again if he was truly okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how his condition looked. She used her divine eye to observe, then couldn't believe her own eyes. After using such a terrifying amount of power, Gray's soul was almost entirely unharmed. When Gray asked about his body, she explained that the healing spell had taken care of everything, so he shouldn't be in any pain anymore. Professor Heathcote approached and said the plan had succeeded, as they had successfully minimized the backlash just as he had predicted. But Professor Ariel wasn't happy at all, even becoming extremely angry because without the healing spell, Gray could have died. Heathcote explained that they had kept the backlash at a threshold the healing spell could manage, so it was considered okay for now. He added that later on, he wanted Gray to be able to endure the backlash on his own, but that would take more time. Ariel just glared at him, while Gray finally realized that all those crazy training sessions were just to prepare him for this moment. Everything had gone far beyond the original plan. Some professors were busy clearing the barriers, while the medical team put Deepal on a stretcher for emergency care. Professor Ariel asked who had won the match. The moderator explained that Deepal's protection layer had automatically activated due to Gray's attack, so the winner of the selection match was the first-year representative, Gray. The students cheered in unison. No one could believe a first-year recruit had defeated a second-year representative, and a student from the Divine class at that. Professor Heathcote declared, the Divine Eye student has finally ended the first year's 35-match losing streak. But he also admitted that after this match, winning or losing didn't really matter anymore. No one could say Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong ever again. Even Alexandra had to concede. After witnessing the battle, they had no choice but to admit Ariel was right, and now no one dared to support the proposal to abolish the special Divine Eye class anymore. One professor even said they should be ashamed for ever having thought about expelling such a talented student. Gray was busy talking to the other professors. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel clenched her fists to control her emotions. She was both relieved and incredibly grateful to him. Another professor suggested that those who had pushed for abolishing the Divine Eye class should take a look at their own responsibilities. All eyes turned toward Professor Budra and his 2 accomplices. They fell silent, sweating profusely. Budra mumbled an excuse about other preparations and slipped away quickly, with his cronies scurrying after him. The remaining professors burst into laughter seeing them flee. An older professor commented, the saying never mess with a divine eye still holds true even today. The person beside him added, compared to the old days, Professor Ariel has become much gentler. Times had changed, and Gray couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her in the past. Once the attention had finally settled down, Headmaster Alexandro approached Gray with a serious expression. Gray was immediately on guard. The headmaster said that during the match, the second-year representative, Deepal, had clearly been forced to inject some kind of abnormal power into his body, and the school would be investigating this, as it was unacceptable for a simulation match to become life-threatening for a student. The headmaster apologized to Gray on behalf of the academy for not having detected the abnormality sooner. Gray told him not to worry, that it was fine in the end. But Alexandro continued, after Deepal lost control. Gray had also released something himself. Gray was startled and tense. The headmaster knew it wasn't ordinary magic, but a much stranger power that even current magical theory couldn't analyze. He wanted to know what it really was. Gray didn't know how to answer, as he couldn't reveal his life before regression, especially since he didn't know where the mastermind behind the liquidator was hiding. He just replied that he wasn't sure either. Alexandro looked skeptical. Gray added that it was Professor Ariel who had realized it and explained it to him. Ariel knew full well that was a lie. From the moment Gray took down the ogre general, he had been using that power naturally, and she wondered to herself what he was planning. Gray only hoped she would cooperate, as he needed her to keep her position of authority to stop the liquidator. Ariel caught on and was impressed that Gray had anticipated everything. He didn't seem like someone living through his first life at all. She realized he trusted her a lot, so she decided to step in and cover for him. She interjected into the conversation and told the headmaster that he was right. Gray's power couldn't be analyzed by magical theory, but with her divine eye she could see it clearly. She explained that after observing, she had asked Professor Heathcote, who had a good affinity for this type of power, to support Gray, which was why he had been able to control it to that extent today. She was still researching how to harness this power more effectively, and proposed that the headmaster leave her in full charge of everything regarding Gray's power. After witnessing the match, the headmaster couldn't refuse. He said Gray and the entire special divine eye group would be under her command, and that if the academy could provide any support, she should just ask. Both of them were surprised by this offer, and Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged a knowing smile. Afterward, the headmaster went down to the special underground medical wing to check on Deeple's condition and invited Ariel along because he needed her eyes. She gladly accepted. Back in the office, Ariel took a sip of tea and informed Gray. According to the analysis, the power used on Deeple was almost identical to the liquidator. She was certain that the crystals from that research facility had been used. Gray asked what happened to Deeple. Ariel replied sadly he was dead. Gray was about to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off. No, the moment that power activated, Deeple was no longer himself. He might have been dead the moment he was implanted with that power, and it was clear that the target was Gray, a retaliation for him killing V and Bradley. Gray's expression darkened. He also realized that if Deeple had been tampered with after Variad's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel felt that a much bigger fish was hiding behind everything, and she would continue to dig deeper into the connection, even though it might take quite a while. Her intuition told her this had something to do with the deeper levels of the academy. Gray nodded and said that if she needed any help, just to let him know. Ariel thanked him sincerely. She also realized Gray had learned how to use his power without damaging his soul. Gray admitted it, but this time, the backlash on his body was much heavier than before. Her silence made Gray nervous. Ariel smiled and announced, Professor Heathcote thought it was time to upgrade Gray's training to the next level. Hearing that, Gray happily asked if it was true. Ariel smiled brightly and replied, That's right, this time you will learn how to control that power much better than you do now. The scene opened up under the vast sky. A suit of armor stood tall, and at the center was the lone swordsman Gray. Surrounding him were rows of motionless, iron-armored training mannequins. Professor Heathcote stood not far away, his voice laced with concern. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you take your time, there are still many safer options. He asked one more time, Are you sure? Gray just answered briefly, Yes. The training began. Gray closed his eyes, focusing deeply. He imagined himself to be a single sword. Recalling that terrifying moment back then, black mist covered the blade, gradually transforming into blazing red energy that spread throughout his body. Ready, Gray swung his sword in a single stroke. The blazing red energy tore through the iron-armored mannequins, shattering them into pieces. The red slash swept across the arena, debris flying everywhere. Gray moved like a storm, slashing repeatedly from all directions, mercilessly shredding the mannequins. After the frenzy, Gray emerged from the center, behind him a devastated battlefield. The professors watching were all amazed by his horrific speed, at once unable to believe it and silently admiring him. Professor Heathcote furrowed his brow. Gray continued to dash toward the other side of the training ground. But just as he began the movement, blood sprayed from multiple wounds on his body. He glanced back, slashed his sword at the remaining armor pieces, and then stumbled, falling face first onto the ground. His body collapsed, unable to rise. The professors in white robes immediately activated healing spells. A blue mist enveloped Gray. He was unconscious for a moment, but just a short while later the wounds had healed, and he slowly stood up. Gray thanked everyone. Professor Heathcote nodded with satisfaction. Very good progress. You managed to maintain it for quite a bit longer than last time. Gray admitted, When I was focused, I didn't notice. But now it's clear, using this power is incredibly painful. Professor Heathcote approached, his voice deep. Pain and suffering are signs that you are pushing past your limits. However, this training session was truly excessive. Whether to continue or not is entirely up to you. Gray replied firmly, I have made up my mind. He immediately dropped into a combat stance, prepared to do it all over again. Suddenly a voice rang out, Stop. It was Professor Ariel. She reminded them, training is only permitted once per day. Gray countered, My body has been healed and the soul won't be harmed. Ariel shook her head. Healing spells can take care of external wounds. But if you keep sustaining damage before stabilizing, the sensation when swinging your sword will be severely distorted. She believed that Gray understood this better than anyone. Gray faintly recalled his hand in his past life, the life where he was bullied, and his swordsmanship never improved due to the aftereffects of childhood injuries. Professor Heathcote sighed in relief. Good thing she arrived in time. Even I would have hesitated to repeat this kind of training multiple times a day. He dropped a piece of armor to the ground. The thud that echoed proved its terrifying weight. Gray nodded, I understand. A white-robed professor curiously asked, You're already this strong, so why the rush to become even stronger? Professor Ariel sighed, It's my fault. She recounted how, because she had pulled Gray into the conflict with Professor Varian, those lurking in the shadows now considered Gray an enemy. The incident with Deeble was only the beginning. There were forces operating in the Academy's shadows, possibly even the Bloodrinker criminal group that had stolen magic catalysts for Varian. Even if we lock Gray in a heavily guarded location, we can't be sure we can protect him completely. Therefore, the only way to survive is to become stronger, She looked at Gray with deep remorse. Gray smiled. There is no need to apologize. Stopping the liquidator experiment was my own choice. I will see it through to the end, no matter what happens. Ariel praised him. You really are an excellent student. The only thing I can do is help you extract the full potential of that power. Her words made Professor Heathcote smile. You already have a plan, don't you? Ariel nodded. That's right. She asked, have you forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger? Heathcote looked at a bewildered Gray, then nodded. Change your sword, that is the fastest solution. Gray was surprised. But the sword provided by the Academy is a high-end, customized weapon, isn't it? Ariel explained, for a first year that sword is good enough, but with your current strength it can't handle the strain. She pointed toward empty space. Ordinary weapons cannot support that force. Therefore, I will take you to my private armory. Professor Heathcote was startled. You're planning to give him one of those, he's still just a student. Ariel said calmly, it will be fine. She inserted a key into the air and turned it once. Light flared, forming the shape of a gateway. While she was saying that Gray was worthy of receiving it, Gray stood frozen in shock. A spatial rift opened before his eyes. Ariel turned back with a smile. Come with me. Gray was the last to step inside. His eyes widened in amazement. Everywhere were piles of gold, silver, and jewels, glistening under the light. They walked along the corridor toward the sword section. The two professors continued forward, while Gray stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in awe. Finally, they reached the sword area to find one suitable for him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before him. He blurted out, no matter where I look, there are swords that look extremely dangerous. Professor Heathcote replied proudly, there isn't a sword collection in the vast world as extensive and high quality as this one. Professor Ariel understood clearly that choosing a sword among hundreds was extremely difficult. Ideally, Gray would test each one at full strength, but because of the nature of his power, they could only test one per day. Finally, she decided to narrow down the range, testing a few at a time. She started with the sharpest sword currently available. Gray held it and remarked, too heavy. Ariel nodded, that's right, but it cuts extremely well. She brought out a block of wood for Gray to test. He took his stance, shifting his weight into his fist, raised the sword high and slashed down with force. A thud echoed and the floor cracked. A clean, powerful slash split the log in two. Gray looked on in stunned admiration. Ariel commented, this sword is extremely powerful, but it's a bit heavy, so it's not suitable for actual close-quarters combat. Heathcote agreed, adding, no matter how sharp it is, if it doesn't land a hit, it's useless. However, against large, sturdy, and slow enemies like divine beasts or architectural structures, this sword would be extremely useful. Ariel also mentioned she would give Gray a magic storage bag so he wouldn't have to carry it, avoiding any inconvenience. Gray realized this wasn't the kind of sword one could just lend to anyone. Ariel smiled, better to give it to someone who knows how to use it than to let it gather dust. I want to see it used by someone worthy. She asked him when facing Vian, the one behind the liquidator, are you sure you won't regret not having this sword? The question made Gray pause. He recalled his despair-filled past life, when he believed that despite training harder than anyone, his existence wouldn't change a thing. His face hardened and he bowed his head, thanking her sincerely for lending him the sword. Heathcote advised, don't show this sword to anyone else unless you actually intend to use it. Gray asked in surprise why. Heathcote explained, its market value is at least 10 billion or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the floor in shock. He hurriedly told Ariel that he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she calmly replied, I don't accept returns. She made it clear not a loan but a gift to him. She knew that if it were only a loan, Gray would hesitate and not dare to use his full strength. At first, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel insisted she was completely serious. If it only takes 10 billion to protect my Divine Eye student, I am ready to pay it without regret. This sword is just a late reward for what you have done. Gray was about to argue. Ariel interrupted, do you really think my Divine Eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray was startled and hurriedly replied, no, Professor. He thanked her again and promised to take good care of it. The response made Ariel smile with satisfaction. After that, she began searching for a more ordinary sword, one that Gray could use in regular battles. Gray admitted, I didn't expect your armory to be this impressive. Heathcote replied confidently, naturally. In this world, no one has eyes as sharp as Ariel's Divine Eye. With it, she can make as much money as she wants. Ariel called Heathcote over and asked which sword he thought was most suitable for Gray. He scanned the area once, then pointed out one. Gray asked for permission to test it. Ariel agreed. He swung it once, then again, linking the sword strokes with his footwork. The sword was forged very well, but he felt something was not quite right. He wondered if it was just because he wasn't used to it yet. Heathcote immediately realized it didn't fit. He continued choosing another sword. This one was built for experimentation, but he felt it might be more suitable. Gray stood frozen the moment he saw it. The sword had a clean silver blade with blue patterns running along the body, emanating a calm but chillingly sharp aura. Elegant, yet clearly extremely powerful. Gray asked what kind of sword that was. Heathcote told him to try holding it. Gray was surprised because it was unexpectedly light, but it had no sharp edge. Heathcote explained, it was designed for testing new technology, not for real combat. You could consider it an unsharpened steel sword, but with extremely high durability. In my opinion, it fits you very well. Gray asked, "You mean because of my power I don't need a sword with a sharp edge?" Heathcote nodded. "That's right. I suspect that no matter how strong a sword is, it can't withstand your power. And if you continue to grow stronger, even the swords in this warehouse will eventually only slow you down. If the future is such that you no longer need a sharp blade to fight, then a sword like this in your hand is perhaps the perfect choice." Heathcote tested it once on a metal log. The log was dented all over. Gray's jaw dropped while Ariel was not very impressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't oppose trying various options. She asked Gray if he wanted to try other weapons, even offering to lead him to areas other than swords. Nevertheless, with the massive number of swords before him, Gray only wanted to try them all. A red-bladed sword particularly caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to try that one and stepped forward. But halfway there, another sword made him stop. He felt a familiar sensation from it. Gray asked Ariel about that sword. She recounted, "An old student of mine left it behind after graduation. It's not a famous legendary sword, but it is forged very well." Gray asked for permission to test it. The sword felt extremely natural in his hand, as if it were born for him. He stood before a training mannequin. With an almost negligible movement, he slashed it clean in two. Both professors were stunned. Gray was equally astonished. The sword suited him to a frightening degree. It felt as if he had been training with it since the day he was born. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded, "I do. In my entire life, I have never owned a sword that was this easy to use." She wanted to test further to see if it was truly compatible with his power. Gray hesitated, worried that this was a former student's sword and he might break it. Ariel reassured him, "It's all right. I'm sure this sword would also rather be used than lie there gathering dust." That convinced him. Gray curiously asked for the name of the student who forged the sword. Ariel replied, "Metalum Norm." Gray froze. Metalum Norm, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. The sword he was holding had been forged by him personally. They moved to the training grounds for a serious test. To measure the sword's power and durability, Ariel wanted Gray to push it to its absolute limits. They started with the sword featuring the blue pattern. They chose the oddest one first to see how it would interact with Gray's power. Gray stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by mannequins. He began to channel his power. A red aura enveloped his body, but it suddenly dissipated. He was stunned. "Try again." The sword was slowly covered in a red glow. He concentrated, trying to become one with the blade, and poured his power into it. But once again, the energy dispersed. A flash of panic appeared on Gray's face as he realized his power wouldn't activate at all. Ariel approached and asked if he felt any physical difference, but he replied that he didn't. She suspected the sword was the cause. Without forcing it, she set that sword aside and prepared to test another, guessing that this one simply wasn't compatible with Gray's power. If so, the best option was to try the most ordinary-looking one of the bunch. She pulled one from her magic storage bag. It was the one forged by Metalum Norm. Gray stood tall with the sword at his side, surrounded by motionless training mannequins under the vast sky. He focused on a single thought: he was a sword. A faint aura gradually radiated from his body. Gray smiled happily. He had finally activated it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "In the meantime, there is still time." Gray looked around, startled, but saw no one. The voice continued, "When the time comes." From afar, Professor Heathcote said to Ariel, "With this sword, activating his power shouldn't be a problem." Gray decided to begin. He took a step forward and swung the sword toward the sky in a clean slash. Blazing red energy flashed, tearing through the heavy armor in front of him. He realized his power was the same as before, but the sword moved with unbelievable smoothness. He shifted his focus to the next mannequin. The sword flashed again, slicing the iron-armored mannequin in two. Gray's body felt lighter than ever. Red slashes filled the air and armor fragments rained down around him. Gray moved like a phantom, slicing through each mannequin as he dashed past, the red energy severing everything. The healers standing on the sidelines stared in amazement, clearly sensing that Gray was completely different from before. His speed was so great that everyone saw nothing but red streaks of light flashing across the training ground. For Gray, it felt like flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed everywhere. He turned toward his next target, and suddenly stopped. There were no more mannequins left. The number of targets was the same as last time, but previously he had only managed to destroy half of them. This time he had wiped them all out completely. Professor Ariel stood frozen, everyone looking on with expressions of horror, worry, and tension, as Ariel immediately asked, "How is Gray still standing?" Gray looked puzzled, then realized something was wrong. A deep slash ran along his chest, extending down to his abdomen. Ariel screamed in a panic, "Drop the sword now." Gray dropped it by reflex. Pain crashed over him like a tidal wave, and he collapsed to his knees. Ariel and Heathcote rushed over, simultaneously ordering the healers to cast recovery spells immediately. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to stand up, but fell again. His strength had been completely exhausted. Heathcote caught him, his voice filled with concern. "Don't push yourself so hard," to which Gray softly apologized. Because he had lost so much blood, exhaustion was expected even with healing magic, so Ariel advised him to rest. Heathcote remarked that Gray had broken through a limit he previously couldn't reach, which was a good sign. Ariel agreed but warned, "Moving without realizing you've been wounded is extremely dangerous." And Heathcote nodded, adding, "In real combat, without a healer nearby, such a mistake could be fatal." Ariel picked up the sword. Despite going through that storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch. It was truly an incredible sword. She activated her divine eye, observing it thoroughly. The sword seemed to glow, though she wasn't certain. There was something strange reflected on the blade, which frightened her, causing her to turn her head away. Her unusual reaction made everyone ask in unison, "What's wrong?" Before Ariel could answer, boom, the entire academy exploded. Everyone was stunned. Debris flew toward them. A horrific explosion tore through a tower, red energy shredding everything, while smoke, dust, and ruins erupted outward. Students panicked and scattered as debris rained down from the sky. All faculty members were ordered to deploy emergency magical barriers, with protecting lives being the top priority. Gray stared in horror, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Heathcote realized the explosion had originated from the storage area for hazardous materials. He was certain this wasn't an accident, it was a deliberate act. Immediately after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of teleportation magic. It was unbelievable that someone would dare attack the Academy headquarters directly. The healers objected, noting that the armory was protected by incredibly strong anti-teleportation magic and was built to withstand high-intensity explosions. Ariel said coldly, "There is liquidator energy mixed into the smoke." She surmised that special crystals from the underground laboratory had been used to breach the school's anti-teleportation exterior wall. Gray's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his brow, as a terrifying thought occurred to him. The people behind this explosion were very likely Varian's accomplices. They had dared to attack the Academy directly. The red energy continued to tear the tower apart, students screamed as they ran, and debris rained down like a storm. After an emergency investigation, it was confirmed that several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details weren't disclosed, everyone knew this wasn't a place outsiders could easily break into and blow up. The fact that they destroyed the teleportation inhibition device and escaped cleanly pointed to one conclusion. Ariel stated flatly, "This is an inside job." Gray couldn't believe it. She even went so far as to say that the Academy was no longer trustworthy. Deep down, she admitted that perhaps it had been this way for a long time. There was another possibility. If the Academy had fallen into enemy hands, they could use their authority to take anything from the armory without meeting resistance, meaning the explosion was just to cover their true objective. Gray deduced that the perpetrators certainly didn't have a legal way to get what they wanted, which was why they had to blow up the storage facility. Ariel agreed. She didn't know what the leadership was thinking, but she suspected the culprit was the Blooddrinker. That vermin had infiltrated the Academy once before. Gray remembered clearly they had murdered Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray, "You might be targeted as well, especially since you are the one who killed Varian. Stay vigilant, especially when you are outside the Academy ground." Gray nodded, "I understand." Afterward, Gray returned to his classroom. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Some students were nearly losing their minds, muttering to themselves. Gray asked the person sitting next to him what was happening, and his desk mate looked at him in surprise. "Haven't you received the notice about the outdoor field training exercise?" Gray vaguely remembered seeing something similar. His desk mate explained, 16 hours of marching every day plus camping in an area full of low-level monsters under the supervision of professors, lasting for a whole week, plus additional combat training. The student asked in a panic, "How are you still so calm? Marching for 16 hours straight, not even sure if we'll get enough sleep." Over half of the first-year students drop out every year because of this. Gray was genuinely surprised. In real combat, soldiers never know when the enemy will attack. At least this drill has a fixed schedule. To me, that's actually generous. He recalled his training with the Liquidator Extermination Team. No limits, thrown into the mountains without notice, marching for a week through monster-infested forests. Some had nearly died from being ambushed during training. Compared to that, this drill even had professors escorting them. There was nothing to be afraid of. His desk mate was speechless, as even that kind of hellish training hadn't fazed Gray. Gray just gave a wry smile, though he couldn't help but feel that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. He knew better than anyone else. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. The day for the annual first-year field training march finally arrived, and Professor Heathcote warned them bluntly, "It will be extremely harsh. Most of those who don't finish won't make it to their second year. Endure it if you don't want your academy life to end right here." They were teleported to a beautiful island. Gray realized immediately that this was the edge of the winter continent, and if his memories were correct, this place was almost entirely uninhabited. He wondered to himself why that was. The march began. They crossed vast plains, and then entered the forest. The professor led them onto a narrow, overgrown trail, and one student hesitated. "Doesn't it seem like we're going the wrong way?" Heathcote said calmly, "I know," which made everyone even more confused before he explained. "If we took the main road, it wouldn't be called a march." The looks on everyone's faces said it all, how terrified they were. Yet they had to keep going. A student groaned, "How much further do we have to go?" Heathcote replied coldly, "It's only been 8 hours. We haven't even finished half the day yet." Panic spread quickly. Their faces were pale, eyes listless, and sweat poured off them, as they couldn't believe they were already this exhausted after only half a day. Heathcote reassured them, "Just keep going, your bodies will adapt. The hardest part is only at the beginning. Soon enough, you'll be walking without even thinking about it." Everyone knew he was lying. In the midst of that horrific atmosphere, one person stood out. Leon Hart, the top swordsmanship student who didn't look tired at all. but what he was focused on was none other than Gray. From start to finish, Gray hadn't slowed down by even a single step. A female student moaned in exhaustion, and suddenly, a monster spider leaped down from the trees. Before it could touch her, a dagger flew past, piercing the monster and pinning it to a tree trunk. The person who acted was, naturally, the protagonist. She hurriedly thanked Gray, and Gray warned, "Stay alert, some of the insects here are poisonous." Leon Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to respond to any surprise attack. Maintaining that level of vigilance after marching for 8 hours straight, Leon Hart couldn't help but wonder, what kind of training could lead to this? As for Gray, his stamina was still holding up thanks to his hellish training from his previous life. Just the fact that he was allowed to sleep properly made this drill feel much more comfortable than the hell he had experienced before. But what worried him most wasn't the march itself. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his head, especially since he was outside the academy. This drill pushed them into open areas with minimal security, and worse, the academy always knew their exact location. His hand instinctively clenched. Gray silently prayed that nothing would happen. The professor ordered the entire student body to stop. Everyone was completely exhausted, their faces haggard, their legs trembling. Just then, the goat-bearded professor announced, "We will now conduct a cooking training exercise." The students looked at each other, and then erupted in joyful cheers, with everyone's mind filled with images of a hearty feast. Finally, something to eat and a chance to rest. But Gray alone felt goosebumps from how the professor had said it, and he had a bad premonition. The professor smirked. "Why would you think this is a break?" He explained coldly, "In actual military marches, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook for yourself. Nobody is going to bring you a boxed lunch." The students were stunned, their faces drained of color. The professor divided everyone into teams, trying to balance their strength as much as possible, though every face remained filled with exhaustion and despair. He continued, "Each team will receive a set of cooking utensils and will prepare their own meal." He brought out the announcement board and distributed the supplies. Team C, the leader is Leon, with members Plus, Regus, and Bias. Team D, the leader is Gray, with members Basque, Rumia, and Venus. Gray thought to himself, "Am I really fit to be a leader?" He worried that no one would want to take orders from some special divine ice slot guy who hadn't even passed the standard entrance exam. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "We're on your team." Gray was startled. A boy with pink hair reached out to shake his hand with a bright smile. "Nice to meet you." The girl beside him beamed, while the last boy remained calm, his expression entirely indifferent. Gray was surprised that their attitude was much more relaxed than he had expected. He had thought they would grumble about having to listen to someone who hadn't passed the regular exam. He checked in with them. "Are you guys really okay with me being the leader?" The calm boy raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" he continued. After seeing the sparring between the grades, no one would be stupid enough to want a different leader. The girl nodded in agreement. Gray is clearly the most trustworthy person. They grabbed their gear and asked immediately, "What do you want us to do?" Gray was taken aback by their 180-degree change in attitude. The fight against Deepal had clearly left a massive impression. He steeled his resolve. He realized this academy was a place that worshipped pure strength. Suddenly, a student called out to the professor, "Sir, there's no food in the gear, just a pot and a lighter." The professor gave a cold smirk. In real military marches, you might not even have a pot. Having one at all is lucky enough. Every student's face went pale. Leon Hart stepped forward and said politely, "In modern campaigns, logistics supported by magic storage bags are standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying provisions." The professor nodded, acknowledging that Leon Hart was correct, but only for marches that were planned in advance. In emergency situations during battle, or if the logistics officer was wiped out, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, magic storage bags are extremely rare. Unless you're part of a large-scale unit, you still have to carry your gear on your backs just like you're doing now. He looked them straight in the eyes, his own gaze suddenly darkening. "When that time comes, do you want to die because you couldn't do anything about it?" A heavy atmosphere settled over them. Leon Hart bowed his head in apology. Gray had confirmed beforehand that magic storage bags were indeed extremely rare. He had once received one and assumed it was just a high-end sword bag. The professor suddenly changed his tone, happily announcing good news. "This forest is full of monsters. Throughout the journey so far, we've used magic to keep them away, but now I'm removing that. That means you don't need to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck." He snapped his fingers, and the monster-repelling magic shattered like glass. The students looked around in panic. The pink-haired boy turned to Gray, his voice trembling. "Leader, what should we do now?" Gray replied calmly, "The only way is to hunt for monsters." He had been paying attention throughout the journey. From the tracks and scat he had observed, the forest primarily contained small to medium-sized monsters. Using swords would be enough to handle them. Everyone immediately tensed up, realizing they were about to fight. The girl in the team worried. Finding monsters in a forest this big must be hard. Gray gave a light smile. "If they're carnivores, it's actually easy. We just need to take a walk and they'll smell our scent and come charging at us." The pink-haired boy clearly didn't like the idea of being bait. But Gray pointed out, "If we stand still in one place, we'll have to fight other teams for food. It's better to go deep into the forest." He added, "If you really don't want to fight monsters, we could catch bugs or snakes to eat. Bugs are a bit hard to swallow, but if you cook a snake right, it's delicious." In a forest without monsters, survival skills like this are important. The girl was horrified, her face deathly pale. Forget it, I'd rather hunt monsters. The calm boy nodded, just follow the leader's decision. The pink-haired boy also said, I trust you. They began to move, observing the tree trunks as they went, checking for traces left on the ground. Suddenly, Gray sensed something approaching. He warned the others, but they were still bewildered. A rustling sound came from the bushes. The pink-haired boy's face went white. A giant monster bear suddenly burst out from the bushes. The whole team panicked upon realizing Bask was the person standing closest to the monster bear. Bask froze the moment he saw the real monster. It was much faster than he had expected. As the bear lunged, Bask ducked and dodged by a hair's breadth. His body reacted instinctively. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He wasn't a pushover. Bask swung his sword hard at the bear, clearly showing the combat skills taught at the World Alliance Academy. Blood sprayed from the wound. Bask let out a sigh of relief upon realizing he could handle it after all. But that relief didn't last long. The monster bear suddenly lunged forward, its jaws snapping straight toward his head. Right at that moment, Gray sliced one of the bear's front legs clean off. Bask's eyes went wide with shock to see Gray had appeared right beside him. Gray landed lightly, his sword plunged deep into the bear's neck. The bear still tried to swipe its remaining leg at Gray. Sharp claws lunged forward, but Gray had seen it coming from before. At the final moment, he delivered a clean sword stroke, chopping the bear's head right off. The heavy head hit the ground and rolled away. Bask's sword slipped from his hand, falling with a clatter nearby. The three remaining team members stood frozen, mouths agape. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, shook his hand lightly and muttered, "This monster's bones are really hard." He then reached out and pulled Bask up, his voice composed. "Are you all right?" Bask nodded, thanking him with a tremor. "Thank you for saving my life." Gray reminded him gently, monsters can often still move even when fatally wounded. Don't just focus on killing it, the top priority is always to dodge the attack. Bask gave a bitter laugh. I just learned this lesson the painful way. The whole team realized a crucial point. Fighting monsters was completely different from sparring with regular people. When the sun had set, the pot of water finally came to a boil. Bask chewed a piece of bear meat and praised. Bear meat is actually delicious, Gray explained. Monster meat tastes very different depending on the species. Some are delicious, some are terrible, and some are even poisonous. Whenever you go on an expedition, you should research the monsters in that area beforehand. He added, if you have to find food in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt wild boar-type monsters. They aren't very poisonous and the meat is quite good. The girl on the team marveled. Gray, you really know a lot. Did you study survival skills too, not just swordsmanship? Gray just gave a light smile. I only studied them a little bit, but deep in his heart, he didn't want to remember the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Even so, he remained humble. Actually, I don't know much. Bask immediately objected. That's not true, absolutely not. Suddenly, another group of students approached. They asked embarrassedly if Gray's team had any spare food to lend them. Their hunt had failed miserably. Gray turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. They had enough spare food to feed the whole class. He was about to give them food. The faces in front of him were looking on with immense gratitude, when the professor suddenly appeared and cut them off. Transferring food between teams is strictly prohibited. If you want to eat, go hunt for it yourselves. The students' faces drained of color, only managing a tiny, yes sir. And then they trudged away in utter disappointment. Gray and his team watched them go in silence, feeling nothing but sympathy. The next day, they continued their march. When the sun set, the professor ordered a halt. Tonight they would camp here and begin the field camping exercise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief to finally get some rest. Gray's teammates were exhausted, but they consoled themselves that at least they had eaten their fill, which put their team ahead of most others. However, because they were still in training, they worried they would have to hunt for food again. Fortunately, the professor announced, tonight, dry rations and individual tents have been prepared for everyone. The teams remain the same as during the cooking training. He told them to get their gear and set up their tents and fires at the designated spots. After that, he added an important detail. There will be surprise raids at night. Each team organizes its own watch shifts. Any method is acceptable as long as you repel the attack. Upon hearing there were fixed positions, one student muttered, "We have to go even further out." Another whispered, "If the tents were near other teams, we could slack off on watch duty." The professor said calmly, "I heard all of that." He explained, the tents are placed far apart on purpose so that no one relies on another team. He officially declared the start of the exercise and reminded them, the slower you prepare, the less sleep you'll get. The students hurriedly set up camp. That night, Gray asked his team, how many people should we have per watch shift? One suggested. One person is enough. The girl on the team admitted, I want to sleep as much as possible, Bask agreed. If we have 2 people per shift, everyone only gets half a night of sleep. That sounds miserable. Gray nodded, agreeing to 1 person per shift. Bask asked how to arrange the order. The first and last shifts were usually the most comfortable, while the middle shift was the most annoying because sleep was constantly interrupted. Gray proactively took the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. Bask quickly accepted, I'll take it because you saved me earlier. Gray thanked him. The watch order was decided. He reminded them, when the shift ends, you must wake the next person before going to sleep. Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the fire, her expression already sleepy and drowsy. In the tent, Gray was fast asleep. His face was completely relaxed. At the same time, outside their tent, a dark shadow holding a cold, sharp blade silently approached their camp. and strange noise startled Gray awake immediately. If it were a monster, the sound would have been much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for certain this was a human, and one who didn't want to be discovered. He cracked a small opening in the tent door and looked outside. Rumia was still sitting silently by the fire. She was completely unaware. For a moment, Gray thought he might have misheard. But then the faint noise sounded again. Confirmed, someone was stealthily approaching. If it was now, Gray thought the first possibility was a professor coming to check on the night watch. But he didn't dare let his guard down for even a second. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed. After defeating Vian, you might become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful. The thought this could be an assassin flashed through his mind. For safety, Gray decided to treat the opponent as an assassin and act accordingly. After all, long-range attacks were possible, so lying still in the tent wasn't a smart move. He quietly crawled out of the tent and slipped into the bushes. Tonight the moon was full, and the whole forest was as bright as day. This made it easier to spot the enemy, but also made hiding much more difficult. Gray moved extremely carefully. This situation reminded him of training with the divine archer back in the day. Back then, the trainer pointed out that Gray's normal walking style, pushing off with the back heel, made too much noise. To move silently, one must place the foot from the little toe first, then gradually to the big toe, with the heel touching the ground last. Even if you step on a dry branch or leaves that make noise, as long as it doesn't create a rhythmic, artificial human step pattern, it will blend into the natural sounds of the wind and forest animals and be hard to detect. During training, they even practiced walking barefoot across mountains and forests, with the goal of blending completely into nature. Presently, the sound of a stranger's footsteps echoed nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man sensed something and stopped. But when he turned his head, there was no one there. At the very next moment, Gray appeared behind him, his sword pointed straight at his throat. "Don't move, answer my question. If you make any strange movements, I will kill you immediately." Gray asked coldly, "What's your name? Whose side are you on?" Then he froze in shock. The person standing before him was a professor. The professor was just as wide-eyed with surprise to see Gray. Gray asked immediately, "Is the surprise raid part of the exercise?" The professor replied, "I just came to check if you guys were taking the night watch seriously." He admitted, "I never expected a first year to be able to sneak up behind me without being detected, and then hold a sword to my neck." He raised his hands in surrender, laughing bitterly. "At this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore." Gray still didn't completely trust him. There was a chance this was just someone disguised as a professor to get him to lower his guard. But if they truly wanted to kill him, the opponent certainly would have brought a much more dangerous weapon. He still kept his cold, sharp gaze. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his throat. Finally, Gray decided to trust them. Both of them suddenly turned their heads in the same direction when they heard a noise. Rumia was standing there holding her sword, looking completely surprised to see both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained that he had come to check on the team's night watch, but Gray had detected him before he could even get close. He praised them, saying, "Your team's vigilance is perfect. I've never seen a first-year group set up camp and keep watch this accurately." Rumia was stunned because Gray was supposed to be asleep. The professor asked, "Isn't it past Gray's watch shift?" To which Gray countered, "Did you step on a branch or something while you were approaching?" The professor nodded and Gray replied, "That sound had a human feel to it." The professor couldn't believe it. "You noticed such a tiny sound even while you were sleeping?" Gray just gave a light smile. "Maybe it was just a coincidence. I wasn't fully asleep yet." An awkward silence filled the air. Suddenly, the professor burst into loud laughter. He said Gray kept surprising him. First during the simulation match, and now with his reaction to the faintest of sounds, and he began to wonder if the academy even had anything left to teach him. He looked at Gray closely and declared, "From now on, Gray is banned from night watch training," adding that if Gray did everything himself, the other students would never learn anything. Gray worriedly said that doing so would mess up the watch schedule. The professor replied, "Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., your team won't be subjected to any simulated ambushes. I'll count it as if Gray is on watch and give him a perfect grade for night watch training, no conditions attached." He jotted something down in his notebook, and after closing it, he told them to continue their watch, excluding Gray, and walked away. As he left, the professor still wondered to himself, how could Gray have approached him from behind without him sensing even a trace of presence? For a moment, he even suspected that Gray might have once belonged to an elite unit specializing in stealth assassination. But given Gray's age, that was impossible. Nevertheless, the level of skill he had just displayed was undeniable. The professor couldn't help but think, who on earth is Gray? The group of students continued their march in a daze. Everyone was utterly exhausted, because last night's surprise raid had kept them from getting any sleep. Except for Gray, he was still alert and showed no signs of sleepiness. Suddenly, a student tripped over a branch and fell flat on their face. As they kept going, more and more people started to collapse from exhaustion. They trudged along until the sun went down. Since it was getting dark, the professor decided to stop and set up camp for the day. Hearing this, one student cheered, "Are we finally getting a break, sir? while another muttered, stopping this early probably means there's some other crazy training coming. The professor laughed heartily, relax, today's training has ended. Tents have been set up for you, feel free to rest until dinner is ready. The exhausted students staggered like zombies toward the tent. Under the full moon, they drifted into a deep sleep inside their tents. Gray, however, remained suspicious, getting to rest this easily felt way too strange. A student next to him agreed and predicted, tomorrow is definitely going to be hell. Leon Hart turned to look at Gray and said calmly, you'll be fine, though Gray felt uncomfortable with Leon Hart staring directly at him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because dinner was ready. The food had been prepared by Professor Heathcote himself. The table was packed with delicious, mouth-watering dishes, making every student drool. Other professors brought out more pots and encouraged everyone to eat to their heart's content and take seconds or thirds. The professor praised them, you've survived 2 days of grueling training. Today, rest well and wash away all your fatigue. This is your only chance, mind you. The professor's smile was filled with a terrifying, cryptic quality. Time passed quickly until the next day, and the professor's voice rang out again. From this point forward, they would begin training in traversing the dangerous Gascha Mountain Range. The professors took the lead, and the group continued deeper into the forest. A student breathed a sigh of relief. I was panicked when I saw the mountains at first, but at this pace I think I can handle it, and his friend replied, it's a good thing we got proper rest last night, it really made a difference. The professor remarked that no one had given up yet, which was expected of those who had passed the entrance exam. But he reminded them, the real training has only just begun. They were about 2 kilometers away from entering the territory of the water lizards. The professor warned, these monsters are much stronger than the ones you hunted for food the other day. Most of you would be killed before you could even react. The students were terrified, asking what they were supposed to do to train against such powerful monsters. The professor replied, you have to traverse this area without being detected. This is level 2 danger zone stealth training after all. Luckily, during the dry season, water lizards didn't move much because they were conserving energy. As long as they didn't make loud noises, the monsters wouldn't notice them. However, the dry season also made them incredibly thirsty, and their blood would be a tempting option. If you get discovered, consider yourselves dead. He instructed them strictly, move carefully and avoid making noise. Moving silently reminded Gray of the monster hunting training he had done with Lord Divine Bow back in the day. The professor who had encountered Gray on night watch recognized him, knowing full well that Gray already had experience hunting monsters. He still reminded him, even if this feels easy to you, don't be overconfident. He looked at the other students. They were struggling just as much as they did every year. Another professor shouted, you're moving too slowly. I'll say it again, as long as you don't make loud noises, you'll be fine. Keep the pace up, or you'll have to camp right here in the water lizard territory. The students continued to walk, though everyone was terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't actually provided specific instructions on how to do it, and he felt this kind of training should have been taught in a safe place before heading into the field. Suddenly there was a noise. The professor told everyone to stay calm as that level of noise was still acceptable, but reminded them again, don't make any loud sounds. They kept moving. At one point, the professor announced, from now on, no talking at all. Use hand signals to communicate. If you make a loud noise or speak, you will be penalized. The group marched in dead silence, and Gray kept a close watch on his surroundings. A student thought to himself, even though they said not to make noise, this is just a normal mountain walk and the speed is even slower than yesterday. It should be easy. Furthermore, he didn't see any monsters around, so he assumed the academy wouldn't dare use a place with monsters that could kill people instantly for training. The professors are just trying to scare us to make us practice stealth. Not wanting to lose points, he decided to play along convincingly. Suddenly, he stepped on a stone. The stone rolled, he stumbled and fell, making a loud noise. He immediately regretted it, knowing he'd definitely be penalized, but he still believed that real monsters wouldn't appear. But he was severely mistaken. A horrific sound rang out. The professors immediately went into combat stance. The students were utterly panicked. Gray drew his sword in a flash, while the student who had just fallen stood frozen in place. He slowly turned his head to look behind him, and was absolutely terrified. A giant water lizard was charging toward them like a storm. The student was in a state of sheer panic, standing frozen, unable to move a muscle. Fortunately, Professor Heathcote appeared like a lightning bolt, stabbing his sword straight through the monster's head. The students breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the professor. The ground beneath the water lizard's feet cracked. Heathcote pulled his sword out, but in that very moment, another water lizard growled and charged straight into the crowd. Leon Hart immediately gave chase, swinging his sword with force. But what surprised him was that his blade didn't leave even a single scratch. The monster lunged straight at Leon Hart. He was completely caught off guard. In the nick of time, Professor Heathcote rushed in to save him. He shouted to all the students, "This is not something you can fight. Retreat immediately, the professors will handle this." The students realized that even the professors were only leaving shallow wounds on the monster's body. They panicked and wondered, are these creatures even killable? Suddenly, one water lizard let out a pathetic cry and collapsed. It only took one slash. Everyone was stunned. A professor explained, At the end of the dry season, water lizards often suffer from severe dehydration. Just losing a little body fluid will kill them instantly. A student asked tremblingly, and what if we encountered them in the rainy season? The professor sighed heavily. If you don't want to become food for a water lizard, never, ever come to places like this during the rainy season. That is why this march is only organized after confirming there is no rain. He added, the reason we can talk right now is because the water lizards here have recently been cleared out. If not, we would all be dead. The group continued their march. The students climbed the mountain in a state of utter exhaustion. After stabbing another monster to death, Professor Heathcote declared, the mountain climb is over. He praised everyone for giving it their all. The students were all worn out, and even Leon Hart was panting heavily. Someone asked him if he was tired. Leon Hart replied, physically I'm fine, but mentally I'm exhausted. Staying silent throughout the journey made everything much harder. Professor Heathcote nodded. For those who aren't used to it, it's certainly very grueling. That is exactly why we train. He said that so far, they had been discovered by water lizards 4 times, which was a pretty smooth result compared to previous year. He asked if anyone had any questions before they continued, because once they left the monster territory, they wouldn't be allowed to talk anymore. Gray spoke up, I have something I'm still concerned about. The professor asked immediately. Gray pointed into the distance. I see a cloud over there that is gradually getting larger and it's against the wind from where we are. The students were confused. Professor Heathcote praised him. Your eyes are really sharp. He asked Professor Wren if clouds could form this season. Wren shook his head. Impossible. He also agreed that the cloud was growing in an unnatural way. Heathcote immediately decided. Abort the training, everyone retreat immediately. We must leave the water lizard territory as fast as we can. Another professor objected, mocking. Are we stopping the training just because of a tiny cloud? Heathcote said sternly, seeing clouds this season is already abnormal. The safety of the students is more important than continuing the training. A female professor interjected. Professor Wormel has led this expedition training for many years. We should trust his judgment. Heathcote still tried to argue, but Wormel advised, if you're worried about the cloud, we just need to pick up our marching pace a bit. This is also a good opportunity for training. He ordered all the students, follow me closely and pretend your lives are at stake. Based on your training results so far, I believe you can keep up. He warned them strictly, do not fall behind. We don't have time to fight water lizards. No matter what happens, do not make any loud noises. That night, rain began to fall. The students continued to march in the rain. Professor Heathcote felt clearly that something was extremely wrong. Rain in this season was already strange. And furthermore, the humidity level in this area shouldn't have been enough to create a cloud that large. He suspected this rain was artificial. Professor Wormel commented, it's raining quite hard. I don't understand how it could be raining this season. Gray called out to him in a very low voice, but Wormel replied in a loud voice. Gray immediately felt uneasy. Was it safe to speak this loudly in a place like this? Just as the professor realized his mistake, a giant water lizard was standing right behind his back. The water lizard growled and charged straight into the crowd like a nightmare. Professor Wormel tried to turn and deal with it, but the monster had lunged too close. He dodged the sharp claws, and then countered with a sword slash. The water monitor's arm was severed, but the wound only drove it further into a frenzy. It whipped its tail with immense force. Wormel braced himself to take the hit, but at the final moment he gritted his teeth and drove his sword into its tail, forcing the attack to a halt. Even so, the terrifying power of the tail whip sent him flying. Wormel crashed into a tree with a deafening boom, shattering the trunk. The students were panicked and worried for him. Wormel struggled to stand up, his body trembling. Gray thought to himself, a professor's reflexes should normally be fast enough to dodge a blow like that. Why is he so heavily injured? He suspected that Wormel had been too focused on a counterattack and left himself exposed. The students were terrified by the water monitor's monstrous speed. They were much faster than they had been led to believe. Even with the warnings, seeing it with their own eyes made it undeniable. When not dehydrated, these creatures moved with terrifying speed. Professor Heathcote shouted at the other professors, stay calm. They all charged at the monster simultaneously. The water monitor snarled and lunged back in retaliation. Blood began to flow from shallow wounds. One professor snuck behind it, but the monster's tail whipped back, sending him flying. The professor slammed into the ground. The water monitor immediately rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. But just at that moment, a figure moved faster than the eye could follow Professor Heathcote. In the blink of an eye, he shredded the monster into pieces. The other professors sighed in relief, though they had only killed it by sheer luck. Still, not a single one of them escaped the battle without injury. One professor sighed, we can't continue training like this anymore. Professor Wormel pulled his sword from the monster's carcass. His voice deep and heavy, abort the exercise. He turned to the female professor, cast emergency teleportation immediately. He assumed she was prepared, but the female professor shook her head. I've been trying for a while, but the spell won't activate. Wormel asked urgently, can anyone else cast it? Another professor replied, I tried, but mine is blocked too. Clearly, teleportation magic was being completely jammed. Wormel suddenly realized, it's not just the teleportation, this rain is part of it. Someone had deliberately targeted this expedition, and the possibility was very high. Wormel asked, what should we do now? Another professor answered, Crossing the water monitor's territory in this rain is as good as suicide. The only way is to set up camp here and hope the rain stops. Heathcote shook his head. I suspect this rain is artificial. Will it really stop? The female professor interjected. Regardless, staying put is safer than continuing to fight water monitors in our current state. We only avoided casualties in that last fight by luck. You understand that, don't you? Heathcote nodded. I know, but when it rains, the water monitors become much more active. There's no guarantee our position won't be attacked again. He sighed. If only there were a way to get through. Gray called out to him. Heathcote was slightly startled but listened. Gray said, as long as there is healing magic, I can still fight. Is there any way to break through the encirclement? Heathcote knew that with Gray's strength, they had a high chance of piercing through the water monitor territory. But he worried if Gray's body could handle it. Gray pointed out a harsh reality. Even if we stay here, no rescue will come. Better to try breaking through than to sit here waiting to die. Even with healing magic, Gray would have to use his red power multiple times in a single day. Heathcote asked seriously, do you understand the consequences? Professor Ariel had once warned him sharply. You must never let him do that. Gray replied calmly, consider it good practice. When we return to the academy, there will be plenty of skilled healers waiting. Heathcote emphasized, if these were just wounds that healing magic could easily fix, Ariel wouldn't have warned you so severely. Do you truly understand? Gray looked him straight in the eye. Do you have any other way to get the students back safely? The students stood there, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Gray. Heathcote tried to argue, but Gray cut him off. Are you really going to let everyone die here just to protect me? Heathcote froze. He recalled what Professor Ariel once said. Gray is willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. That was Gray's greatest strength, and also what worried her the most. She had begged him not to let Gray do anything irreversible. Now he had to make a difficult choice. Looking at the fearful eyes of the students, Heathcote finally bowed his head and apologized to Gray. Let us borrow your power. Gray prepared to answer, when Professor Wormel abruptly cut in. Don't make decisions on your own. He snapped harshly. Even if Gray performed well in the fight, entrusting everyone's lives to a single student is a total joke. Heathcote firmly explained. With Gray's power, he can handle a water monitor by himself. I can guarantee it because I've witnessed it many times in training. Therefore, I want to bet on Gray's strength. Professor Wormel continued to vehemently object. He ordered Professor Galak, use communication magic, send a request for backup to the Academy headquarters immediately. He believed calling for backup was safer than risking an attempt to break out. Professor Galak replied, I already sent the request. Even though communication magic was heavily jammed, the message had certainly been transmitted. Professor Wormel was satisfied with his colleague's quick response. Then he turned to Professor Heathcote, his voice filled with intent. Moving alone only increases the danger. Do you really intend to put the students in harm's way? The students looked at Heathcote with deep anxiety. Heathcote glanced at the dead water monitor and asked bluntly, how many times do you think we will be attacked by water monitors before the rescue arrives? Wormel replied, I don't know, but staying in a safe area is safer than wandering outside. Heathcote tried to argue, but Wormel barked, keep your voice down, noise might lead other monsters to us. Heathcote frowned. In the end, the whole group had to stand and wait in the torrential rain. The students grew increasingly anxious. The professors remained on high alert. Gray also intently observed his surroundings. Meanwhile, Professor Wormel relaxed by leaning his back against a tree. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying sound echoed throughout the forest, causing everyone to panic. Professor Heathcote immediately assumed a combat stance as a pack of monsters approached. Gray whispered, we are ready at any time. Heathcote nodded. If the situation turns south, you step in. Gray replied seriously with a nod. The professors lunged forward to intercept the water monitor. They surrounded it from multiple angles, slashing continuously. One professor was struck by the tail and tumbled to the ground. Immediately, two other swords lunged forward, stabbing forcefully into the monster. It let out a piercing shriek and collapsed. The injured professor boasted, we handled that well, but the professor healing him shook his head, not exactly. Other water monitors have heard the fighting and are rushing toward us. Gray stood still, waiting for orders, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He realized that Leon Hart and several other students had also drawn their swords ready. Professor Heathcote said sternly, protecting the students is our responsibility. Watch closely how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight. His face became extremely grim. The professors acted in unison. Leon Hart was astonished by their power. Even while facing two monsters at once, they handled it flawlessly. Only now did he truly understand the capabilities of the professors. Heathcote ordered, focus on taking them down one by one, thin their numbers first. He lunged straight forward. The water monitor swiped its claws toward him, but suddenly someone snuck behind it. The lizard was startled, unable to react, and the sword pierced its chest. The students cheered when they saw the successful strike. One was down. Now only one water monitor remained. Leon Hart quickly checked on everyone's condition. The professors were barely severely injured. He thought they could absolutely end this match. Heathcote and another professor lunged forward at the same time. But while they were moving forward, two figures snuck up from behind, intending to stab them in the back. One of those figures was Professor Wormel. But right then, the sword-wielding hands of Wormel and his accomplice were suddenly sliced clean off. The one who struck was the male lead, who said coldly, "I knew it." The bespectacled professor screamed like a stuck pig. Professor Wormel also howled in pain after losing an arm. The professor standing next to Heathcote spun around, looking at the two groaning on the ground. He immediately turned back to focus on the remaining water monitor. Heathcote smiled, turning to Gray, "Thank you." Then he and the other professor coordinated to hold the monster down. A moment later, the last water monitor was finally taken down. By this time, everyone turned to demand an explanation from Professor Wormel. Heathcote stared at the two, his voice freezing. "You two, what on earth were you planning to do?" Gray stood there too, his gaze cold, waiting for an answer. Gray realized he had guessed correctly, while the professor whispered a curse, regretting that she had mentioned Durin being a survivor. She warned that Starseer was a notorious professor who had sent countless students to their death. Participating in his training was no different than putting oneself on Professor Varian's operating table for body-altering surgery. Gray recalled Bella Albright, the strongest mage in the world before he turned back time, who was herself a product of those surgeries. Looking solely at the results, Varian's experiments had indeed created one of the most overpowered entities on the planet. If there were a safer way to get stronger, that would be ideal, but Gray was ready to risk his life if it helped him achieve absolute power. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself that this price wasn't bad at all. The young man wore a confident smile, affirming that he would definitely survive and return. The professor looked at Gray with deep concern, but just then, a noise from outside interrupted their conversation. A messenger appeared, carrying a notification from Central Command addressed specifically to him. Taking the mysterious black envelope, Gray thanked him and then wondered about the heads of this academy. The red-haired professor opened the letter and confessed that she didn't even know what they looked like, and wasn't even sure if they were human. Her eyes filled with astonishment when she saw this was a special directive regarding Gray's training. The letter stated that Central Command had anticipated the professor would try to interfere, so they sent this appendix to apply pressure. The letter offered two choices. One was standard training and the other was a life-or-death style where 80% would perish, but the survivors would be stronger than all the others combined. Exercising his authority, Starseer had elevated this training to a high-level directive, leaving the red-haired professor with no power to intervene. Starseer himself also declared that he had high expectations for Gray's growth for the sake of this world's future. The red-haired professor was shocked. She had never seen Central Command issue a special directive like this for a first-year student. Her eyes were full of suspicion, not understanding why Starseer was so determined to force Gray into a death trap. Seeing her frozen, Gray immediately asked if something was wrong. She sadly apologized, saying that now the only way for him to avoid this deadly training was to drop out. Gray held the directive, his face still strangely calm. The professor gripped her sleeves, admitting that this was the best academy in the world but also the place that crushed the most talent. Looking out at the magnificent academy, she questioned whether accepting Gray under the Divine Eye status was a mistake. With Gray's talent, she believed he could succeed anywhere outside these walls. She even promised to use her connections to find him a good master if he chose to give up right now. But in response to that concern, Gray just looked straight into her eyes and affirmed that he would not drop out. He declared that if he fell before this training, he wouldn't have the qualifications to exist in the harsh world out there. The red-haired professor slumped over the table, sighing because she knew Gray would be this stubborn. Knowing she couldn't convince him, she decided to offer some positive information to encourage him. Even though Starseer's training was extremely dangerous, the truth was that most of the strongest individuals from previous generations were survivors from there. Gray smiled bitterly, telling her she should have said that from the start. She glanced at him, thinking to herself that if she had said it earlier, he would have jumped in without a second's hesitation. The professor turned away, confessing that she had really wanted to stop him, but now that was no longer possible. She let out a soft sigh, trying to hide the anxiety that was still present. Wearing a slight smile, she only gave him one parting message: survive and return. Gray confidently replied that that was his plan. The list of students participating in the special training included Gray Lay, Leonhard Appias, Lionel Hartman, and Pons Bard. In the meeting room, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, declaring that Starseer would not meet the students directly but would convey his will through them. The mysterious smile of the representative echoed, signaling that a journey filled with blood and tears was about to begin. The mission was to attack a human trafficking base of the Blood Drinker organization. The representative said the supply routes had been intercepted by other units, so this place was currently out of stock. Therefore, the target wasn't civilians but actual criminals, posing no risk of civilian casualties. Pons Bard and Lionel listened with tense expressions. The representative continued coldly, "Of course, they will rush at you with full killing intent." Gray and Leonhardt stood silently, receiving the information that they had to wipe out every single enemy. After finishing the summary, he asked if anyone had any questions. The atmosphere in the meeting room became thick. Lionel frowned and asked if this seemed more like an actual military mission than a student training exercise. The representative replied that it was true they could assign this to professional soldiers, but combat opportunities for killing like this were rare and extremely valuable. He mocked that even soldiers would struggle to survive if only 4 of them were thrown into a war zone like this. An extreme survival problem. Pons Bard tremblingly raised his hand to ask if there would be any professors going along to ensure their safety. The answer was no. The core of this training was to face death without any guarantees, so no safety measures would be provided. He pointed to the defensive pendant Pons was wearing, coldly declaring that all such support items were strictly prohibited. He added a painful remark: "Don't count on the professors, because by the third year, many students are stronger than those who only know how to research or teach." Gray heard this and broke into a sweat, muttering to ask if it was really true that students were stronger than professors. He looked slightly shocked. Leonhardt smirked, saying that with Gray's current strength, he could absolutely take down a professor by himself if he wanted to. An assertion of formidable strength. Gray Lee's eyes suddenly became sharp when he thought about that prospect. A massacre was waiting ahead. With no one else asking questions, the representative retreated into the shadows. His star-marked eyes flashed beneath his hood. He announced that they would be transported to the operational zone in 2 hours. A countdown to death had begun. Everyone had only 2 hours to plan and prepare. Gray's glowing red eyes shone in the darkness, an intense bloodlust enveloping him, ready for the hunt ahead. A hand tapped lightly on the pile of tactical documents scattered across the table. Pons Bard picked up a schematic and announced that this was data on the destination. Leon, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel anxious seeing that they were about to jump right into the enemy's den. Gray Lee stared at the map, questioning why the criminal organization's base had no anti-teleportation barriers. Starseer remained sitting quietly behind them. Starseer spoke up to explain that the place was originally protected by an extremely strong force field. She said the Academy had found a vulnerability and destroyed that barrier from afar, but it would be re-established in 10 hours. Lionel, Leon, and Gray heard the requirement clearly. They had to level this base within that short window of time. Pons Bard looked at the file, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized the enemy surely had caught wind of this raid. Starseer nonchalantly affirmed that destroying the barrier was no different than a declaration of war, and the enemy was currently hunting down intruders frantically. She wore an enigmatic smile, asking the students if this wasn't a wonderful training exercise. Pons Bard only hesitated, not daring to argue with the terrifying professor. Lionel suggested the group should discuss tactics thoroughly beforehand to increase their chances of survival. He touched his chest, believing everyone needed to confirm each other's capabilities first. Leon and Gray nodded in agreement, because although they knew each other through sparring, they weren't fully aware of Pons Bard's capabilities. But Pons Bard just looked coldly at the paperwork, saying that just one glance was enough to know where their levels stood. Lionel looked blankly at the senior's somewhat arrogant attitude. Pons Bard stood with his back turned, declaring himself the strongest person there and underestimating the capabilities of the 3 underclassmen. A chart appeared showing Lionel slightly superior to the other 2, but Pons insisted that the gap was negligible compared to him. Lionel started to get angry at the senior's excessive confidence. Gray Lee looked at Pons with a less than friendly gaze, thinking to himself that if he were the worst of the third years, his scores probably weren't much either. Pons Bard turned around, holding a pencil, and challenged all 3 to attack him whenever they wanted. The blue light from the gem on Pons Bard's necklace flickered slightly. He pinched the pencil between his fingers, preparing to receive the attack. Unable to stand the provocation, Lionel stepped forward and accepted the challenge. Lionel let out a roar, drew his sword, and lunged in with all his might. A powerful downward slash created a shockwave that rippled through the room. But Lionel's smile faded when he saw his sword stopped easily. Pons Bard nonchalantly remarked that the attack was too weak. Pons Bard's eyes remained calm without a single ripple. With just one lightning-fast counterattack, a burst of energy sent Lionel flying away. Lionel fell to the floor, in pain and shocked by his opponent's overwhelming strength. Starseer stood in the shadows, smiling in satisfaction as she witnessed the display of power. Pons Bard stood straight, asserting that even the weakest third year like him would never lose to a bunch of second years. Gray Lee broke into a sweat, realizing the gap between the grade levels was truly a bottomless pit. Pons Bard spun the pencil on his fingers, adding that the remark just now only applied to standard sword arts. He looked straight at Gray Lee and admitted that if he used his full force, he himself would be the one knocked out immediately. Gray Lee was stunned because his secret about his strength had been seen through by the senior. An image of when Gray broke the first-year losing streak appeared. Pons Bard reminded him that that feat was still deeply etched in everyone's minds. Gray Lee's red eyes flickered at the opponent's words. Pons Bard warned that power came with a massive recoil, so it was best not to rely on it too much. Gray Lee admitted that if he used full force, his body would be so exhausted he wouldn't be able to continue fighting afterward. Pons Bard advised him to only use it in cases of absolute necessity, to prepare for the worst-case scenario. After Gray agreed, the group began to move. Lionel walked behind, his legs still shaking in fear. The tactical maps remained on the table. Only 30 minutes left until the teleportation began. Pons Bard gathered the group, announcing that they had grasped the basic movement direction of the enemy. He pointed to an area on the map, suggesting that it was the hottest spot, so he would personally take charge of it. Lionel scanned the other 3 directions, seeing the enemy numbers were roughly equal, so he suggested choosing randomly to save time. But Pons Bard brushed it off, saying he would assign positions based on each person's individual combat style. He pointed to a wing and assigned Lionel to take charge of that direction. Next, he pointed to another position and requested Leonhardt handle that area. Although still hesitant, Lionel accepted and followed the senior's arrangement. Leonhardt also nodded in agreement. But then Leonhardt suddenly noticed something strange in this distribution plan. He pointed to the remaining path on the map, realizing Gray Lee had been pushed into an extremely isolated route. Leonhardt's gaze became sharp, questioning if there was an ulterior motive for sending Gray into that dangerous area. Pon's Bard calmly explained that the terrain there was well suited to Gray's combat style. His eyes narrowed calculatingly beneath his long bangs. Leonhardt was not convinced by that reason. He asserted that he had seen through the senior's true intention. He emphasized that in that area there were especially dangerous criminals, and Pons was deliberately pushing Gray into the riskiest place. Pons Bard let out a huff, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. He admitted that in this training area, there was indeed the presence of a criminal listed as especially dangerous. Leonhardt worriedly said that if that were true, then even if the three of them combined forces, they wouldn't have a chance to win. Pons Bard nodded, confirming that the only one capable of facing people like that could be Gray Lee. A wave of intense red bloodlust flared in Gray Lee's eyes as he accepted the heavy responsibility of facing death. Gray Lee pondered about the specifically designated criminals. Just the name alone smelled dangerous. He knew clearly that in this world, there were monsters with enough power to wipe out 1,000 elite soldiers with bare hands. But what would happen if that world-shaking power were used for dark purposes? The answer was those especially dangerous criminals, whom even justice had to be wary of. In the meeting room, the group was discussing the difficulty of the mission. Even the first and second-year professors probably couldn't handle these guys. Gray knew clearly that if they rushed into a head-on fight, their chance of victory was nearly zero. Pons Bard also spoke up, saying he heard there had never been an easy victory in these training sessions, especially when preserving Gray's strength was a priority. Pons bluntly opposed the current plan because he found it too risky without any certainty. But Leon had a different viewpoint. He argued that splitting forces when facing a strong enemy was a fundamental mistake. Pons sighed, seeming to lose patience when his teammates didn't understand his point. He asked Leon if Gray was fighting a monster criminal, what would Leon be there for? Would he be a burden and sacrifice himself for nothing? Pons delivered a harsh conclusion. Let the monsters fight the monsters and the humans just take care of the human part. Leon replied immediately, reminding him that Gray's power had a massive recoil. Once used, he would be completely unable to defend himself. Leon looked at Gray, wondering if they couldn't help at all. Were they just going to stand by and watch their teammate exhaust himself? Pons rebutted, arguing that Leon was underestimating the Blood Drunkards gang when the enemy was numerous, while their side had only 4 people. His hand pointed straight at the map, emphasizing that if they grouped together they would be surrounded immediately, so splitting up to create chaos was the best way. Lionel agreed about splitting the team, but he was still worried about the risk of being attacked from behind if only 2 people supported each other. The debate about forming pairs hadn't been settled yet. Leon apologized for his sharpness. In the midst of that, Gray Lee coldly declared that he hadn't bothered to listen to anyone's opinion the whole time. He wanted them to understand that the gap in skill between the school years wasn't just a number, but an entire chasm. That gap was clearly shown in both combat ability and tactical thinking, which the other members seemed to be lacking. Gray looked elsewhere, seemingly having his own private plan for the upcoming battle. The notification sound rang out, only 10 minutes left until the teleportation began. It was time for a final check. He knew there was no time left to convince anyone else. An internal conflict right now was the worst thing that could happen. Gray walked away, leaving behind only a brief understood, leaving the others to watch him in tension. Lionel conceded. If Gray had decided that way, he had nothing else to argue about. The cold full moon outside the window seemed to signal a night of massacre about to begin. Leon was still slightly worried, asking again if Gray was truly okay with this plan. Gray closed his eyes and smiled slightly, as if everything had been in his calculations for a long time. He unexpectedly asked Leon about the medicine storage in the mission area. This question left Leon quite confused. Gray explained that he needed a few recovery potions to return to the front lines, immediately after using that overwhelming power. He clenched his fist with determination, entrusting this crucial task to his teammate. Leon's eyes burned with resolve. He swore that, even if it cost him his life, he would deliver the medicine to the designated location. Elsewhere, the chilling sound of a mop scraping against a floor soaked in blood echoed through the air. 2 guards grumbled as they cleaned, clearly finding the chore tedious and boring. One consoled himself, saying that guarding this corridor was still much better than dealing with the foul stench of the goods warehouse. He just wanted the slaves to clean up instead, though he knew there weren't many new arrivals left to torment. Those who couldn't be sold were taken away as experimental subjects, as feeding them was a waste of resources. The guard looked up and complained that the surviving slaves were always looking for ways to escape, which was a real pain. But his comrade just smirked cruelly, finding it amusing to catch and torture them, even wishing he could skin them for his own satisfaction. Their depravity was enough to make anyone's skin crawl, but at that very moment a hand tightened its grip, ready to put an end to those vile words. The guard grinned with a bestial expression, believing that their cruelty was the very reason they existed in this lair. Both of them were lost in conversation about their sick pastimes, completely unaware that disaster was standing right behind them. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the quiet atmosphere, making the stone corridor feel suffocatingly tense. The 2 guards jumped and looked around, a chill beginning to run down their spines. A sharp flash of a blade cut through the darkness, moving so fast that no ordinary eye could track it. Before they could even understand what was happening, the guard's head was severed from his neck, blood spraying across the damp stone walls. Pon's Bard stood behind, witnessing the entire gruesome scene unfold in a split second. His eyes widened in shock at his teammates' terrifyingly decisive and cold nature. Leonhardt also struck immediately, delivering a powerful slash that took down the remaining guard before he could even call for help. He looked at the corpse at his feet with contempt, thinking that these blood drunkards were truly nothing but detestable scum. Leonhardt and Lionel confirmed that since there were no innocent civilians present, the group could proceed with the purge without any hesitation. Grey stepped forward with an overwhelming killing intent, ordering the team to kill anyone who dared to move or stand in their way. A finishing sword strike was driven straight down to ensure the enemy had absolutely no chance of survival. Lionel sheathed his sword, reminding the group to start moving according to what they had discussed before setting out. He nodded with determination, ready to face every challenge lurking in the darkness. Grey answered briefly in his characteristically cold tone, his glowing red eyes clearly revealing his resolve to annihilate the enemy. Leon took a deep breath to regain his focus before venturing deeper into the enemy's den. Grey led the team as they surged forward. The operation had officially begun, promising a night of blood-soaked retribution. Grey darted down the hallway, not wasting a single second. His piercing red eyes were intensely scanning for any sign of his target. In another corner, the guards had caught a whiff that an intruder had entered. They shouted, mocking Grey for being arrogant enough to infiltrate this lair all by himself. One guard looked confident, demanding to take him down to relieve his pent-up stress. He smirked smugly, happy to have some fresh prey to vent his frustration on after waiting for so long. The guard rushed in like a madman, the knife in his hand ready to take his opponent's life. He laughed manically, imagining that he was about to strike the person standing in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, Grey glided past him, leaving a long trail of blood splashing everywhere. The guard's body slumped to the floor, leaving his comrades behind in total silence. They were all panicked, unable to fathom how anyone could match the speed of that strike. Grey, on the other hand, felt disappointed. They were so weak that he suspected they might be setting a trap for him. The leader of the squad roared, finally sensing the severity of the situation. He led another group of soldiers forward, determined not to let the intruder escape. From behind, the group saw Grey's silhouette disappearing deeper into the base. The blonde man with the headband remained calm, thinking that there was nothing to fear from just one person like Grey. A soldier intended to rush forward to claim the credit, but he was targeted before he could even finish his sentence. His head was severed instantly. Grey's speed was truly on an entirely different level. Grey stood amidst the wreckage, the sword in his hand still dripping with blood after a light flick. The commander began to turn pale as he recognized the familiar uniform the intruder was wearing. Without giving them time to breathe, Grey unleashed a series of razor-sharp slashes, wiping out an entire squad of guards blocking his path. A cold glance swept across the room, followed by a few more lives coming to an end. The leader trembled as he realized it was indeed him. He shouted orders for his men to stop, knowing that rushing in piecemeal would only result in their deaths. The blonde man still looked confused, not understanding why his boss was so panicked. But the commander was already drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of how terrifying the person in front of them really was. Despite the warning, another foolhardy soldier recklessly jumped at Grey from behind. Grey simply glanced at him, and that look was enough to sign the man's death warrant. A decisive sword strike ended the unfortunate man, and Grey began to reveal his identity as a student of the World Alliance Academy. The blonde man remained stubborn, thinking that his opponent was just a swordsman with a single sword. He believed that by surrounding him with numbers, they would surely be able to take him down. The group of soldiers charged in unison at their master's command. Suddenly, flashes of bright blue magic unexpectedly intervened in the battle. The magic user appeared, blasting the soldiers away so he could deal with the intruder himself. Grey glided between the magic projectiles, internally assessing the difference in this type of power. He recalled the magic theory he had learned from the red-haired professor, a secret not many knew. Taking advantage of the enemy's chanting phase, Grey followed up with a fatal slash at the nearby soldier. The agonizing screams echoed through the dark corridor. Grey thought to himself that while these guys were weak, their eyes were full of determination. The crazed faces of the enemies appeared before him, desperate to take his life at any cost. Grey spun to parry attacks within the encirclement, each of his movements incredibly precise and cold. His glowing red eyes showed that he would not show mercy to anyone blocking his way today. Grey realized that these guys were far too accustomed to slaughter. Judging by how they moved, he knew that even the weakest student in his class could defeat 10 of them at once. But why are they this weak? Grey thought as he sliced off a soldier's head. A flash of a blade tore through the air with blood splattering everywhere. His glowing red eyes remained cold and unblinking. Grey stood amidst the corpses, facing a new group of soldiers rushing toward him in a panic. He closed his eyes, beginning to think deeper about the enemy's true strength. Images of the academy flashed through his mind, where every student had to pass extremely grueling exams. Clearly, comparing those students to these criminals was a massive mismatch. He continued to swing his sword, each slash decisive and carrying large-scale destruction. The only worrying issue was that the specially designated criminal was still nowhere to be found. Gray stopped in front of a soldier who was sitting on the floor, shaking like a leaf. The soldier panicked and shouted, saying he had an offer he wanted to negotiate. Gray looked at him with soulless eyes, showing no interest in what the man was about to say. But then he suddenly thought that perhaps he could pry some information about that SDC criminal. The man tried to tempt him to join the Blood Drunkards with the position of senior bouncer and generous benefits. Gray repeated the title curiously, as it was the first time he had heard of such a rank. The soldier began to ramble, claiming it was the best job in the guild. He explained that Gray wouldn't need to do anything unless someone too strong appeared, at which point he would need to intervene. It was even rumored that the benefits for this position were better than those of the base commander. Looking at his skill, the man guessed that Gray must be a second-year student from the academy. He grinned deviously, promising him all kinds of fine wine and women. "Forget that damn academy and join us, it's much more fun here," he invited. Gray tightened his grip on the hilt, secretly wishing his current strength was enough to resolve everything. The soldier continued to preach, advising him not to look at goals that were too far out of reach. He rambled about the sick pleasures of the underworld that normal people would never know. Gray asked coldly, "And what if I refuse?" The man broke into a cold sweat, admitting that Gray could easily kill them, but that he would then be eliminated himself. Because the current senior bouncer was a former third-year student whose power far exceeded that of the professors. He smiled triumphantly, waiting for a reaction from him. "Now do you choose to enjoy yourself, or do you choose to kill me and then be finished off by him?" He presented his final ultimatum. A mysterious smirk appeared on the face of the one holding the upper hand. Gray Lee stood coldly opposite the red-haired soldier kneeling before him. The man had given him two choices: either submit to the Blood Drunkards to save his life or die right here at the hands of him. For Gray, this was a question too easy to answer. He didn't hesitate for even a second. He stepped forward decisively, ready to end this meaningless dialogue. His glowing red eyes radiated a brutal killing intent, and Gray drew his sword, declaring that he would send both this soldier and that guy to their graves. The red-haired soldier was stunned, cold sweat dripping down as he realized he had just awakened a monster. A sword strike tore through the air, too fast for the naked eye to track. The soldier's head was severed in an instant, ending the life of one who dared to offer such an arrogant proposal. Blood erupted violently, and Gray stood silently in the puddle of the fallen man's blood without a change in expression. His eyes remained calm and cold, staring straight ahead. Gray strode through the underground corridor filled with the corpses of mercenaries. He believed firmly that the target he was seeking was hiding right inside this den. He analyzed the words of the one who had just died. The man had used the term him rather than them, meaning there was only one target. Although he had gained useful information, Gray began to regret agreeing to split up the team. If the enemy attacked with enough force while he was suffering from the recoil of his technique, the situation would be extremely dangerous. He needed to quickly reunite with the others. In another corner of the base, an iron hand was crushing the throat of a poor soldier. Pon's Bard lifted the soldier up, pinning him tightly against the cold stone wall. With sharp eyes, he asked leisurely if the man was ready to tell the truth. The request was simple: what was the name of the special criminal hiding here? The soldier wept bitterly, face covered in blood, trembling as he uttered the name Medu Bradley. "Professor Bradley's daughter," Pons repeated skeptically while not loosening his grip. He pressed for anyone else besides her, and the soldier swore there was only her. Looking at the man's pathetic state, Pons knew he wasn't lying, which also meant he had no more use. Ignoring the final pleas for mercy, Pons's blade was ready to strike. A decisive thrust pierced through the chest, pinning the soldier to the wall. Just as he had predicted, there was only one special criminal here. Blood dripped steadily from his sword. Pons was secretly satisfied with his decision to split up. In his view, the biggest mistake in group combat was having to carry dead weight. He withdrew his sword coldly, leaving the corpse to slump to the floor. He reasoned that if Gray lost the ability to fight while confronting the criminal, the whole team would have to expend a lot of effort just to protect him. A calculating smile appeared on Pons's face. If Gray were killed, the team's loss would be limited to just him. That was the most optimal calculation. He calmly waited for the results from the other side. He swung his sword again into the corpse to ensure no surprises would occur. Very convenient. Pons wondered if Medu Bradley would appear where Gray was standing, but based on the structure of the area, he could guess where the enemy would concentrate their forces. Suddenly, Pons's eyes sharpened as he sensed something unusual. A massive wave of magic power rushed in, and Pons quickly jumped back to dodge. A terrifying explosion erupted right where he had been standing, sending stone debris flying. Pons landed and slid for a distance, keeping his sword ready in a combat stance. From the darkness, a pair of long, slender legs in elegant high heels stepped out slowly. Well, you managed to dodge that," a sarcastic voice rang out. Pons couldn't help but be shocked, gasping in surprise as he recognized the presence before him. Medu Bradley revealed herself with a powerful appearance, holding a scepter radiating a mysterious purple energy. He didn't expect to clash with her here. She smoothed her hair nonchalantly, wondering why her secret location had been leaked to these people. Her pale purple lips curled into a dangerous smile. Her cold purple eyes stared straight at Pons. Medu Bradley resolved to eliminate anyone who had dared to open their mouth and reveal her identity. Pons Bard declared arrogantly that he had wiped out all of her underlings. Medu Bradley listened and responded with a challenging question. Looking at the base schematic, Gray Lee realized that every path to the key areas had to pass through Sector D15. This was the bottleneck they were guarding. Medu Bradley sighed, surprised to learn that even the internal map had been leaked. Sure enough, her stronghold was this sector D15. She confidently asserted that because she felt her every move was being read, she had decided to make a move no one expected. It seemed she was one step ahead of her opponent this time. Gray Lee clicked his tongue and cursed when facing the unexpected situation. The enemy before him was not as simple as he had thought. Medu Bradley, a modified entity created by Professor Bradley himself. Her magic power was not to be taken lightly. She was known as the strongest among the third-year students in the magic department. As the lowest-ranked student of the year, Gray understood that he was at a disadvantage. Medu looked at Gray with utter contempt, mocking him and saying that he didn't look strong at all. She coldly delivered a finishing remark, not wanting to waste any more time on someone she deemed weak. A massive burst of dark purple fire magic erupted, aimed straight at Gray Lee's position, with a dense killing intent that enveloped the entire hallway. Pons Bard stood frozen, watching the swirling mass of magical energy above his head and feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him. In that life-or-death moment, Gray Lee's eyes sharpened, focusing intensely to find the enemy's opening. A powerful deep blue magical explosion erupted, tearing through the darkness and knocking back Medu's purple fire. Dust and debris flew wildly everywhere. The two opposing forces of energy collided with a terrifying impact, creating flashes of lightning that blinded the entire area. Under the immense pressure, Gray Lee was pushed back but still managed to swing his sword in time to neutralize the large-scale attack, and the real battle had only just begun. As the dust and smoke cleared, Gray Lee remained standing tall and steady with his sword in hand, leaving Medu Bradley quite surprised that her attack had been neutralized so easily. She realized that Gray had just channeled his own life force into his blade to dispel the magic, a technique so skillful that it made Medu wonder if it was any different from magic itself. Medu thought to herself that if Gray were in the Magic Academy, he would surely understand this gap, as a swordsman, no matter how good, still has limits. Pons Bard spoke up coldly, asserting that once sword arts reached a certain realm, it was no different from magic, with the blue electricity surrounding his body serving as proof. He bolted forward like a lightning bolt, his speed far beyond anything Medu could have imagined, and a swift counterattack began. Medu Bradley couldn't sit still after that commentary. She had always believed magic to be the ultimate power, far superior to those trivial sword-waving tricks. She pulled out a mysterious purple potion, preparing to use special materials to boost her strength as a terrifying aura began to envelop her. A series of purple magical hands rose from thin air, surrounding Pons from every direction in a scene both terrifying and macabre. Pons Bard swung a powerful arc to shatter the ghostly encirclement, but the spectral hands seemed endless, and he realized she was truly a tough opponent. Medu Bradley exclaimed in satisfaction, watching her own magic take effect and reveling in the feeling of power. The giant hands twisted in midair, appearing both grotesque and possessing a cruel, dark beauty, leading Medu to refer to them as works of art. Pons Bard suddenly froze in surprise, realizing something was wrong with his body. He had fallen into her trap without even knowing it. His blade was suddenly gripped tightly by the magical hands and completely neutralized, and cold sweat began to pour down the young man's forehead. A giant hand from Medu's magic reached out, snatching Pons Bard up like a tiny piece of prey, and she laughed with delight at the sight of her helpless opponent. Pons was tightly coiled by purple streams of energy and hoisted into the air as Medu's power slowly suffocated the life out of him. He gritted his teeth, enduring extreme agony as her magical power ravaged his body from the inside, a painful groan escaping the young man's throat. A massive magical explosion engulfed Pons Bard, his screams echoing throughout the ruined underground base, as Medu's power proved truly terrifying. After the explosion, Pons's body lay motionless on the floor, covered in black smoke, and she had successfully eliminated another obstacle. Medu Bradley looked at the empty vial, clicking her tongue in regret for having to use precious materials on someone like Pons, but she already had another plan. A cruel smile appeared on her lips as she thought about how she could easily create new materials from this still warm corpse. To Medu, human life was just a tool. She stepped on the body with utter disdain, her victorious gaze looking into the distance, wondering who would be next, Gray Lee or some other unfortunate soul. As the chapter closed with an atmosphere of stifling gloom, Gray Lee stood silently amidst the hallway filled with corpses, the echoes of the recent battle still lingering, but the sensation felt very different from anything he had known before. That was definitely high-level magic, a power on a completely different tier, and he knew he was facing something truly horrific. Suddenly, an enemy ambushed him from above, but Gray remained standing, immobile as if he had seen through everything. In just one breath, Gray's slash cut the attacker in two, blood splattered, and the corpse fell onto the cold stone floor. Gray looked down at his blood-stained sword, knowing that in reality, Ruinal likely wouldn't survive after facing that kind of power. Even without using the explosive power that caused recoil, losing a piece like Ruinal was a massive blow, and things were turning out worse than Gray had expected. If only he had used that power sooner to protect his teammates, Perhaps the upcoming battles would have been a little easier, but Gray sighed, his burning red eyes revealing deep calculation. It was a regrettable loss of combat power that could have been avoided, and Gray blamed himself for his hesitation in that life-or-death moment. Even knowing the future, he felt he still couldn't convince them to believe what was coming, as those people were too conservative to change. Gray reminisced about the previous meeting, where everyone was still arguing about tactics without the slightest idea of the tragedy awaiting them. Back in the present, the screams of soldiers rang out from the end of the hallway. They had discovered his position and were calling for reinforcements. One soldier panicked and called for his comrades to retreat, realizing that rushing in alone was a death sentence. On the contrary, the blue-haired soldier next to him was greedy, dreaming of a promotion to senior bouncer if he could take Gray's head. But immediately after, fear gripped them and one soldier shrieked in horror, realizing the being before them wasn't human but a true monster. Gray observed the enemies, who had begun to be cautious and no longer dared to reveal themselves carelessly as they did at first. Were they waiting for something? Perhaps they were waiting for the arrival of the person who had defeated Senior Pounce, and Gray smirked, ready for the next purge. He lunged forward like a black lightning bolt, thinking to himself, "You're too close," as he aimed straight for the gaps in the soldiers' formation. A crowd of guards ambushing from the shadows rushed out simultaneously, roaring with killing intent, and believing their numbers would overwhelm Gray. Cheers echoed throughout the hallway. "We've got him." They poured everything into this coordinated attack. Gray realized immediately that this was an organized ambush, and green magical beams tore through space, aimed straight at him. In that chaos, Gray still moved with extreme precision, swinging his sword and severing the enemy's attempts to surround him in the blink of an eye. An arm flew off with a desperate scream. Gray's slashes were not only fast but brutal, leaving the enemy no time to react. The commander yelled, demanding his men not to flinch and to continue firing magic, hopping to use firepower to crush Gray's agility. Gray crouched low, gliding across the floor like a ghost, and the magical beams could only hit the empty space he had just vacated. The soldiers still tried to encourage each other with their numbers. "With our numerical advantage, we will surely crush this swordsman." But Gray's gaze brought only a cold death, and he saw through their delusions. "Kill him," was the final cry many of them would ever utter. Gray plunged into the crowd, swinging his sword to create deadly arcs, and the soldiers scattered, losing all coordination against his overwhelming power. Gray noticed the fragmentation in his opponent's attacks, and to him, they were no different from puppets dancing in despair. If that was the extent of his opponent's skill, Gray knew the outcome was already sealed, and the blood dripping from his blade marked the end for those standing in his way. No matter how many there were, numbers meant nothing against perfect sword skill, and Gray pierced their defenses like a hot knife through butter. The only issue now was the position of the senior bouncer, as Gray feared she might be blending in with these small fry soldiers, waiting for a chance to deliver a decisive blow. He needed to clear these soldiers quickly before she revealed herself, each slash executed carefully and decisively. Gray glided among the corpses, his steps light but carrying a stifling pressure, and he couldn't afford to be distracted for even a second. But he had to act fast. His sword glowed with a crimson aura, ready for a larger-scale massacre. Finally, the hallway fell into a deathly silence, with dozens of corpses strewn in pools of blood at Gray's feet. He had wiped out an entire ambush squad alone. Gray wiped the sweat from his forehead, but even with the small fry dealt with, the vague presence of the senior bouncer was still grinding on his nerves. "Looks like I'm a little late." A woman's voice rang out from behind as Medu Bradley stepped out leisurely, smoothing her hair as if out for a stroll. She smiled, admitting that her original intention was to blend in with the soldiers to take him down. But things didn't go as expected since Gray cleaned house so quickly. Gray held his breath. This aura, this overwhelming pressure could only come from someone truly powerful. Without a doubt, the person before him was the target he was looking for. Gray's gaze remained fixed on the senior bouncer. Medu Bradley looked charming and lazy, but beneath that lay an immeasurable danger. However, Gray felt something very strange, his intuition telling him that some kind of fakeness was hidden within this appearance. Her presence was too faint, or rather it was like something artificial, leading Gray to wonder in astonishment. Is she really human? Medu Bradley casually stated that she didn't care about the deaths of her subordinates, but she wished they had died after doing something a little more useful. She looked at Gray with an enigmatic smile, as if to test his reaction to her brutality. Gray decisively rejected the offer from the Blood Drunkards organization, affirming that he would never want to be teammates with someone as cold-blooded as her. In the dark hallway, they stood facing each other, and Medu was confident she would receive a nod from the genius before her, as she looked down on the trash surrounding them. She even promised to convince her superiors so Gray could directly become a senior bouncer, an invitation filled with power and the promise of a completely different status. Gray observed his opponent, who stood in a position of complete vulnerability, and he wondered if this was a trap inviting him to charge in. With his speed, Gray believed he could end this before the enemy could react, a decisive blow to reduce the burden on his gradually exhausting body. Logically, going all out in an instant to finish her off right now was the most accurate answer, his sword reflecting his fiery red, murderous eyes. But deep down, Gray's combat instinct was screaming something entirely different. She was certainly not an opponent who could be easily defeated in a head-on battle. Gray narrowed his eyes in suspicion, trying to analyze the fakeness radiating from her presence. His instinct from his previous life was screaming never to touch this woman, and an unprecedented ominous premonition enveloped his mind. Gray stood motionless, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, struggling fiercely between logical calculation and timeless survival instinct. Medu Bradley smirked, thinking Gray had realized the difference in power and thus didn't dare to strike, once again offering to let him join. Gray remained silent, his lips pressed tightly in tension, as the pressure from the senior bouncer weighed on every inch of his skin. Fine, regarding that offer, Gray uttered a dangling sentence, his hand shifting slightly, preparing for the most unexpected action possible. Without a word of warning, Gray unleashed a lightning-fast attack that tore through the air, rays of crimson light streaking straight toward his target. A blade stabbed straight into the center of Medu Bradley's forehead, the strike terrifyingly accurate, embedding itself deep into her skull. Medu froze, the blade still protruding from her forehead, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out as a chilling silence blanketed the hallway. Cracks began to spread from where the blade had pierced, as if Medu's body weren't made of ordinary flesh and blood. Right before Gray's eyes, Medu's body shattered into pieces like a smashed pottery statue, the blade falling out along with them. Gray stared in shock at the fragments suspended in midair, one of her eyes still staring at him from a fallen piece. From the void, pitch-black shadow hands reached out from within the shattered body, grabbing the blade and pulling the fragments back together. A stream of dark purple magical energy covered the pieces, beginning the process of reconstructing her body in a grotesque and horrifying way. Medu's head gradually formed from dark smoke, a scene that defied every law of logic Gray had ever known. In just a few seconds, Medu Bradley had returned to her normal form as if she had never been harmed, with black smoke still swirling around her like a protective layer. Gray wondered if she had truly returned to normal, realizing his previous caution was absolutely correct. No, this is. Gray let out a soft murmur, his gaze never leaving the mysterious enemy as he tried to keep his breathing steady. Medu looked at him with amusement, remarking that he was extremely cautious, as she began to realize Gray was no ordinary swordsman. The two kept their distance in the vast hallway, the atmosphere now heavier and more pressurized than ever. But I've realized it now, she said. Medu stared straight at Gray with purple eyes blazing with evil, asserting that he possessed a power capable of actually killing her. A sword stabbing through the forehead. This was the image Gray Lee was analyzing in his mind regarding the death of his opponent. With his current strength, Gray knew he couldn't win against his opponent in a standard head-on fight. Medu Bradley smiled cunningly, guessing Gray was hiding some trump card, otherwise he would have risked a counterattack immediately. She continued to reason that Gray's choice to stand and observe was proof that he wasn't worried about missing a chance to sneak attack. Am I right? Gray Lee looked at her with a cold gaze, feeling deep down that those who used fakes were truly annoying. Memories surfaced. Gray knew that power allowed him to fight opponents well above his level. A terrifying slash made blood splatter, and he was certain he could end the match in a single blow before the enemy could react. But considering the recoil, that power was no different than a suicide attack, and Gray remembered himself collapsing with a blood-drenched chest. Back in reality, Medu Bradley stood proudly amidst the corpses, and Gray told himself that if he had been deceived by the earlier bait, it would have been all over. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, as he realized this was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. Gray observed the dark room. If the opponent was intentionally using bait, she was truly a veteran, and he wondered if he should crush them both simultaneously to see which one was real. Medu Bradley approached provocatively, seemingly reading Gray's mind, and asked if he intended to take them both out at once. She licked her lips provocatively, what a pity. A series of Medu Bradley illusions appeared along the dark hallway surrounding Gray. Gray Lee maintained a calm expression, fine then. A massive burst of fire magic erupted, and Medu challenged Gray to find which one was the real body. Gray Lee agilely glided between the flames, and the soldiers nearby were also caught in the explosion. He realized they could create many sophisticated clones at the same time. An explosion went off right next to Gray. Dust and smoke filled the cracked stone floor as Gray judged the magic from the illusions wasn't too strong. Perhaps their power was limited. Sparks flew as Gray swung his sword to deflect them, and he realized the enemy's goal was likely to drag out the battle of attrition, denying him a chance to use his real power. If powerful magical attacks didn't hit, they would switch to whittling down his stamina little by little. Medu Bradley smiled confidently. Attacking from a distance and setting traps when the opponent charged in was a basic lesson for mages fighting swordsmen. Fire flared violently, and Gray Lee bolted in the blink of an eye like an arrow. Gray glanced at the attack that had just grazed his shoulder. Tusk missed. Medu Bradley summoned a giant floating rock covered in a purple aura. Try this then. She smirked, revealing a small, evil-looking canine tooth. The rock slammed down, creating a cataclysmic explosion that filled the hallway with white smoke. Gray Lee was startled as he felt immense pressure descending. Flying rock fragments splattered everywhere, and he was jolted back by the impact. With too many attacks coming at once, Gray realized he had no room to dodge. He swung his sword frantically to block, trying to avoid getting wounded in vital spots. Blood splattered onto Gray's face, but his eyes remained burning, completely unfazed. A deep slash appeared on Gray's shoulder, blood beginning to soak his shirt. Medu Bradley commented leisurely, "Looks like it's not very effective if you dodge the vital spots. In that case, let's try one more." Medu gathered magical power again, creating a glowing orb of energy. Graylee panted, knowing if he kept taking hits, he would bleed to death soon, and he wondered if he should risk charging straight in even though he knew they were waiting. Gray's footsteps stumbled on the dark floor of the hallway. His eyes changed abruptly, a crimson light flashing with killing intent. So it's coming, huh? Medu Bradley watched Gray charging straight toward her, a magic circle already prepared in her hand. She smiled cruelly, raising her burning flame, burned to ashes just like that blindfolded guy. Graylee swung his jet black sword, his eyes glowing as he prepared a decisive blow. Medu Bradley's magic surrounded him on all sides, the pitch-black shadows lunging at Graylee like monsters. I am the arrogant affirmation of someone holding the upper hand. A single sword, to Gray, one blow was enough. Graylee bolted in a glowing crimson halo, swinging his sword with terrifying force. Medu Bradley's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Gray to be able to counterattack so quickly. A sharp sword beam tore through space, slicing Medu's illusion in two. A blinding explosion erupted in the middle of the hallway, blowing everything around away. Medu Bradley stepped back behind the hole in the floor, staring toward the clouds of dust and smoke. She was still in shock, but Graylee began to speak, exposing his opponent's ruse. The answer is, you're asking which one is real, he asked back, full of sarcasm. Graylee's gaze was sharp as a razor. None of them are real, are they? He swung his sword, slashing to pieces the fake shadows surrounding him. A clone's head fell to the ground, and Medu Bradley wondered how he had managed to pinpoint her location. Graylee turned his back, knowing from the start that the real one wouldn't bother hiding among the minions. If she could create so many fakes, there was no reason to waste effort showing up in person. The real problem was finding where the actual body was hiding, and Gray had used that very magical fluctuation to pinpoint the source of the tremors. Channeling that much mana through a wall must not be easy, right? Graylee murmured as he wiped away a trace of blood. His eyes narrowed, seemingly trying to suppress the pain. Suddenly, Gray buckled, blood gushing from his mouth as he groaned in extreme agony. Gray's arms and hands were drenched in fresh blood, beginning to tremble uncontrollably. His ragged clothes revealed blood-weeping wounds, his body screaming from the overwhelming power overload. Graylee had to use his teeth to tighten the bandage on his arm, struggling to staunch the bleeding so he could continue the battle. He panted, realizing the recoil from just a single swing of his sword was so severe. This power truly wasn't meant for prolonged combat. Just then, a group of mercenaries rushed in, cheering when they saw Gray wounded and exposed. Graylee knelt on the ground, his jet-black sword stabbed deep into the cold stone floor. The enemy leader lunged from behind, swinging his sword, triumphant at the thought that he would take all the credit for finishing off Graylee. But in the blink of an eye, a blade thrust upward from below, cruelly piercing the attacker's jaw. His eyes bulged, blood gurgling from his mouth, as he didn't even have time to let out a cry for help. Graylee gripped the hilt firmly, the enemy's blood dripping onto his hand. Take the credit, finish me off. Gray's face was smeared with blood as he flashed a cruel smile, his eyes glowing red like a demon. You talk as if you're actually qualified to kill me. Leonhardt Appias ran for his life down the hallway, his blue eyes flashing with urgency, while behind him the minions lay scattered in pools of blood. He stopped, his sword held steady in a defensive stance, when he spotted something unusual up ahead. Hearing a loud noise from Graylee's direction, Leon startled and froze. Beads of sweat formed as he wondered if Gray was facing that dangerous criminal all by himself. Leon's legs pumped faster. He knew he had to get there to reinforce him immediately. But then his pace slowed abruptly, the sound of his boots scraping against the floor full of hesitation. He came to a complete halt, his eyes fixed on the dark floor. A thought crossed Leon's mind, making him waver, fearing that his attempt to save him might just be a futile gesture. Images of Gray fighting powerfully flashed back, an overwhelming strength that made Leon feel he was nothing in comparison. He clenched his fists, terrified that rushing in to help would only lead to a wasted death. Standing on the edge of fear, Leon tried to calm down to figure out what he truly should do. His eyes ignited with determination. He would deliver the recovery potion no matter what, even if it cost him his life. Leon took a deep breath, casting aside the self-doubt that was consuming him. He admitted that he wasn't yet skilled enough to stand on the same frontline as Gray in these life-or-death battles. He turned on his heel, realizing the place he needed to be wasn't head-on in the fiery battlefield. With absolute faith, Leon was certain that Gray could finish off that criminal on his own. Back to Graylee, his sword had just sent another enemy to their grave in a rain of blood. A massive collision sent everything flying, creating an intense shockwave. Gray knelt on the floor, leaning on his sword and gasping for air, the pain forcing a moan from his lips. In the distance, a squad of assassins appeared, gloating when they saw that his wounds looked extremely severe. A soldier standing nearby was surprised to see that the person Medu Bradley went to deal with was still alive, questioning whether Medu had been defeated. The leader of the assassins couldn't believe his ears, dismissing the idea that a swordsman could take down Medu. Yet the report about Medu's corpse in the next room, finished off by a single sword strike, left the whole group stunned. Seeing Gray struggling on the ground, the leader warned his subordinates not to be careless. He ordered a mage to come and assist because he himself was wary and didn't dare approach that monster. A hooded assassin nervously reported that all the mages sent out had gone silent, likely finished off by Gray. Hearing the news, the leader gnashed his teeth in regret at losing valuable resources for nothing. He drew his sword, ordering his underlings to fall back as they would be useless in the upcoming fight. Gray struggled to stand, his sword shaking uncontrollably as his body reached its limit. His burning red eyes glared, but deep down he knew his hands had no strength left. His legs trembled and then collapsed onto the hard floor. Gray knelt on one knee, sweat and blood running down his face, thinking it better to be in a solid defensive stance than to try to stand and fall. The assassin leader stepped forward slowly, his sword ready to finish off the exhausted prey. He narrowed his eyes to observe, still questioning whether Gray was bluffing or truly unable to stand. A flash of light emanated from the enemy's sword. He lunged aggressively, laughing with glee at having such an easy fight against an immobile opponent. Even while kneeling, Gray managed to raise his sword just in time to stop the leader's powerful downward strike. Gray's sudden resistance left him startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Gray calculated quickly. He had caused him to lose balance and exposed an opening after that block. Right before his eyes was the leader's completely unprotected stomach. Seizing the moment, Gray thrust his sword straight into the enemy's belly from below. The fatal strike left the leader only enough time to scream in pain and astonishment. The leader was blown backward after taking the full force of Gray Lee's stab. He panted, clutching his chest in a tremble, nearly losing his life. Gray frowned, wondering why his sword had been blocked. Seeing the large tear in his shirt, he realized in a panic that if he hadn't been wearing inner armor, he would have been a dead man. Gray Lee remained kneeling on the ground, blood dripping down his face, feeling humiliated that his attack had been so weak. The leader gradually regained his arrogance, ordering his lackeys to back off so he could deal with Gray personally and take all the credit. The accompanying assassins chirped in agreement, wishing only for Gray's swift destruction. He drew his sword decisively, preparing to end the match. The two sides clashed again, but Gray now had to rely solely on technique to compensate for his lack of strength. Gray understood clearly that his opponent had realized he lacked the power to unleash the devastating strikes he once had. He laughed gleefully as he relentlessly forced Gray into a defensive posture, and Gray acknowledged he was in a hopeless battle. Gray stared at his enemy, knowing that if he tried to use that power just one more time, the price would be his life. The leader swung his sword high, mocking Gray's exhaustion as he saw he had reached his limit. "Looks like I have no choice," Gray decided, gripping the hilt tight. A crimson aura exploded around Gray, leaving the leader stunned by the terrifying pressure. He still tried to appear calm, smirking at the stubbornness of the dying man. But Gray's eyes now shone with a deadly red color, full of brutality. His pupils constricted, radiating a chilling, killing intent. He began to feel uneasy when he saw the strange transformation from the other side. The sword in Gray's hand was suddenly covered in a brilliant purple-blue aura, radiating unparalleled power. Before that blinding energy, the leader could only gasp in surprise, asking what kind of freak Gray actually was. A lightning-fast sword strike tore through space, knocking the leader to the floor in total helplessness. Gray Lee held the glowing sword, confirming that this was the power of the life-draining sword. Despite his blood-smeared face, Gray offered a satisfied smile, as this was his first time using it in an actual battle. Gray Lee with burning red eyes, his face blurred by streaks of blood. The soldier froze, cold sweat beginning to pour as he saw the scene before him. Reflected in a pool of blood, Gray stood tall like a god of war who had just slaughtered his prey. Greva had collapsed completely, his mangled body lying motionless amidst the rubble. The mercenaries panicked, unable to believe their leader had been taken down so easily. The commander screamed for his subordinates to fall back, forbidding them from rushing blindly to their deaths. Gray struggled to stand, but the sword in his hand felt heavier than ever due to his exhaustion. The life-draining sword technique was ravaging his body, feeling as though the blood in his veins had stopped circulating. The enemy commander assessed the situation as turning for the worse, ordering reinforcements immediately. He looked into the deep darkness of the hallway, fearing that others were lurking about. Gray let his head drop, thinking he could rest for a moment, but the enemy would surely return soon. He groaned in pain, the shock from the recent blow still lingering. Old wounds on Gray's hands tore open again, blood beginning to soak through the white bandages. He had to stop the bleeding immediately, or he would pass out from blood loss before the reinforcements arrived. Gray's vision began to blur, his body had reached its limit. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain tearing through his every fiber. Gray realized his life force showed no signs of recovery, not even in the slightest. He recalled the promise to return to the academy, wondering if he would hold out until then. The space fell into silence, only the sound of wind whistling through the crevices remaining. As the sound of battle faded, Gray realized he couldn't count on external help. Thinking of his senior Pounce, Gray guessed that he was likely in a dire situation as well. Must seize the chance to recover stamina, Gray told himself, his breath still heavy. His eyes remained sharp, tracking the slightest movement of his enemies. The enemy commander warned his subordinates not to let their guard down, as the opponent before them was not as weak as he appeared. Gray clicked his tongue. He had intended to rest longer, but these nuisances were already back. A new squad of mercenaries appeared, each brandishing weapons in their hands. Seeing that Greva had been dealt with, the commander decided to switch to Plan D. Gray narrowed his eyes in vigilance, not knowing what tricks they would pull next. It seemed the power of the life-draining sword had made them wary, and they didn't dare to attack head-on. He had to gather all his focus to defend against a surprise ambush from the shadows. The soldiers began to form a formation, surrounding Gray from every side. "Execute Plan D," the steely command rang out from the leader's mouth. The subordinates followed orders instantly, beginning to tighten the circle. The entire troop kept a safe distance, only watching without any intention of charging in. Gray realized they were playing psychological games to drain his remaining stamina. Having to brace himself for confrontation in this state caused Gray to exhaust himself very quickly. The enemy commander observed Gray meticulously, trying to find even the smallest opening. He smirked when he realized Gray was truly struggling to hide his exhaustion. Gray chose to stay silent, knowing that opening his mouth would be enough to reveal his true condition. The commander analyzed that if Gray still had strength, he wouldn't just stand there and let them surround him like this. The smile on the leader's mouth became increasingly sinister and triumphant. He asserted firmly that Gray was just putting on a show, as he had actually run dry on energy. The leader analyzed that although those who went before hadn't killed Gray, they had succeeded in wearing down his stamina. Gray Lee stood silently in the pain, hearing the enemy leader order a shift to plan A for the finish. Gray's eyes blurred. He realized the circle was closing in and he was standing on a razor's edge. The assassins rushed forward in unison, their weapons gleaming in the shadows of the hallway. Gray tried to grip his sword, preparing for one last life-or-death battle, even though his body was falling apart. Sweat mingled with blood flowing down Gray's face as he looked straight at the approaching death. He tried to stand but realized his hands were completely paralyzed, unable to lift the sword anymore. In despair, Gray thought about using the final forbidden power to risk his life against the enemy. The enemy approached, a giant black shadow obscuring Gray's vision along with arrogant laughter. He raised his weapon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his exhausted prey. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. Blood splattered when a terrifying force suddenly intervened in the battle. Gray Lay looked up in astonishment at the scene before him. Trails of blue light tore through the darkness, wiping out the entire mercenary squad that had surrounded him. Leon appeared like a lightning bolt, his eyes sharp even though his face was stained with blood. Another soldier tried to sneak behind to attack, but Leon managed to turn and counterattack in time. The attacker didn't even have time to cry out before being taken down by a lightning-fast sword stroke. Fresh blood stained the ground, and Leon stood tall amidst the circle he had just broken. Leon sheathed his sword, his body also covered in wounds after breaking through the enemy's blockade. Leon approached Gray and apologized for arriving later than expected. Leon took a glass vial containing a brilliant green liquid from his pocket. That was the powerful magical recovery potion that Leon had had to fight so hard to obtain. Gray Lee offered a slight smile, knowing he had truly been saved by his most trusted teammate. Leon beamed a radiant smile, affirming that he would never forget the promise he made to his friend.